Hey, cheese. What's up, dude? I'm recovering from the flu, which I'm pretty sure I caught off my sister. It's just regular flu, not the spiced flu, so that's a plus at least. But no, I'm good. I did have some plans for today, but I figured the last thing I need is to expose myself to the spiced flu on the bus, while I'm already recovering from the regular version. So I missed the stream on Monday because I've got family out from Canada, which is very exciting. I was going to stream, but I decided I'd just catch the extra sleep. So it's been a bit all over the place for schedule. It'll probably be a bit all over the place next week as well. As my life continues to spiral completely out of control. Of course, the joke there is the implication there was any control in the first place. So, shortly we'll be firing up the Mini 500, which, for anyone who has not heard of it before, it's an MD 500 that's been hit with a shrink ray. Basically, it's a single seater. We'll be flying that around a certain part of the world that Sebakogu was actually asking about, which I have streamed before in Flight Sim, but it was quite a while ago, and it was in a fixed-wing aircraft. I think a helicopter tour would be very fitting. I would prefer something thematically fitting, like a Mi 2, perhaps, or maybe a Mi 8, but the only ones we have are kind of not great, so we'll do it in the Mini 500. Before I forget, how did the R234 handle in IL-2? I don't remember, honestly, Sif. I haven't flown it in the new IL-2 series, and I think I only flew it once or twice in IL-2 1946. I mean, it's a jet. Like, it's nothing particularly exciting beyond the fact it's a jet in World War II.
The Big Ross Show.
Hey, Cube. Cheers to the resub, man. Good to see you. Alright, give me a moment here, because I, as usual, am completely unprepared for the stream. Despite the fact I've been waiting over an hour for the sim to load, so I should be prepared by now. We'll give it a couple more minutes, just for people to get the alert and stuff, and then we'll get into it. Hey, Garfield. Good to see you. So I actually have a plan for stuff to do on stream today. More like checks calendar, yeah, right. I know. I got a plan. So, like I said, we'll be doing the Mini 500 to begin with. After that, probably the AN2. We're definitely doing the AN2 this stream. I reckon we'll probably do it after the Mini 500. We'll be flying the Tweet. We'll be doing that out in Vietnam. And then the Caribou. Haven't figured out exactly where to fly that yet, besides somewhere with lots of bush strips. Good bit of bush. And the Norseman. Because although it still needs some love, it's not quite there yet. The Norseman's still pretty cool, and it's a pretty historically significant aircraft if you're Canadian. Hey, Boiler. Wrecking my head trying to tune a PID controller. Excellent. That sounds like a lot of fun. VTOL. I don't know if I'll set up a VTOL flight with it. Just recently, Breedle was trying to land on top of one of the towers in Dubai. I think it was the Burj Al Arab or something like that. It wasn't the Burj Khalifa. It's the smaller one, the shark fin shaped one. I don't know if I'll try that today, but it is something I need to try. I have been challenged, so I need to do it. Just today I've got plans for some other stuff. I'm kind of tempted to fly it. So I would like to do a flight around Siberia, but the scenery by default's not great. There is a way around that. It's kind of hacky and sketchy, but it should work. I just got to remember which scenery source to use and how to set it up. So Siberia flight, maybe not yet, but I know the scenery around Petropavlovsk isn't too bad, so we could do some Far East. Just somewhere, like, really out the fucking boonies, where it would typically be found flying around. Only 7-star hotel in the world, but they made it up. Yeah. Was that before or after they actually plugged in the fucking sewer? Hey guys. Alright. Hang on, you should see the game window in just a moment. There you go. And we'll get chat open again. She recently uploaded a lot of streams. I watched you playing BeamNG, which I sadly missed when it happened. Are you planning on playing it again? Most likely, but I don't know when. It's one of those games that I feel like I need to have my controller hooked up for it, and I still need to get a cord so I can actually plug the thing into my PC. Because it doesn't drive perfectly with the keyboard. That's probably more down to my skill issues than the game itself. So I wanna get a cord that I can actually plug my controller in with, and then start playing things like BeamNG, things like Rocket League. I have not played Rocket League in years. I really love that game, but I barely played it because with a keyboard and mouse, it's fucking misery. So we'll see how we go with that. I need to actually add it to my to-do list. Okay, we'll probably chuck in like 75% fuel. We don't need more than that. This thing has pretty good endurance. And I think that should do it. So we'll tell it to depart from here. We're probably going to change the weather once we get in game. I'll just check and see what it's like. It's going to be overcast because there's massive cloud over pretty much the whole of Ukraine at the moment. But if there's snow on the ground, I'll probably change it so there's no snow, because the snow like conceals a lot of what we want to be looking at on this flight. Hey Aurelia. Shit trucks everywhere. Yeah, and it's not just Dubai either. Like, I remember hearing that one of the big projects they want to build in, I think it's in Jeddah, so in Saudi Arabia, they don't have sewer there either, and they don't even have a septic system. They just pump it into a fucking lake. Like, it's what happens when you try and run before you can walk in terms of infrastructure. You don't build these massive fucking sprawling cities of skyscrapers when you don't have basic fucking services hooked up. But it's all about the show, right? Oh, do not tell me. msfs hasn't detected my fucking tracker. Happy thoughts. I don't think I can fix this without restarting the sim, which is going to take over an hour. Give me one moment, chat. For fuck's sake. Give me a moment. I'm trying to see if it'll hot plug. Any crashing you hear is probably me smashing my head into the bottom of my desk. Bro. Oh, what the fuck? That wasn't even what I unplugged. I swear to God. Okay, so hot plugging has not fixed the situation, it's made it worse. We're gonna have to restart the sim. Oh, I hate when this happens. Well, don't worry. We're not going to end the stream or anything like that. We'll keep it going. Just give me a moment. We're going to play some SnowRunner again while we wait for the sim to reload. I just need to actually get it to sort itself out here. Figures the one day I actually start the sim before the stream and think I'm all prepared and totally ready, and this happens. The one fucking time. Okay. So we need to close Flight Sim. Then we need to make sure my tracker is even still going to work since I replugged it into a different port. Then we need to get Flight Sim starting back up and get SnowRunner starting back up, but we need to make sure my tracker gets hooked by fucking Flight Sim. Oh my fucking God. The music is intense because my mood is fucking intense right now. I'm about to fucking throw this thing out the window. Right. Well, I was going to be playing msfs, Gurn, but my tracker didn't fucking hook to it. And I can't rehook the tracker without restarting the entire sim. It's one of the downsides of the tracker system, is it cannot hook to something without restarting the game. At least not that I'm aware of. I've never found a way to do it. When it happens in DCS, it's a minor annoyance, because it takes me another 2-3 minutes to get back into the game. When it happens with msfs, it's a serious fucking problem. Because I still haven't got add-on linker set up, because I still haven't got my new hard drive plugged in. Because every time I need, like, every time I want to put my new hard drive in and get all that sorted, something else comes up. I'm going to be extremely busy for the next 2 weeks minimum, so fuck knows when that's going to happen now. I'm fucking about to. Seriously. Jesus Christ. In the world where I have over 1 terabyte of scenery and aircraft for it. And it takes a long time to load all of that. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm sure there's some reason, but it is extremely annoying because if it doesn't hook, you're screwed. You've got to restart the whole game. Now, to be fair, it's on me. I should have checked that both status lights were on. The left-hand light shows that the track IR is actually able to see its sensor. The right-hand light tells you that it's connected to the game. I did not notice that the right-hand light was out when I started the sim up before the stream. I should have. That's something I'm going to have to get in the habit of checking again, because it's a major annoyance to have to restart it. If you're into Normandy 2 on DCS, get ready to install another 100 plus gigabytes. I kind of want to get it because I want to be able to play DCS World War II stuff. And I don't have original Normandy, by the way. I have Channel, but not Normandy. Well, okay, put it this way. On my current open beta install of the game, which I actually play, I don't have it. I found out my dumbass actually has pretty much everything. I just would need to reinstall the game to get it. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I've got enough space for it on my SSD that DCS lives on. This is the problem, right? I've got both DCS and msfs running on SSDs, on NVMe SSDs. SSDs themselves are expensive. NVMe ones are really expensive. I have a pair of 2 terabyte ones. One for DCS, one for msfs. I already checked. I cannot upgrade even to another terabyte in size, let alone, you know, going up to 4 or 6 or whatever. I cannot afford it. It's just way too expensive. Like, you get up past about 4 terabytes for an NVMe and you're over $1,000. Even 3 or 4 is like over $500. I can't afford that kind of shit. So while my usual response to this problem would be just double the size of the storage, which is what I've done for my hard drives every time I run out of space on them, I cannot afford to do it with an NVMe. So with msfs, it's a little easier to solve, because once I actually do get my other hard drive installed and get add-on linker set up, I can move stuff in and out of my community folder as needed every time I launch a sim. And that'll also reduce the loading time, so we don't wait for an hour and a half for the fucking sim to load again. We can load it in 5, 10, 15 minutes, whatever. 15 is still pretty long, but like if I'm flying over a whole continent, 15 is reasonable, I think. It's a little harder to do that with DCS. I mean, I could probably get it to work with stuff sim-linked to other drives, which is how I've done this in the past with other games, but it's probably not ideal. Stick a couple cheaper 2 terabyte drives on those PCIe NVMe RAID cards. I don't know. I mean, that might be a thing. I've never looked into it, to be honest. Hey Marius, good to hear it, man. I'm glad that's all worked out for you. And hopefully you won't have to worry about any bullshit like that again. That sounded fucking awful, dude. Alright. I'll stop yapping and get SnowRunner up and running so you can at least watch me play something while we wait for msfs to reload. Should also get my HOTAS out of my way because it's kind of awkward to play SnowRunner with this sitting in front of my keyboard. One of the other things with getting my controller set up, well, getting a cable for it that actually interfaces with my PC is I've been replaying Cyberpunk. So this is my second Cyberpunk playthrough I'm on. And the driving physics have been adjusted, but they're like the driving physics I'm sure are better now, but the controls are dog shit on keyboard and mouse. Like driving on keyboard is misery in that game. So that's another situation where a controller would be preferable. Now, would a controller be preferable for the on-foot movement and shooting? Absolutely not, in my opinion. But for driving, it's a must because the driving is just so bad on keyboard. I've got a whole other thing I want to talk about with that game. I don't know if I'll stream it. I've said before, I don't really stream single-player story-driven stuff. There's a multitude of reasons. One of them is that it just kind of takes me out of the game. But I don't know, maybe one time while we're sitting on a loading screen or something, we can talk about that game. I've had a bit of a spiel on it in my Discord over the past few days. Some of you may have seen that. It's interesting. It's a very interesting one. If you already enjoyed the story, you can do a rerun. I'm playing a quite different character from last time, both in build and in Origin and in the way they approach problems. So it's kind of... I mean, obviously I know the main plot, but it's kind of a different experience still. I don't know. And there are other games which I probably will stream, single-player games, that I have played many years ago and really enjoyed. And I want to replay them and get reacquainted with their stories, but because I have played through them... and you know, it's the gameplay and the story are basically going to be exactly the same as last time. I probably will do that on stream. So that will be Dishonored and Deus Ex Human Revolution. I haven't played Mankind Divided and I haven't played Dishonored 2. So those are going to be off stream the first time I played them, and maybe in the distant future they'll be on stream. But the original Dishonored and the original, air quotes, modern Deus Ex game, those will be on stream. Eventually. Resident Evil 4. I've never played a Resident Evil game. Never in my life played a Resident Evil game. If there's one thing I've learned from SnowRunner, it's that I am in no position to criticize people for failing to reverse with a trailer. Alright, let's switch scenes here. I need to start listening to more Crowded House again. It's been way too long. My MILF stepmom is trendy on Steam. Perhaps you could give that a go. That sounds like something I might get removed from Twitch for. Just checked an open track worked when turning it on. Already spawned in a DCS mission. Third party had tracking Chad stay winning. Oh, nice. That's a feature that Natural Point should implement. I don't think they've updated the track IR software in the better part of fucking 15 years at this point. And generally it's good. Generally, the software works great, but that's one change they ought to fucking make. So far, my only criticisms of track IR have been how fucking flimsy and badly designed this thing is. But we'll make that too. This thing being a piece of shit, and the software not hooking the game when it's already running. Oh, I love this song. Michael was the best Bangle. You cannot convince me otherwise. Let's continue our existing game. Twitch allowed the boober close-up for Cyberpunk when... Yeah, Twitch allows a lot of stuff like that. The thing is, Twitch specifically prohibits... not dating games in general, I think. And some of them, like, some break the genre anyway, like Doki Doki, for instance. I was watching a stream of that just recently, actually. But the thing with Twitch is, if it's incidental TOS stuff, like if it's part of the game and it's intended to be part of the game and it's not a game purely about that, it's fine. So I think there's a few scenes in Detroit Become Human where there's Booba on the screen. Yeah, there is, because I remember seeing a clip of fucking XQC trying to, like, cover up his screen and shit by moving his face cam around. So stuff like that, or, like, in Cyberpunk is fine, as long as you don't, like, make a point of standing there and staring at it for 10 minutes. But, yeah, like, my MILF stepmom might be pushing it a bit. I have a suspicion it might be pushing it a bit. So what is it I need to do here? I don't remember where I was up to. Oh, that's right, we were going to go up. So we've refueled, we were going to go up here. We're going to grab the supply of whatever the fuck it is we get from the warehouse and drop it off at the polar base. So let's just do that now. Is there a radio now? I remember hearing a radio before. Hey Josh, good to see you, man. Excuse my very clumsy driving. It's been a hot minute since I played this. I gotta get used to the steering again. Hey Fenrir, good to see you, man.
Good to see you back.
Appreciate it. Cheers to the sub. And I will hopefully be catching you tomorrow evening. Don't know if I'll be able to fly along, but I will keep an eye out for the stream and shitpost in the chat the way I always do. Sticks in the way of chat. How are you doing? I am recovering from the flu, which I caught off my sister. But otherwise, I'm good. This doesn't have all drive. Doesn't have diff lock. Oh, that's right. This is a fucking road truck, isn't it? That's fine. As long as we keep moving, we'll be fine. We have a winch. A winch is all you need. Standing there and staring at as the intended existence of Booba and Cyberpunk. I mean, yes. Israel? What about Israel? Are you flying there in Flight Sim? Is that... Because you're doing a world tour, right? Is that where you're up to? I don't think I've flown over it on stream. I've flown over it. Oh, that's your info flight. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll have to fly along for that then. I would like to visit sometime. I have some cousins that I've never met, but given the current political climate, that might not be the best idea right now. So I can visit in the sim at least. I also want to visit the fucking armor museum at Lashrun, because they have all the bizarro, fucked up Israeli upgrades of stuff there, which I really want to see. Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck. We're stuck. One thing I will say, and this isn't to pay out on Ugra, I think Ugra do a pretty decent job, and Normandy too, I think they're doing in conjunction with AD, or they might be doing it wholly themselves. It looks okay. But I will say that the Syria map in DCS does not do the Levant justice. Like, you fly over that in Flight Sim and you see the colours. The desert, the cultivated areas, it's so colourful. Like, large parts of Israel are just the most beautiful green. Syria, Western Syria in particular, like southwestern Syria, is like reds and purples and all these wonderful colours. You just don't see it in DCS Syria. It's a shame. I understand that a large part of that's due to limitations of how terrain works in DCS, but still, it does sell the region rather short. Is this even the right road? Yes, it is. I shouldn't have stopped. Variation even in the desert's so vibrant. Yeah, people really don't understand just how much variation there is in a desert. Like, even in the Great Sand Sea in North Africa, for instance, there's different colours of sand. You know, and not just the sand itself, but the mirage effect you get from the sun beating down on it. It's, you know, if you look at, for example, during the North Africa campaign, the British camouflage patterns they used for their ground vehicles, they weren't just brown, the Germans did that. But the British camo patterns were purple and pastel blue and pink and green, because in the desert, especially during the middle of the day, you see all these colours come out. They might be there natively, or it might just be the effect of the sun beating down, but you see so many colours. I flew... Who was I flying with? I think it was with Burstix just recently, around the Ethiopian highlands, around the plateaus in Ethiopia. And me, as ever, taking the worst aircraft imaginable. I took the fucking Beech 18 to an altitude it can barely fly at. People live up there. People farm up there. It's like fucking 11, 12,000 feet in the air, and people just lead a normal life up there. It's pretty crazy. But also, CCM did a group flight around Malawi just the other day. So I went along on that in the Antu and the Caribou. That was quite beautiful as well. We may have screwed ourselves here. I might have to off-road this, because the road is churned up enough. Whoop. The road is churned up enough that I'm going to have trouble getting out. Yeah, counter-steering's not helping. So what we're going to do is we're going to winch ourselves off the road. Get out from behind that dialogue box. We'll winch ourselves off the road, and then just winch between lampposts if we have to. On the return trip, it should be a little easier because we're coming downhill. Shouldn't be as much of an issue. Shouldn't the mud be frozen solid? One would think, but don't apply logic to this game. But yeah, this would probably be permafrost country. It's kind of funny, because aren't the developers of this series Russian? They're Eastern European, I'm pretty sure, aren't they? You would think they would know how permafrost works. I mean, maybe they're from the south. I was kind of hoping that would give me more range. Oh, this is Queens. I was like, what is this song? I don't remember putting this on my playlist. It's fucking Queens of the Stone Age. I need to keep an eye out for when they're next coming to Australia, because I have twice now missed out on tickets to go see them. And I am not missing a third time. So, for those who are lucky enough to have never seen me play this game before, we've had a few discussions about how important it is to find, like, a diverse group of playtesters, so you can make sure that your game doesn't have ridiculously cheesable mechanics like this. Now, I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I find this funny, so I don't find this detracts from the game, for me, because it's amusing. But I'm pretty sure the devs didn't intend for monkeys like me to be able to just winch their way to victory in a truck that is meant for on-road only. Like, this is a highway truck. This thing really isn't designed... No modifications, by the way. Like, no fancy snow tires or anything. You're really supposed to upgrade to a proper, like, off-road truck before you do shit like this. Not me. Not me. Ain't nobody got time or money for that. I just took this thing and winched my way to victory. And you can get away with it. As long as you don't get too far from something the winch will hook onto, you are Gucci. Because you can just pull yourself through anything. And if the winch alone won't do it, the combination of winch and counter steer will do it. So I'm going to pull myself back onto the road here, because we're above the hill and we're above the chewed up section that I kind of munted up earlier. I'm not sure if the road surface state saves between game restarts. Like, I'm not sure if that's a thing. Because if it does, that would explain why I had trouble getting back up that hill, because I chewed it up last time I came up. But if it doesn't, then I might have just got lucky last time. Get yourself a controller for this game? Yeah. Again, I have a controller for my Xbox, I just need to get a cable so I can plug it into my PC. It's been on the to-do list for years, I just keep forgetting to do it, because something else always comes up. It's a forbidden slushy. Isn't that where the marathon world champions come from? What, the Ethiopian plateau, probably. Combination of, you know, a still pretty traditional lifestyle of running around out bush and high altitude, giving you better lung capacity. That's the reason why Gurkhas are such highly sought after soldiers, aside from the fact that, you know, it's become a culturally ingrained thing for them. Because they live so high up the mountains, they're really, really, like, they have amazing stamina and physical strength, because their bodies are adapted to work off less oxygen. So, it's kind of like fucking supercharging or turbocharging a piston engine, right? When you bring a Gurkha down to sea level, there's so much oxygen in the air that they can just pull energy from nowhere. It's incredible. It's why, still like halfway there. It's why if you're, you know, in India or in the UK, somewhere which does have a significant contingent of Gurkhas in its military, and you see like a tiny Asian man in the street, and you think, oh yeah, bit of an easy mark, I'll go pick on him. Big mistake, dude. Big mistake. Gilson was saying one time near him, a bunch of fucking local youths decided they were gonna mug this guy who's about 5 foot tall, you know, little old 5 foot tall Asian man. Oh yeah, easy target, right? Nah, he's a fucking ex-Gurkha. When the fucking coppers finally arrived to the scene, he had 2 of them fucking tied together so they couldn't fucking move, and one of them was crying. Come on. That's gonna pull over that tree, but it might get me just far enough. It did. So yeah, it's probably the same thing. And that's the thing too, like, you see this with the Bushmen as well, and Bushmen are the other side of Africa, they're sort of southwest Africa. Well, all through South Africa, I think. But they still lead the traditional lifestyle which humans evolved for, which is, I don't think they're hunter-gathering as much, they're more like nomadic herders now. There's still a lot of nomadic herding cultures in Africa. But that's, like, humans originally succeeded evolutionarily because we have stamina, and things like gazelles don't. A gazelle can sprint for a couple hundred meters, and then it dies on its ass. A human can jog for, like, 10, 15, 20 kilometers, at least a fit human who leads the right lifestyle, and they'll run the animal down eventually. Like, most prey animals are optimized for short bursts of extreme speed, and so are most natural predators. Humans are optimized not for speed, but for endurance. And that's why humans are so successful as a species, is because before we invented any of the modern comforts we have, before we even established agriculture as a common practice, we were able to just run down animals, and they couldn't do anything about it because nothing else had done that. You know, no animal was adapted to get away from an endurance predator because endurance predators hadn't existed to that point. Now, having said that, my endurance drops out after about 100 meters. Like, I can sprint really well for 100 meters, and then I'm fucking dying. So not all humans are made equal in physical terms, which is also, honestly, part of why we're successful. We play on each other's strengths. Being a social animal and having a great diversity of traits between different individuals is OP. Very OP. Which is why every time somebody carries on about how, you know, it's all about competition, that's the way forward, it's like, nah bro. Competition's useful in the right circumstances, but cooperation is what got humanity where it is. It has been 42 minutes and we've already got political. Oh, right, I want to turn right here. I've kind of screwed myself. Never underestimate old men in general. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, I know some older guys who would fucking beat the shit out of not just me, but anyone my age. Like, they're fucking hard. One of the regulars at my old local, when I lived up in Newcastle, I'm not sure if he's still going, I'll have to ask Eli if he is, but Les, he was a World War II and Korea veteran, and he was 90-something years old last time I saw him, and he would come down every day to the local, sit at the bar in his favourite seat, have a few drinks, like, he's 90-something, he'd walk down there, like, my grandmother, on both sides, actually, both my grandmothers were hard as nails. The women in my family are scary, in a good way. So, my grandmother on dad's side, she lived into her 90s. She probably would have lived past 100 if she'd been put into a better home when she got, when she finally fell ill. But it's a topic for another day, and probably not for a stream. But yeah, like, into her 90s, she was very fit. She would go out walking everywhere. She'd go out walking in the middle of winter, a couple miles to the store and back. Like, when we were kids and she was in her 70s and 80s, we'd knock a ball over the fence and she'd jump the fence to go get it. Like, my grandmother on the other side, she had a really, really bad injury which nearly killed her. When she was in her 70s from memory, and she was expected to... I've gone past it, haven't I? She was expected to, have a very... Oh, right, I was supposed to cut the corner on this because of the water. She was supposed to only have probably a couple of years to live at most. She went for another 20-odd years, dude. And it was cancer that finally ended up getting her, and, like, my family doesn't have a history of cancer. She just lived so long that by sheer chance she ended up developing it. I don't know what it is about my family, but whatever other conditions we may have, we're very fucking hard to kill, apparently. SnowRunner in Boston. Yep. Yep, we gotta wait for msfs to load again, because Tracker didn't hook the game. Happy. So we're playing some SnowRunner, because I'd like to do some Gonna Heat PC today, but GHPC doesn't play nice with msfs loading. Like, it runs fine, it's just that, like, the mouse will go off screen and then I'll click to engage something, it causes issues, so we might do some after msfs, depending how we're going for time. But, yeah, we're doing some SnowRunner, and, of course there's going to be Boston. It's one of my dad's favourite bands, and as a result, it's one of my favourite bands. Brad Delp had a hell of a voice. So many of my childhood memories of, like, going anywhere in the car with Dad, especially if it was just me and him, like if we were going to a car club meetup or something, we'd be listening to Boston. Like, so much of my childhood is just in the car with Dad, listening to Boston. And I know I'm getting behind chat here. It takes a great amount of concentration to winch your way to victory, guys. I'm sorry. Give me a moment. Get myself out of this mess. What am I stuck on? It must be a rock or something? Question mark? Probably high-centered. Oh no, I had the wheel cranked over, so it was acting as a brake. Sweat glands OP. Yeah, absolutely. Humans are just such an interesting, like, evolutionary case. Pretty much min-maxing. We're not the biggest, we're not the strongest, we're not the fastest. At this point, given the state of the world, you could make a strong fucking argument we're not the most intelligent either. But we have just enough of everything. Look, humans, if just humor me here, if we assume intelligent design, which isn't necessarily mutually exclusive with evolution in my opinion, but if we assume intelligent design, then whoever fucking came up with the pattern for humans is a fucking gamer. We've got that American military-industrial complex thing going on, where you design a piece of equipment that's just good at everything. It doesn't have any real specific weaknesses. I always like that about the American designs. They aren't usually the... Well, these days, you could make the argument. But, like, back in World War II, for instance, or before that, they were never really the best in any given trait, but they were good at everything. And especially when you're fighting expeditionary wars on the other side of the world, that is a good thing. That's what you want. You look at the, for example, World War II German designs or Soviet designs, just Soviet designs in general, not World War II specifically, and there's a lot of min-max going on. There's a lot of specialized stuff, whereas the Americans, they didn't really do specialization, and it was to their benefit. Specialization is the enemy of logistics, and if there's one thing the Yanks are fucking great at, it's logistics. God is designing species for a battle royale of the universe, honestly. Wouldn't surprise me at this point. Someone's having a great big cosmic laugh at us at the moment, that's for sure. This is one of my other childhood favorites. I used to love listening to this. This song was on the radio like every day when we lived in the UK. I know I've told this story before on stream, but like when we moved to Australia, for whatever reason, I didn't hear this song for years and years and years. And it, like, I was so broken up, oh, I'm never going to hear my favourite song again. And then one day on the way to school, I heard it. As soon as I heard that fiddle in the intro, I knew. One of those moments where you're so happy you could actually cry. This is not ideal. We'll try cross-winching. I need to get myself off this rock. So we're gonna intentionally pull from the wrong side of the truck. Do a little bit of steering. Problem is I've got nothing on the other side to pull from. And I can't winch off this because it's gonna pull me backwards. Pull the arse end of the truck around maybe, but it's probably gonna get me up on that rock again. Yeah, it did. I need to get just close enough to the other side. What we might do is we'll cross here and hook off that tree. I need to get myself close enough to the other side that I can winch over there. In fact... Oh, no, we're stuck. I was going to say we might not even need to winch, but we will. We're still a bit short. Hey, Max.
LMAO 4 years.
Why did you say it was 4 years? Why did you give me an existential crisis? But thanks, appreciate it. Good to see you. 4 years. Man, fuck. It honestly doesn't feel like 4 years, and I feel like COVID is only part of the reason it doesn't feel like 4 years. I don't know, it's... I was talking about, game design with some of the guys in Harry's Discord the other day, and the topic of Halo and Call of Duty and their influence on each other came up. And I kind of realized, like... It's difficult for me to remember which sequence the games came out in now, because they all came out quite close to each other. But back then, it felt like I was waiting a lifetime for Halo 2 to come out, or for Halo 3 to come out. Or, you know, for Halo Custom Edition, for modding on the PC, because you can only do very limited work with the original Halo PC port. You had to wait for the Custom Edition to do custom maps and add-ons like that. It felt like forever, and now it's just like, oh yeah, that's probably not even a year. Probably not even 6 months. You're older, time feels much faster now. Yeah, I hate it. Really hate it. It's kind of terrifying. And then I guess when you get really old, it slows right down again. because, you know, you've got nothing to do, and unfortunately for a lot of older people, you got no one to talk to, because either all your friends and family have already died off, or they've just kind of, you know, your kids and grandkids or whatever are doing their own thing. This may or may not work. It works. Use this thing as a fucking winch point, because it's got some decent weight to it. Then, we're still out of range for that, though. But not that. I'm going to need to refuel this thing, so I'll probably bring up the pickup. Just refuel off that. What would be really handy is one of the small fuel trailers. For that, I'm worried I'm going to be the last one standing. That's a very real worry in my family because of how long-lived we seem to be. Now, of course, that might skip my generation because genetics is a fuck. It might have just been my grandparents' generation that gets to live forever. I'm not sure yet. I'm hoping my parents go for a long time as well, because I honestly don't know what the fuck me and my sister are going to do without our parents, because, like, you know, we are very heavily reliant on them. Our family in general is very close-knit. You know, families are usually not perfect, and ours isn't either, but I'm lucky in that I have very loving, caring parents who are always, like, there when I need them, and I get along really well with them, partly because we're so similar. But, yeah, like, that's a very real concern for me, because I don't know how long I'm gonna live, but I'm guessing short of any unnatural influence or the world getting so bad that it kind of cancels it out, I'm expecting to probably live into my mid to late 80s, if not later. And that's like, you know, without having rich person healthcare or anything. That just seems to be the default for my family, is we tend to live into our 90s. And potentially longer if we have good fucking healthcare. What was it I needed? I should have checked that before I got here. Where's the... Hang on. I'm having a moment, chat. Bricks, metal beams, fuel. How do I... Bricks. Okay. So I was tracking that trailer. I don't need to track it. I can come back to it later. Bricks. What was it for headlights again? L. Makes sense. Got to sleep. Next job interview tomorrow morning. Hey, good luck, man. And have a good sleep. I will hopefully hear from you afterwards, how it went. I have not a job interview as such, but I have a, like, it's a assisted onboarding process, because, you know, I'm one of them disableds. It's like a internship / hiring program for fucking autistic people. So me being a puzzle piece, I get to take part in this. It's for... One of them's a public service job, the other one's private sector but contracted to public service, so they're good jobs, well-paying, decent hours, although they're full-time, and pretty close to me, so... one of them I know I got through to the next round for, so I'm going to have like a week's worth of workshops where they basically just check our skills and see how well we adapt to the things we're going to be doing and all that fun stuff. Make sure that we're like not too antisocial to work in a fucking office. I'll cut the corner again. The other one I think I'm going to get into as well, but I've just got to make sure. Dragging myself across the floor to finish this semester right now. Yeah. So I had my enrollment withdrawn from the course I was on before because it's just like there's not much point continuing with that course if I'm going to switch anyway. Like there's a bit of crossover between modules, but not enough to justify it. And also, a lot of this semester would be devoted to placement for that course, which is not... Like, I'd have to do placement on the course I want to do anyway, and they're not compatible. So, I had my enrollment withdrawn for that, but I managed to get through to them on the course that I wanted to switch to, and it looks like I should be able to pick that up next semester. The only thing is, if I get one of these two jobs... They're full-time jobs, and they're going to conflict with it, so I'll probably end up doing part-time study if I get them. So, what that means for the stream, in short, is I know things have been super irregular lately, and that's probably not going to improve. It may even get worse. I am sorry for that, guys, but it is what it is. I'm pretty pressed for time and energy lately, and I've got to kind of look out for myself at the moment. Which is annoying, because I really enjoy streaming, and I'd like to stream more often. I would genuinely like to be able to go back to streaming every day, or every other day, but I just don't have the time anymore. I also don't want to burn myself out on it, like, come close a few times. But I don't want to get to the point where streaming becomes a chore, and I don't want to do it anymore. Because for me, like, this isn't a fucking money-making enterprise, right? This isn't something I do because I plan to make a fucking living off of it. This is something I do because I enjoy it and I like hanging out with you guys. You know, it's an enjoyable thing to get to sit and chat with you guys and play games. So I really don't want to get to the point where I'm working and streaming so much that I burn myself out. Going forwards, I reckon we'll probably stick to at least one stream a week for Armor. And because that's kind of convenient to lead into stuff after Armor, it'll probably be more of the same. So, like where I've been streaming on Mondays mostly, Mondays my time, expect that to continue. I would like to get extra days in. I know some of you have trouble making it on Mondays, because it'd be like Sunday for a lot of my European and American viewers. American as in the continent. So, I know it's not ideal for some of you guys. The VODs are always up. The VODs will always be up. So, I've been pretty behind on putting them on YouTube, as some of you would have noticed. I'm getting around to it. It's just, I'm way behind on so many things at the moment. If they're not up on YouTube, they'll be up on Twitch. So just bear that in mind. If you're waiting for a VOD and it's not on YouTube, check my Twitch. It'll be on here, if nothing else. And they will eventually go up on YouTube. There's very few exceptions to that. The only time I don't put a VOD on YouTube is if it just ends up being such a dumpster fire of a stream that, like, nothing good comes of it. You know, like, I'm a grumpy asshole all stream, we don't play anything, whatever. There's only been, like, 3 or 4 streams like that in the past 4 years, so... It's not a common thing. Oopsies, we might be in trouble here. We are in trouble here. I can reach that, though. This guy's got such a good voice. This is just... I don't even remember how I found this video. It's just some random dude busking somewhere. It's not even the full song, because it didn't record all the way through, but fuck, he's got a good voice. If I miss a lecture, I struggle learning it afterwards. Yeah, I'm like that. If I miss something, I tell myself, oh, I can catch up later. I never catch up later. I don't mind pulling these trees over, as long as they get me where I need to go. Like, I can just kind of use them as expendable winch things to get myself to a better tree, or to a pole. Having said that, I feel like we're getting stuck a lot more today than usual. I almost want to say I feel like they've done some tweaking, but I don't think this has been patched. I think it's just that I'm more incompetent than usual today. This doesn't have a diff lock. I tried following the ball, but that didn't help either. Hey, Ultra, good to see you. This is a road truck. This is a highway truck. We don't even have all-wheel drive, let alone a diff lock. Ain't nobody got the time or the money to save up for a proper fucking off-road truck, so we're just doing it old school. Winch to victory. Okay, so I'm gonna get off-road. I don't want to get into the rocks, though, because I'll high center myself. I want to get onto rocky ground through the stream, because rocky ground underwater is good for traction. But I don't want to high center, which I'm going to. Okay, we're going to back up. Jeep leaked out all its radiator fluid, I think, in the garage, just on a... But yeah, it's a Jeep. What did you expect, Max? That's just how Jeeps do, my dude. Like... You've owned it for how many years? You should know this. Jeep machine spirits are angry by default. Jeeps... the machine spirit of a Jeep is just perpetually angry. It's born angry. Come around to hating this course. Thank God the finals tomorrow. What was it you were doing again, Max? It's like some environment... Like it's not... Is it environmental science or like something that has crossover with biology or life sciences? I remember that much. Because you were doing like field work, going and picking bugs and flowers and fun stuff. Ecology, this is zoology. Oh, okay. I gotcha. To be honest, that's one of my big fears that's kept me from doing a lot of different things study or work-wise, is like I'm terrified that I'll pick something up because it's something I'm interested in and it'll make me hate it. And then my fucked up puzzle piece brain, once something kind of gives me a negative experience, it turns me off all things that make me think of that thing. Like I develop an aversion to something really quickly. It's like the shittiest fucking Pavlov's classical conditioning you could think of. So I'm really scared I'll do that with something I genuinely really like, and I'll just hate it for the rest of my life. But at the same time, I need to try and get out of that mindset, because it's stopping me from trying things. Like, you're not going to know if you like it or not if you don't try it, right? So it's something I'm working on. Because I'm on the NDIS, which for my non-Australian friends is like... It's the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Basically what it is the government giving grants to disabled people, but instead of giving disabled people a support payment they can use to live on, it gives them money they have to spend on different support services. So, like, on the one hand it's good, because it means I have to do capacity building shit that I wouldn't do naturally of my own will. But on the other hand, it would make my life so much easier and less stressful if they just gave me a fucking disability support pension. Which used to be really easy to get back in the 80s and 90s, and now they're basically impossible, even if you are horribly physically fucking disfigured. You know, they require you to go to a review every 6 months to prove you're not going to grow back your missing limbs or whatever. So the DSP is basically unattainable for someone like me. But the NDIS means I do get paid to, or like I get supports which the NDIS pays for, and one of them is I get a shrink. And so, like, I think the most constructive thing is working on my time management, my goals, and my ability to focus. So that's what we've been sticking with. Like, I don't think I'm depressed enough to need to see a shrink about depression, and I think most of my depression comes from the world being fucked up anyway, so it's like, you can't cure that because it's out of my control. Plus, I haven't been too bad recently. But, I figured, you know what? We'll use it for time management and goal setting. So that's one of the things I've been trying to work through, is, like, my habit of avoiding things because I'm worried I'll have an unpleasant experience. It's also one of the reasons I don't actually have a driver's license. I can drive. I've been driving since I was in my teens. But I was so worried I'd fail the exam. And I was worried that I'd do my usual thing of, I fail an exam once, I never reattempt it. which is also, by the way, why I haven't flown for like 6 years. I didn't study, I didn't sleep, I went in to do the basic aeronautical knowledge exam, which is a theory exam. It's one I could have easily passed if I'd bothered to study and get some sleep. But I didn't pass it on the first attempt. I didn't fail it badly either. I just didn't pass. And it was like, well, guess that's me then. And between that and being overloaded with work, it just turned into, well, I'll get back to flying when I have time, which turned into, I'll get back to flying when I have money, which turned into, I'll get back to flying one day. So it's something I've been trying to kick. You're an Oilers fan? I'm leaving now. Look. I have it bad enough with not winning a fucking anything for how many fucking years now? When was the last time the Oilers actually were in the serious contention for the Cup, besides last year? They didn't quite get there. It was like, what, 2006? The last time they got seriously close, before Chris Pronger left. Don't make my life harder than it already is. At least last postseason they went pretty well. They choked at the end. I figured they would. They always do, but there were some good games. Yeah, Gretzky was who made the Oilers what they were, basically. Like, one of the main streets in Edmonton is named Wayne Gretzky Drive. There's a statue of him outside the Coliseum, or was it outside Rogers? It might be outside Rogers, I think. Can't remember. One of my cousins, she works for, or worked for CBC, I'm not sure if she still does, but she's ran into him out in town a few times. It's Rogers, yeah. And there's like... I can't remember if it's Gateway or Calgary Trail, but there's like a mural of Joey on the side of a building right as you come through Strathcona. There's like 2 murals of Joey, I think. There's one that everyone knows about in town, and then there's that one as you come into town through Strathcona. I wish I got a picture of it last time I was home. It's a beautiful mural. We need fuel, so we're going to switch trucks. We'll take this, and we'll just siphon out of it. Consider just not being a Leafs fan? I mean, I'm not a Leafs fan. Oh, you're talking to Jeff. Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss, Jeff. You're 50-something years of losses, in fact. I did have a Leafs jersey. Like, I was never a big Leafs fan, but I don't even remember who bought me it. Someone bought me a Leafs jersey when I was a real little kid. And it was many sizes too big, so I used to wear it right up to my teens. And of course, if you're going to get a Leafs jersey, you get one from, you know, Ty Domi. But yes, I'm an Oilers fan. I'm an Edmonton boy. Who else am I going to go for? Fucking Calgary? That's the main cause of feuding in my family, is that my fucking older sister is a fucking Flames fan. This current is kind of giving me bad vibes, man. I would like to not get pushed into the deep water, thank you. We should turn our headlights on, that might be helpful. You guys cooming in my chat? Jesus Christ. It's bad enough when Horny World takes over the Discord. Now you're taking over my Twitch chat as well. Youth hockey team was named after the Leafs, and in true form we were arse almost every year. It's funny because when you start talking to Leafs fans, they're like, yeah, but look how many Stanley Cups we have. It's like, yeah, now how many people are still alive that actually remember the last time they won one of those? Brother grew up playing hockey with Ty Domi's kid. Nice. Look, the way I'm built, I wouldn't be much of a hockey player. I'm a fucking stick insect, right? Got no weight to me. I'm very fragile in the sense that my joints are all fucked, as I found out in the army, unfortunately. But my sister is a brick shithouse, to the point where her school had to stop playing contact sports because she was putting so many kids in fucking hospital. She used to play... They didn't play ice hockey, unfortunately. They weren't based enough for that, but they used to play, like, slide hockey or something. Which I'm told is different than field hockey. How many different hockeys are there? But yeah, she was on their slide hockey team, and she was relegated to being the goalie because she was injuring so many kids. And even then, putting her in goal was a mistake because she was so physically large that she took up most of the goal. I should also note that my sister started school like a year early, so she was a year or 2 years younger than most of the kids she was playing. Which made it especially funny during, you know, inter-school sports events where the other kids' parents would be complaining, "Oh, look at that kid. She's way too big to be playing in on this team. She should be playing with the, you know, with the 2 age groups up." And my mum's like, she's the youngest one there by at least a year. And it's like... Sister sounds very cool. Please use a different word. I'm not sure what the please use a different word is in response to, but your sister sounds very cool. Yeah, I would say a different word would be suitable there. That's not gonna work. What am I even doing? I'm trying to fuel it, not winch it. My brain can just turn on. Cooming? It's cooming all morning to a furry YouTuber playing Resident Evil 4, getting all restaurants on shooting gallery stuff. I got accused correctly of cooming last night when I was playing Gunna Hate PC. I posted a bunch of screenshots in Harry's Discord, and Josh is like, "You're cooming." Maybe. Fuel. V. Refuel. I remember how to play this game-ish. 35 liters. Wait. Oh, right, you press it for incremental or hold it for the whole thing. Okay. No, let's... Yeah, 72 liters in that. No. Brain, please. 20 liters in this. 52... Yeah, okay, that's good. That'll get us easily to the fucking servo. And then this will just drive back to the servo. Easy, easy, easy. Does cool mean something else in Australia? No, my sister's just not cool. She's a fucking giant nerd. And she's my sister, so I'm, like, contractually obliged to just mock her endlessly. Gonna ask if you wanna... Oh, hey, Adam! Good to see ya. Adam here is the one that got me SnowRunner, actually. And, also... got me, Deep Rock, which I still need to play. My sister plays it too, so she can teach me. She can carry me. So, thanks again for that. Appreciate it. And sorry it took me so long to get around to streaming it. But yeah, co-op SnowRunner sometime sounds good. I've just got to figure out when. So I was saying before, my schedule for the next couple of weeks is pretty full up. I've got family out from Canada, and I've got a week-long workshop to do. God knows how many other things, but definitely, definitely. And Ultra and anyone else who also has this and feels like playing, feel free to drop me an invite whenever. I may not be able to attend, but just drop me the invite. And if I'm not doing anything, or I'm not doing anything fun, and I can get away with not doing the thing I am doing, then I will come along. Hello? What's that catching on? Did you see that I sure hope a murderer doesn't show up conversation? No. I'm scared to ask now. Interesting, you like to make fun of women. No, just my sister specifically. Besides, like I said, my sister is built like a brick shithouse, so despite being 9 years younger than me and, like, you know, about half my height, she's fucking scary. If I push her far enough, she'll beat the shit out of me, which she has done in the past. So, I've got to watch myself with that one. Like I was saying earlier, the women in my family are fucking scary. Is she single? No, she's not. You know, if they're not physically intimidating, they're fucking emotionally intimidating. Actually, going back to what I was saying about my grandmother on Dad's side, she is American. She's from Spokane. She came up to Alberta, up to, it was fucking Thorsby, where they settled. But she came up to Alberta with her mother, so my dad's great-granny, or sorry, my dad's granny, my great-granny, who I never met, on a covered wagon, so with her mum and her sisters, and Dad's stories of Granny, his granny, are something, I'll tell you. They're fucking something. My whole family is basically a case study, and the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, honestly. To the point where, like, if you look at a photo of me, my dad, and my grandfather, like his dad, all around the same age, the only way you can tell us apart is Grandpa has a gap between his front teeth. Otherwise, we look identical. And we basically have the same personality as well. Although I didn't inherit my dad's special person strength, unfortunately. What am I doing? I want to go to the garage. No. Shit. My brain's on autopilot if it wasn't fucking obvious at this point. That's going to be a problem, because now I'm going to have to drive all the way back. I didn't even... It did not occur to me you can garage shit from the fucking servo. I know there was a prompt, and I pressed the button the prompt told me to press. You have to understand, my brain, it did not see the text. Fuck me. Okay, well, whatever. We achieved our mission, which was refueling this thing. I'm so far behind on chat as well. I know I missed like half an hour's worth. I'm going to have to scroll up to catch up on. It's because you're 5 months behind on meme channel. Yes. I am a bit. Oops. Well, this is the problem, right? I don't have time to even keep up with all the channels in my own Discord. In fact, I've only been able to keep up with 2 or 3 channels in my own Discord recently, let alone all the other Discords I'm in. It's a nightmare. Discord and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race, and particularly for the ADHD having race. Now, as long as I don't get turbo stuck, I should be okay. I gotta be careful I don't accidentally counter steer in mud. I've been doing that a lot, because like I said, I've got to get used to the steering system in this where it doesn't auto-center. So I've got to keep an eye on which way the wheels are pointing when I'm in mud. Otherwise, I'm just kind of screwing myself. Checking on Discord to see if anyone else wants to play. Yeah, definitely. So I know some of you already utilize it, but we do have a channel specifically for like organizing games, the Find a Wingman channel. It is probably badly underutilized, to be fair. So if you guys want to play with someone, just drop a message in there. Someone will probably eventually see it. And it is one of the channels I check whenever somebody posts in it. Just I can't always play. Oh, this not good. That's gonna pull over. Fittingly tragic music. I was going to say that's a good solid looking tree. It's not that solid looking, obviously. It won't pull over fully though, so we're good. Pretty sure you can change the steering behavior in the options. You probably can. Just that if I change it, it'll probably be like... I'll probably find out that it was better off this way, if that makes sense. I'm playing with a keyboard and mouse, so... Until I get my controller hooked up, this is probably the best way to do it. I'm allowed to play this song, because it is true for me. For our American friends, I'm not sure if Ian Drury was ever really a big thing there, but he was pretty big in the UK and Commonwealth. Mostly for highly inappropriate songs that they don't tend to play on the radio anymore, this being one of them. And he was actually disabled, and this was his kind of way of lashing out at the way everyone wants to be seen to care about disabled people, but nobody wants to actually do anything. Because it makes them uncomfortable. One of the many wonderful cases of social critique, pointed social critique, from a person who, you know, who is talking from a position of personal experience, being censored, essentially, because it's not, I'm not going to say politically correct, because people abuse that term, but because it's not comfortable. You know, it's not advertiser friendly. What's his disability? Trying to remember. He had... I think he had polio when he was really young, and he was left permanently crippled from it. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. So he was, because he was, you know, one of the, he was born in sort of the last generation in the West to get polio, during, I think there was like a big epidemic in the early 60s, right around, like, right before it was eradicated in the so-called First World. And he got it really badly, and it left him crippled, you know, Forrest Gump style. Shitposting / reading time on Discord has been severely cut down since I started working at the lab part last week. Yeah. Yeah, you can generally tell when I've got a lot of shit going on because I'll just get even further behind. My problem is because I have the whole ADHD fucking FOMO thing, I will just stop checking a channel because I don't want to lose my place, and I'll just get further and further behind because I'll never catch up. So, if you want me to see something, ping me directly, and I'll probably see it in my notifications, but I can't guarantee I'll reply, because then I'll lose my place. It's one of those dumb things. I should probably work through that with my fucking shrink as well, to be honest, but it's lower priority. Okay. Is there a way to... There is, isn't there? You hold middle mouse to clear... Yeah, clear waypoints. Okay. And then from there... from there, we'll see what we do next. I need to pick up that trailer. I don't think I'll be able to take it with me this time, because I'm so heavily loaded. I might. I might get away with it. How do I track? Hello? I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. Every time I play this, I forget the controls, because it's usually a couple weeks apart. Boyfriend has ADHD, and it was one of the many things that clicked between us. Yeah, it's one of those things. ADHD and autism people alike seem to attract each other, I've noticed. Like, a lot of my sister's social circle are autism and or ADHD. A lot of mine are autism and or ADHD. We just seem to get along really well. I guess it's one of those things, right? You know, you kind of find your people, inevitably. Neurodivergent folks are just JoJo stand users. I am not enough of a knower to get the reference. I know what JoJo is, I just don't know what the reference is, but I'll take your word for it. Oh no. This could be awkward. River crossings are a bit sketch at the best of times. Oh, the ADHD. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, very much so. It's funny as well, because you look at the DSM and the autism and ADHD diagnosis criteria, like, they're supposed to be mutually exclusive, but ask anyone who has them, it's like, no, they come as a package deal. You buy one, you get one free with ADHD and autism. It's extremely common for them to coexist. Don't know why, but it just is. Oh, no. No. Come on. Stand users are just fated to cross paths? I gotcha, yeah. That sounds about right. I should stream Mafia 3 sometime. I fucking love that game. Best soundtrack. Like, straight up, just best soundtrack. You could make the argument that setting a game in the 60s is basically cheating in terms of having a good soundtrack, but fuck, man, it's so good. What I dealt with losing the unread spot is copy-pasting a post. Yeah, I've actually got a hidden channel in the Discord for that. Deep Lore, Rosscord Deep Lore here. I have a hidden channel for that where I bookmark a couple of channels, but the problem is I've kind of gone back and caught up for a few days after that, where somebody's tagged me, and then it's fucked. I'm just hoping that when I'm, like, old and grey, and I've got literally nothing better to do anymore besides just sit reading Discord. Start tracking. I'm hoping that the Discord servers are still up, although that's kind of dystopic in itself, or at least that there's like an offline cache I can draw on. Discord actually does cache a lot of stuff offline, I just don't think it's normally accessible. Oh, folks home Discord, yeah. I know, right? Well, I mean, fucking Ukraine's running half its war effort over Discord. You may as well run a fucking nursing home over it. Cheers to the bits, Polo. Appreciate it. Yeah, so two things. First of all, I was going to go hiking with my sister today. But I realized that being on the bus for an extended period while I'm recovering from a normal flu would be a really bad idea if somebody else on the bus had the spicy flu, because COVID's bad enough by itself. I don't want to have COVID while I'm recovering from a normal flu. And also, you know, it's common courtesy to not give anyone else normal flu, although my sister is probably the one I got this off of. So I put that on the back burner until probably week after next, because next week I'm going to be busy through the week. And then I've got an appointment tomorrow morning, which I'm not sure if I'm going to go to for the same reason. I don't want to expose myself to COVID, potentially. But we'll see. I figured, look, if I'm not doing what I was expecting to be doing today, I was going to stream on Monday, but obviously I chose to sleep in so I could have energy to spend with my family. So I figured we'd stream today. And you know what? If I do end up not going to my appointment tomorrow, I'm not saying I'll stream tomorrow, but we might have one over the weekend. We'll see how we go. So my aunt and uncle, one of my aunts and uncles, big family, are visiting from Canada. I think this is actually their first time in Australia, because usually it's us that flies over and visits the Canadian side of the family. It's pretty rare for them to come out here. And so I've been trying to spend as much time with them as I can, because I don't know when I'll be able to get to Canada next, and I just really enjoy being around my family. Even Dad's side of the family, you know, I think I've said before on stream, Dad's side of the family is where a lot of the drama originates from, because we're all very competitive drama queens. Like I said, me and Dad are basically the same person, and it affects both of us. But I do love being around them. And most of their dramas are with each other, not with us, so it's all good. My job has me and everyone getting COVID constantly. Probably fast food is a bastard. Oh yeah, dude. Like, it's fucked. Some stats got released just the other day, and there are more COVID deaths in Australia now than at any point in the pandemic. Like, during the phase of the pandemic where everyone cared that there was a pandemic. Way more COVID deaths now than at any other point. And people just don't care anymore. Like, the majority of people don't give a shit. And I have to admit, I'm probably due for a booster, and I haven't had it yet. I did get, like, double vaxxed, and I had a booster after that, but I think I'm overdue for the next booster. And I don't usually wear a mask anymore. I'll wear it sometimes on the bus if, like, I'm feeling a bit iffy, or, you know, I'll wear it when I go to the doctors, because obviously I don't want to fuck around with other with immunocompromised people. My immune system's a fucking tank. But people just don't take it seriously anymore. I did wear a mask on the flight down to Melbourne. On the flight back, I realised as we took off, like, oh, I'm not wearing my mask. I forgot in all the excitement. And I was just like, well, why bother putting it on now? As it happens, I must have been on a plane with some very healthy people, because I didn't get sick at all. I didn't even get the sniffles, but I did chance it, and I probably shouldn't have. It's interesting, too, because, just cheers for the resub. Good to see you. I've got, you know, friends and family who are immunocompromised, and they are taking it very seriously because, you know, it could kill them. And they get basically gaslit by people. Sometimes, like, not from my circles, but I've heard from people online that, you know, even psychologists and stuff, like, some of them have got psychologists they go to, and they're like, why are you still wearing a mask? Clearly you have some sort of anxiety problem. It's like, it's fucking justified, my dude. Just because you don't want to do it, just because you have fucking, you know, an aversion to masks because, I don't know, they hurt your feelings or something, like, I don't know. All I'm hearing is that Australia's bad at washing their hands at stage 2 meters apart from each other. Yeah. To both of those. Social distancing was kind of hit or miss even during the pandemic. Like, Australians struggle with that shit, because Australians are pretty social people. You know, you go hang out with your mates, you give everyone a firm handshake, you go out drinking, you clap each other on the shoulders and have big fucking group hugs and shit. Like, if you're not doing that, you're fighting each other, so there's snot getting knocked out of people. Australians are pretty, like, physical and pretty social people, just to generalise. Because everyone loves generalization, right? So I could see why they struggle with the concept, but yeah, it's not great. Happy social distancing's over, so I can go back from 2 meters to my normal 5. Yeah, right. I don't know, like, I generally have a pretty big personal space bubble, but it's not because I have hang-ups about personal space, it's because I'm worried other people do. Like, I'm a very, very physical, especially with people I'm affectionate with, like, you know, people I'm in a relationship with or family members. I'm a fucking cuddle monster. Like, girls I've been dating have had trouble keeping me away from them because I'm touchy-feely all the time. Not, hopefully, to an excess, but you get me? Like, I'm very much that kind of person. So, social distancing didn't really give me a problem because I already have adapted to not do that, because I just assume other people are uncomfortable by me being in their personal space. Because, you know, when you are a TISM child, you don't have the greatest social cue reading ability, and you do get up in people's faces a bit. So you kind of negative train yourself away from that. Anyway, I kind of went too far in that department. Now I've got to undo it. So I don't really have hang-ups about my personal space so much, even with strangers a lot of the time, but I worry that they will with me. So I distance myself from people out of consideration for them, not out of consideration for myself. That was like the most long-winded fucking ass-backwards way I could have explained that. I remember my meds this morning, that's probably why. Okay, so we need to deliver our bricks. Cool. Lost service trailer. Let's do that one. So we'll, again, just do the fucking lost service trailer there as well. I wonder if that's the... that's probably where that job goes. Rather than shortcutting, we could, because the power lines we can use to winch off of, but it's uphill and it's over dense forest and broken ground, so what we'll do is we'll just cut through here onto the road, and then we'll just follow the road. And we will cut through there. And then I don't need this many waypoints, but I'm so scatterbrained at the moment, the more waypoints the better, so I don't get lost. Okay, that should do it. You think I'm an okay addition to 345th? I reckon you're fitting in pretty well. To be honest, I haven't been able to do as many missions lately as I'd like to, but yeah, from what I've seen, you fit in really well. You get along just fine with them. That's the thing, like the 345th, it has its moments, but it's one of the reasons it's been going for so long, and one of the reasons I still play with them is because if you make problems beyond what is reasonable, you will not be there. We had a few members come in who they were just overly edgy and would cause issues, and they are no longer with us. Unfortunately, we've had a few members who are the opposite. They've been great, but, you know, they just kind of didn't feel they could play anymore for whatever various reasons. That's fine. But yeah, like, the worst problems we've had have been dealt with, eventually. Not right away sometimes, because, as I've told Brant to his face, I think he's a little too diplomatic sometimes, and we've got a new admin team, and, sometimes they can be the same. But 345th is pretty good. Like, they'll take most people, not anyone, but most people, and give them a chance, and, you know, if they don't fuck it up. I made that sound bad. When I say they won't take just anyone, what I mean is if you are overtly a piece of shit, they will not take you. It's not like they're, you know, you have to be this tall to ride on the armor ride with us. And it's not... The other cool thing is that it's not overly LARPy. Like, now, I enjoy a bit of realism and authenticity. I enjoy doing things properly, whatever. You guys have heard me complain how many times they're clearing this too fast, they're not clearing buildings properly, they're not doing this, they're not... Like, I'm just gonna bitch because I'm infantry. But they're not a LARP group. And I don't want to play LARP in armor. I want to enjoy armor without the LARP element. I don't want to be addressing some 12-year-old by their supposed rank. I don't want to be filling out, and there was a group in Red Orchestra in the Darkest Hour mod that did this. I don't want to be filling out fucking period-accurate 1944 US Army leave forms if I can't turn up for a scheduled training. We don't even have scheduled trainings. Any trainings we do have are optional. Like, that's why I still play with them. They don't take themselves too seriously. They don't do, like, overly fucking miserable LARP stuff. But they still have good missions, good players, they know how to have fun. So no matter how much I might crack the shits about them not fucking doing, you know, infantry stuff properly, I'd rather play with them than anyone else. Very important as to how likely you are to shoot a bus passing by. This is a critical piece of information, yes. Buses and the 345th have a bit of a history. Don't they, Max? Is the bus full of combatants? I mean, as long as you think they're combatants at the time you open fire, same thing, right? One of the very first clips ever made on this channel was a clip of Max giving the joke order at the end of a mission. This was literally the first mission I played with 345th, by the way. This is my first impression of them. Max gave the joke order right at the end of the mission after we'd placed demo charges on a fucking ammo dump down the hill from us. It's a civilian bus, gun 'em down. The words had no sooner left Max's mouth than one of our resident Fingolians, Eski, who had the RPK, did exactly that. And then another part of the platoon, without being given the order... Not a war crime. Yeah. That's almost a quote from a briefing. That's another clip on this channel. That's almost a quote from a briefing. But... yeah, without waiting for orders, another bunch of guys ran down the hill to try and check up on the civvies in the bus and recover any wounded from it, forgetting that we just placed demo charges on a timer right next to where the bus had come to a stop. Miraculously, Eski had hit nobody, the bus was peppered, but nobody in it was injured, but we now had the problem that about half a squad was down in an area wired to blow with a massive ammo dump. That was... oh, you went down as well? I think, like, half of Artyom went down. It's one of the rare situations where Artyom did something stupid. And then, I think one or two of Boris went down as well. Garbage Man, cheers for the follow. Welcome to a very chaotic, scuffed stream, as usual. We were going to play msfs. We will be, shortly. I'm just waiting for the sim to load. My msfs takes a long time to load, because I have so many add-ons. And I had to restart the sim right at the start of the stream, so... we're playing some SnowRunner in the background while we wait. I think a third try, but got called back. I mean, I've got the whole thing recorded anyway. We got the video evidence. Here we don't give a shit and COVID's way down. Did you guys have, like, a cohesive national approach to COVID control when the pandemic was at its height? Or did you do what we did and have different, I don't know, like, what equivalent you have to states or provinces, but here all the states did different things, but that translated into New South Wales being dumb and everyone else being sensible, because, you know, at the time, New South Wales was still Liberal government while everyone else was Labour. And Victoria in particular got slammed in the press, the Murdoch-owned press, naturally, because they had a very instant sort of snap response to outbreaks of just going back into lockdown. Is it physically well, you know, emotionally fatiguing for people to go in and out of lockdown constantly? Sure. But it stopped COVID from spreading too badly in Victoria. And Melbourne has bounced back spectacularly. Regional Victoria, I don't know, I haven't been there, but Melbourne's doing super well. Whereas in New South Wales, we kind of did a shittier version of that, and it would flip-flop between snap circuit breaker lockdowns and just not lockdowns. And when they did go into lockdown, they'd come out of it too fast, so New South Wales was just fucked. And of course, we had the fucking plague ship come into Sydney Harbour during the start of the pandemic, which is kind of what fucked the entire state to begin with. It's kind of interesting. So when the pandemic started, I was still living in Bathurst, which is a regional city in the Central West. For those living in civilization, Australian standards for a city are a lot smaller than North American or European standards for what constitutes a city. Bathurst is 30-odd thousand people in a fairly large country town. But Bathurst, we didn't have a single lockdown. We didn't even have mask mandates for the longest time. I was never under a mask mandate or a lockdown until I had moved here, and I had already been living here for, I think, a year almost. In fact, over a year, I'm pretty sure. by the time I had my first lockdown. And it was because of people from Sydney. Same as the first outbreak in Bathurst. It was cunts from Sydney breaking their lockdown because they wanted to fucking go on a holiday. Same shit every time. Fucking cunts from Sydney. If you could just detach Sydney and fucking float it off into the Tasman Sea, the entire country, let alone state, would be better for it. COVID's gone down a good bit here. Now dengue's a bigger concern. That one can be nasty. It gets worse each time you reinfect. I've heard COVID, depending on the person, can be the same. It gets worse each time. Because, yeah, your immune system's friendly firing. I mean, the main damage mechanism of COVID, as far as I'm aware, is it's autoimmune, almost. Like, the immune response to it is so quick and so violent that it kind of fucks you. One of my great-grandfathers survived the 1918 flu, though. He was already in shit state because he'd been in the trenches all war, and then, well, since 1915, and then he survived the 1918 flu as well. So my family aren't just built like tanks, but they tend to survive fucking pandemics pretty well, too. Bulldoze this tree. So I need to stay relatively close to something I can winch off of. So we're going to go around the left side of this power pole. Because we can hook off that, then we can hook off the trees on the hillside. If I go around the right side, I don't think I can winch off the fence. Now I can push through the fence there and get into the courtyard. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Fuck it. So we'll just pull ourselves around here, and we'll head into that courtyard. So we're on solid ground. Main concern here is just not getting the truck stuck on one of these tree trunks, because I've got pretty narrow clearance. By the way, do you think there'll be an op this week? Yes. I'm pretty sure there will be. There's usually ops pretty much every week except Christmas. The Christmas mission usually happens the week before. Sometimes there won't be an op because there's no staff present, like everyone's busy, excuse me, or there's no mission that's been made in time. Keep an eye on the Discord, though, because sometimes they'll say there's no mission, no one's made one yet, and then at the 11th hour, someone will come in clutch with one. Camera's not doing me any favors here, for fuck's sake. So yeah, do keep an eye on the announcements, because often they will get announced at the last minute, and those are the missions I tend to miss. Because, you know, obviously I'm usually in bed asleep by the time a last minute announcement happens. Especially during daylight save, or like during European daylight savings. I've kind of fucked myself here. We'll get out of it, we always do. It's just, I could have executed this a lot better. We'll reverse out and go down the right side. Going between two trees was stupid. Also, the music has stopped. Give me a moment. The music has stopped and I need to catch up on some chat. Oh, it's because it doesn't want to play Biggie. When embeds are disabled for a video, it means the music bot can't recognize it, which is very annoying. Not a terrible Zeus myself, but figure I should get a bit more info on how you run things. I think there's a mission template. I think there's even a mission making guide for how we run things. If you go into the mission making channel and just like poke Grim or somebody, you'll probably get a bunch of resources to work with there. Give me a moment, chat. I'm just going to catch up on stuff here because I missed a bunch of stuff in chat while I was ranting earlier. Oh, it's so far back I can't scroll up. Good shit. Humans are mostly adapted to walk for long distances. That's how we spread through the whole globe, walking. Yep. Imagine how terrified the aliens will be when they find out we all run on elemental oxygen. Stuff's so damn reactive. Yeah, it's one of those things you don't think about really if you're, if you're a normie, so to speak. You don't think about it, but oxygen is like... Oxidation is what destroys things. It destroys cells. It destroys metals. Like, oxidation is bad. Like, the reason explosives work is because they're self-oxidizing agents. Like, oxidizer is a critical element of liquid rocket fuel because you need something to react with. Like, oxygen in its elemental form is flammable, it's explosive, especially if it's pressurized. If it's above or below us, like if you're trying to breathe oxygen at the wrong pressure, it's poisonous. Like, it's actually poisonous. That's why you can't do 100% oxygen if you're diving deep enough. You have to go to trimix. Like, it's crazy. And this is the shit we breathe. We need this stuff to live. If you look at a tree and hit one of the keys, it should auto-attach. Yeah, that's why I haven't done it much, is because it usually gets the wrong tree or the wrong winch point. I do a lot of using the rear or side winch points to pull myself forwards because it's kind of broken, and it doesn't really work that well with just the quick winch key. Super aggressive scar tissue, yeah, especially some people. Like, if you have a certain gene that causes keloid scarring, you get scarring so aggressive it basically forms a benign tumor. It's pretty crazy. My sister's boyfriend actually does that. He forms like really impressive scar tissue just randomly. He'll get a scratch and suddenly there's like a fucking... Thankfully, my family doesn't have that gene, or at least it doesn't express in us, because if we did, me and my sister would look like fucking mutants at this point, because we're so covered in scars. Because we're clumsy. Russians picked the right country to copy past for their industrialization efforts. They fucking did, yeah. They absolutely did. Need to have an... Guessing this is about nuclear war. Need to have just enough forewarning and reflexes to give the nearest random person carbon shadow bunny ears. I like the way you think, Marius. I like the way you think. If you're gonna fucking die in a nuclear holocaust, go out with a fucking joke, man. I mean, I'm the kind of person that even when I'm in hospital in fucking miserable pain, I'm cracking jokes and making people around me laugh. Because I gotta make myself laugh as well, right? That's how I get through shit. That's how my family has probably got through shit. It's probably how they fucking survived World War II. Is, you gotta just laugh at stuff, including yourself. So yeah, when Doomsday comes, if I'm around for it, you bet your life I'm gonna try and make light of it until the end. I have well and truly fucked up. There we go. That's more like it. Courses, animal physiology. It's interesting stuff, but half the most recent stuff are just PowerPoint slides. Ah, yeah. That and missing lectures is a bitch. When I was studying nuclear medicine, that didn't last long. It was it's one of those things I was like, wow, that sounds interesting, and I have no idea what I want to do with my life, because I just finished high school. Well, the topic itself was interesting, but all the first year, and especially first semester courses were fucking miserable basic intro to health and intro to fucking hospital administration shit. We had a lecturer who, literally, her voice put me to sleep. I'm not joking. Like, I'm not exaggerating. Her voice was just so monotone and without inflection, and like, she never even made jokes, nothing. It would put me to sleep. And I felt so bad falling asleep in the middle of a lecture, but it's like, I don't know, man. You can be the most knowledgeable fucking lecturer on earth, And you can even have a good teaching pedigree or whatever, but if you don't have that engagement, people like me, ADHD creatures like me, are just gonna fucking not survive. Whenever I've had lecturers or teachers who have a really, you know, active, good sense of humor, they figure ways to get us engaged and actually doing things rather than just talking, or they use interesting case studies. Like, my high school physics teacher, Dr. Mark Butler, he's relatively well known in Australian science. Like he used to work with Dr. Carl, who is very well known in Australian science, especially if you're my age. Dr. Butler was great because not only would he smack himself in the forehead every time he walked into class, he's like 6 foot something tall, taller than the door frames are, but he would tell us all these stories, like when we were doing nuclear physics. His dad was in the occupation force in Japan, and so he would tell us about the stuff his father had told him about the aftermath of the atomic bombs. He would always find a way to relate something that we were learning to something interesting. And so he was the most popular physics teacher in the school, because even if you weren't very interested in physics, you'd be interested in Dr. Butler. And you would learn as a result. Hang on, let me... Okay, I think I'm mostly caught up now, as much as I can be. It wouldn't be a Ross stream without me getting several hours behind chat. I'm just short of where I need to be. This is where I need to be able to boost myself forwards just a couple meters. Just a couple meters to get me out. But if I do this, it's going to pull the... Oh, that might do it. It'll pull the arse end of the truck around, but if I counter steer... We're pushing the fence. Just barely, but we are pushing it. Come on. I might need to bring the pickup out and just use that. I think I'm going to have to. Because there's no winch. Why can't I winch off the stairs? Like, yeah, it'll probably cause damage to him, but why not? Okay, we'll do it. We'll go grab the rescue fucking vehicle. Garage. I do actually have a truck that's more suited for this environment, but there was a reason I wasn't using it. I don't remember what the reason was, but it's presumably important, so we're just going to stick with this. Yeah, we'll just stick with this. So we'll leave garage and we'll take it out and rescue that. Currently working on Black Hawk Down scenario for another unit. Nice. Please tell me msfs isn't still loading. It probably is done. Let me check. This is probably going to cause fucky wucky because OBS is going to want to hook the wrong game. It just finished loading there. It's probably a little slower because I was tabbed out. But yeah, it's finished loading. If any of you heard FS Realistic connected at any point in the last 20 odd minutes, that would have been when it loaded in, because it plays that sound cue when it loads to main menu. So we'll just rescue this truck, complete this job. Or, no, I was going to get to the trailer, wasn't I? So we'll rescue the truck. We won't worry about getting the trailer. We'll just get the truck unstuck, and then we'll pick that up next time. Are you fucking shitting me? All-wheel drive. There we go. Oh, hey, Pom. Good to see you. Pom did a cheeky little stream, was it last night? And his announce bot isn't working, so there weren't too many of us that were there for it live, but if you've been craving a Pom stream, I'm pretty sure the VOD's up. Pom is currently busy being part-time Florida man. Can I? Yeah, I can drive over that. And like me, has been just too busy with real life shit to stream much recently. It do be kind of like that for a lot of us at the moment. heard a lot of stuff like 10 seconds of running water to shower while on your on fleet and your ass is getting kicked out by the next guy who wants to lather and rinse no matter your level of showered up. During basic, that wasn't like for me when I went through ARTC, that wasn't strictly enforced, but that was basically how it worked. It wasn't so much that the next person would kick you out; you would kick yourself out. I'm a half-hour shower kind of guy. And I was also, when I went into the army, I wasn't like never nude levels of paranoid about privacy, but I also wasn't the kind of person that liked to even be in underwear around other people that I wasn't, you know, in an intimate relationship with. The army basically got that out of my system. I'd be stripped off in the shower, 10 seconds, fucking quick as you like, out of the shower, done. Like, it gets to a point, especially after you've settled in, like after you've sort of acclimatized the environment, it gets to a point where you don't need external pressure to do that shit, you do it yourself. Like, if I need to, I can still do the classic army, I need a shit, snap it off in 10 seconds, done. Which is a very important life skill you acquire in the army. But if I don't need to do it, then I don't. Water is sexy as my process. Oh, that's right, we gotta get around this. Should be pretty easy. Unless we smash the truck into the rocks. And then a tree. And then a branch. And then get high-centered. Demand you misfizz and Florida. I mean, misfizz is loading, but Florida's not on the itinerary for today. It might be for next stream. We have done some Florida stuff in the past, but we might do something next stream. I just say not this stream because I've actually got a planned out little trip itinerary for once in my life. So. Never told you about God, I just realised. It's the nickname for David Schindler, who is a freshwater ecologist, probably one of the greatest of all time. Ooh. Yeah, I feel like if you reach the point in your career where you're casually referred to as God, you're doing pretty well for yourself. Just you know, I'd hazard a guess. Building a big reactor here to make isotopes for nuclear medicine. That's what R1 does. Lucas Heights is a research / isotope manufacturing reactor. That's all it does. It's not a power reactor. We should have fucking power reactors, but no one's gonna build them. Because the libs waited until way too late to start spruiking it, and the libs are only spruiking it because the mining magnates have realized it's the only way they'll still stay relevant once China gets away from coal, which China is desperately trying to do, unlike some countries. Germany! So yeah, like the libs were dead against nuclear power because, you know, the public was dead against nuclear power because fucking scaremongering. Labour is still against it because fucking scaremongering and fucking populism. I hate it, man. And it's at the point now where if even everyone decided, oh, actually nuclear is pretty cool, it's too late because that infrastructure takes enough time to lay down that we should have started 20, 30 years ago. Meanwhile, in France, they are extremely based, and they just build more reactors whenever they need them. Something like, I think it's only a 7th or an 8th of France's power demand comes from fossil fuels at this point. Meanwhile, Germany tells them, don't use nuclear power, it's bad for the environment and for health. Really? Is it? Tell me more about that lignite you burn, because lignite is the dirtiest fucking coal there is, and it releases so many fucking radioisotopes into the air, just mining it, let alone burning it. Fuck, man. Need to cover the Simpson in solar panels. I'm actually curious, obviously there's environmental concerns, like even with a giant desert, there's still an ecosystem there, it's just hard to see. You know, people treat deserts like they're devoid of life. Deserts are often flourishing. You just got to get them at the right time of year or look closely enough. But even if you ignore the ecological impact angle, I'm curious how efficient that would be in terms of power transmission. Because line loss is still a major factor. We still haven't figured out, as far as I'm aware, how to get something to superconduct at normal temperature ranges. And refrigerating something enough to superconduct with materials we already have is... It's a black hole. You're spending more energy to get it to superconduct than you're generating in the first place, so... I don't know, I'm curious. But there are plenty of places reasonably close to major cities where you could build a nuclear plant. I mean, you could build a nuclear plant in a major city, let's be real. As long as you take proper care of it, and it's not an RBMK, it'll be fine. And even the like, I had a bit of a back and forth with Matt over this. Like, the RBMK, yeah, it has some pretty bad design flaws, but if you know the design flaws, which the reactor operators didn't at Chernobyl, but if you know what those flaws are, you know what conditions a reactor will enter that state in, and you just don't do that thing, like, yeah, they're kind of leaky, yeah, they don't have a proper containment vessel by design because they're a dual-purpose weapons breeder and power generator, like, I get it, but if you want a fuck ton of power on the cheap, and you also want a nuclear weapons program, you cannot do better than an RBMK. Just, for God's sake, don't let it go Chernobyl. But that said, the VVER designs are about as powerful at this point, they're just more expensive. Like, Zaporozhye, I think Zaporozhye is VVER 1000s or VVER 1500s from memory? I think they're big units. They're big units. And it has 6 of them. There's actually, I think I've flown over it in msfs on stream. I know I've flown over it off stream, but I think I did it on stream too. There's a VVER plant up around Peenemünde in the former DDR, speak of the devil, which I don't think was completed, and Unified Germany never completed it, never brought it online. They fucking should have. They fucking should have. Closing down the early VVER plants before they had proper, you know, containment vessels and stuff, like the old VVER 300 and whatever it was units, sure. But closing down modern VVER plants, why? Speaking of East Germany, I love this song. The first flight I do in the DCS MiG-23, be listening to this. I've been inspired by Petsy's video. Major Petzold. Chernobyl was poorly maintained and had a lot of accidents because of a lack of knowledge and... It had a series of accidents after the big one. I don't remember if it had a lot beforehand. Ignalina had a pretty bad accident, which was kind of the same situation as Chernobyl, just it didn't get quite as out of hand. But Ignalina is a dual RBMK 1500. That's actually where they filmed a lot of the scenes for the HBO series. It looks the same externally, just... you know, they did some trickery to make it have the extra units and the turbine hull and everything, but, so Ignalina has a pair of RBMK 1500s. The 1500 is its its power generation rating. Thermal rating will be about double that, plus some, because then they're about 60% efficient, I think. Something like that. So, like, the operating thermal wattage of an RBMK 1000 is, like, 3,300 watts, for example. That's, you know, 3,300 megawatts, my bad. So, Ignalina had a pretty bad accident. Leningradsky had a series of minor leaks, one of which happened while my mother was across the fucking bight from it in Leningrad. And so that's probably why my mother has had thyroid problems in her later life, and why my aunt actually died of thyroid cancer, who was with her on that trip. It's probably not the reason, but it's probably a contributing factor. So, like, RBMKs quite often do have leaks and other minor accidents because they're just not looked after the best, and because the RBMK doesn't have a containment vessel, I should have put a waypoint on my truck. It doesn't have a proper containment vessel. It's basically just a warehouse built over it. And that's a design consideration for being able to refuel it while it's running, because more weapons breeder. Honestly, the leakages are less because of the design itself. I mean, yeah, having a containment vessel would obviously help a lot and more or less put an end to the leaks, but what am I doing? The truck's stuck down here, isn't it? Yeah, it is. But the biggest thing is just following procedures properly when you're refueling it. Because when you refuel an RBMK, it hot cells the entire fucking reactor chamber. Like the guy running the refueling machine is behind very thick leaded glass and behind a concrete labyrinth, so he's safe from the radiation, but it hot cells the entire chamber while you're refueling it. So you need to be careful and make sure that it's not going to leak out anyhow. Why? I'm dumb. I'm fucking dumb. What am I doing, man? I'm literally making this harder for myself. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to go back on the road, yeah? We're going to go back on the road, and then we're actually going to go in through the fucking front entrance of this place. Since the truck is on the other side of this, I can drive on hard ground that I won't get stuck in until I get to the truck and winch it out. Not paying attention, yeah, really. Okay, still not playing Disco Elysium. It's on the list, man. I will play it. I will play it. I don't know if the first playthrough will be on stream. Probably not. But I will play it on stream at some point. I just can't make promises as to when, because you guys know what I'm like. I'm gonna repeat this song, because I just like this song so much, and y'all can deal with it. Room temp superconductors, but they require huge pressure. Right, and you got to provide that pressure somehow, so you just back it cost-benefit of actually having a superconductor that takes more energy to fucking superconduct than it does to actually, you know, than you're generating in the first place. One moment here. What is... Oh. Okay, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Should play some SnowRunners co-op sometime. We were just talking about that earlier in the stream, Kim. Yeah, if you're playing and want to just drop a line in Find a Wingman or something, or just drop me a DM, feel free. I can't guarantee I'll be able to play all the time, but it is something I'd like to do. And we've got a few people that do play it in the community, including Adam, who was the very kind person that gifted me this in the first place. Am I in the right fucking... No, oh my god, I'm... This is the wrong place. I was like, this doesn't look right. Yeah, because this is the sawmill. I'm bogged at the factory. Oh my fucking god. So what we're going to do, we're going to take this to the factory. We're going to unbog the main truck. We'll maybe run this thing back to the fucking servo and fill it up again. But I'll leave the other truck at the factory, parked on hard ground where it won't get stuck. And we'll pick this up next time we play. Because I do want to get into msfs before I spend another 4 hours playing SnowRunner. And I'm streaming until 8 PM. ADHD affects your sense of direction, or is that the autism? No, that's not. That's me not paying attention. So technically, it is the ADHD, but it's not my sense of direction. It's my sense of what I'm doing. I have a very good sense of direction when I'm not distracted. Like I have the fucking home-seeking ability of a pigeon. I will find my way home, no matter where I am, no matter how fucking drunk I am, no matter what time of day or night it is, I will find my way home. Even in an area I've never been in before or only been to once, I'll figure out roughly which way to go to something I recognize, and once I have a landmark I recognize, I'm good. Like, every time I've been out drinking with friends, I'm the navigator, because while they can barely fucking stand up straight, I'm like, oh, yep, I recognize that building. We're on the east side of it, we need to go this way, hit that train line, whatever, and, like, I know where I'm going. Add more tires for extra traction. Hey, Rob. We've been struggle sessioning with a highway truck with highway tires through this shit. This is my rescue vehicle, because I did actually get bogged to a point where I can't recover it. Well, I can, but it would be a pain in the ass to get it back where I need it, so... I'm trying not to, well, recover. I'm trying not to use the, like, the thing where you recover the vehicle to a garage, because that feels cheap to me. So, I'm only doing that where I absolutely, like, hard lock myself, so to speak. Know where you are because you know where you aren't? Yeah, basically. That's how my guidance system works. I am, in fact, a missile. There we go. This thing's barely going to be able to pull that truck, but it should be able to pull it just enough. Once I get this thing on hard ground, of course it's rear-wheel drive, I'm pretty sure, so I need the rear wheels on hard ground, and I just high-centered it. But that's okay. I think we should have a winch point here. I think. We'll do our first flight, and then I'll eat after the first flight, because I'm really hungry. But I don't want to do the thing to you guys where I leave the stream on the BRB screen for like an hour while I eat, before I get msfs done. I want to cockblock you like that. We just need to winch... Shit. To winch the side over. Just engaging in casual fucking property destruction. Fences are a tool of the oppressing capitalist class. Fuck fences. The people shall not be constrained. Maybe? It's gonna... No, it's gonna pull me over. So what I'm gonna do... Watch this. This is some real fucking big brain shit here. I'm gonna deliberately nestle this against this tank, so it cannot be pulled closer to that truck. You see what I'm doing here? We're gonna put the handbrake on. And then... Oh! The pro strats. Okay. I'm gonna turn the engine off in the other truck, just so I'm not wasting what little fuel I have. Handbrake's on. I probably should turn that off before trying to winch it. Oops. So we'll just leave this truck here. I'll actually drive it a little further ahead so it's on proper hard ground. Not snow. Okay, there we go. So we'll leave this truck parked here. Song. This is from Rock in Rio in like, I don't know, 2000 and something, 2005 I think. Iron Maiden are one of those bands where I always try and get live, live versions of their songs because they sound so good live. Most of my favorite bands, they're the kinds of bands where they sound way better live, just because there's so much more soul in it, for want of a better term. So yeah, we'll take this guy back to the servo and top him up on fuel. So I've got my rescue truck parked where it's useful and fully fueled, and then we'll just leave that one there. And next time we play this, we'll do that trailer rescue run. So we got 2 missions done today, and we're kind of partway to a third. I'll take it. I'll take it. For fucking 2.5 hours, that's not too bad, considering I haven't been paying attention at all to what I'm doing, so I'm too busy talking to you guys. I had to stop stream. Were you replying to me? Probably. I was saying that, like, if you want to play sometime, just drop a message in, like, Find a Wingman or something, or DM me. And if I'm available, I'll be down to play. And there are other people in my community who play this game, so if you drop something and Find a Wingman, you might be able to get a whole little convoy together. AK-74M or AKS-74M? I honestly kind of prefer the solid stock AK. And I mean, a 74M, it has the side-folding solid stock instead of the non-folding one. So yeah, AKS-74M is kind of pointless to me. Whereas a AK-74M has the nice solid stock. It's side-folding, so it's still just as compact. Good rifle. Especially if it's got plum furniture. Plum AK-74M is top shelf. It's all the same. Eat? Okay, well, I'll eat after this then, and then we'll do our first flight in msfs. I feel bad too, because Raccoon Sabakogu wanted to be here for when I do my little helicopter flight around Chernobyl and Pripyat. And so I sent him I have him on Facebook, I sent him a DM, I'm like, hey man, I'm about to start streaming in an hour or two when the sim loads. And it's like, well, we had a delay because the sim fucking had to be restarted. Now we're going to have a delay because I've got to eat. Probably not ideal. But hopefully he'll be able to stop by, and if not, there's always the VOD. Also, going back to the whole Chernobyl thing, since we are going to be flying there as well, it's an interesting topic to bring up. A lot of, shall we say, the material circumstances that led to the Chernobyl accident were just so outlandishly unlikely, let alone in combination with each other, that kind of accident is genuinely one of those ones where you never say it can never happen again, because you're just setting yourself up if you say that. But you can definitely say it was so astronomically unlikely, and so many things had to go wrong all at the same time for that to happen, that really it should be viewed as an exception, not a rule. I found a really good explanation of it. You know what? Let's actually grab some... I don't know if you can refuel from the fuel cargo in this. Does anyone know? It's going to say we should grab some, but I might wait till next time I play. Can't run in snow. Hey, Jack. But yeah, there was a really good explanation I found. I think it was posted in a thread on Something Awful or something. I copy-pasted it years ago. I was like, wow, that's actually really good. I'm saving that. I've got it in a paste bin. And that's my kind of go-to primer on the Chernobyl accident for people, because it explains it a lot better than I ever could, and also some aspects of it that I didn't understand fully. Because despite how much I fucking talk, I do not in fact know everything. In fact, I know very little. We are going to call it there for SnowRunner, I think. That should set us up well for next time we play. It should auto-save when I exit, I think, so we'll just hit that. I'm going to switch scenes In fact, you'll probably see msfs pop up here as OBS switches hook to that. Or maybe not. But I'm going to switch to the BRB screen. I'm going to grab some food. I'll try not to be too long, guys. Bear with me. Obviously, as ever, I'll be here while I'm eating, so I'll be able to see what you guys are saying in chat and reply to stuff. I just need to try not to get too stuck into replying to chat while eating. Otherwise, you know, I'll be eating for an hour and my food will go cold. So I will be right back. You know, I just realized I might squeeze in either before or after the Chernobyl flight. We might do a real quick pop to Ignalina. I've just got to figure out how far it is from the nearest airfield slash water, or like seaplane port. If it's too far, then I won't, because, you know, I don't want to take too long just to visit one thing, but I do have scenery for Ignalina, so we could check that out too. Anyway, food slash tea slash general break. Back in a bit. Hey Gonad. Also, wow, what a pro streamer. How long have you guys been staring at a black screen? I'm sorry. let me fix that real quick. Not yet. Didn't that just drop like yesterday? I haven't played for probably 2 or 3 days at this point because I've been playing other stuff and just generally busy. So no, I haven't tried it yet. Wasn't it like a 20 gig update? And you can't like, I don't. I assume you can turn the setting off. I fucking hope you can turn the setting off. Jesus Christ! But apparently you can't say no to the 20 gig fucking add-on to run it. Like, CDPR, what are you doing? Now, to be fair, no. I was going to say it might actually run reasonably on my PC because I run at 1080p because small monitor. But then I remembered I still get stutters even at 1080p in certain areas of the game. So yeah, no, it's probably still going to shit itself. My extra 300 flights on Sunday at 10. Nice. You got a GoPro or something that you can take, or because that'd be a cool thing to record, I think, just for posterity. But enjoy it, man. Awesome. Yeah, and the cool thing about a GoPro is you don't have to focus on filming. You just press the button and go. Like, that's why I only got very limited footage of the air show at Melbourne, at Avalon, because I wanted to enjoy it in the moment. I didn't want to be one of those people that views their life through a fucking phone. You know what I mean? Also, just before I start chowing down on this, excuse my terrible manners. I'm so bad at remembering to give shout outs. If you guys aren't already following Flatulent Gonad, you really ought to be. Probably the most impressive stream setup I think I've ever seen. It's like fucking mission control. Jesus Christ. Like, especially if you're an ADHD creature, you'll love it because it's got all the stimulation you could ever want or need. And for anyone else here in chat at the moment, you know, if you're a regular in my stream and you also stream and I don't remember to shout you out, just shout yourselves out. Like, I don't mind you guys self-promoting if you're a regular here. You know, my community is your community. The only time I really crack the shits is when someone that I've never seen before in chat pops up and says, "Oh, can you do this or do that?" Like, just because it's a bit presumptuous to pop into someone else's chat and say that, even if I do kind of want to sometimes help them out. It's like, it's not how you go about it, buddy. But yeah, like if you guys in here are, if you guys stream, some people that are regular viewers here, I didn't even realize they stream until months later, and I'm like, holy shit, I wish they'd said something. Anyway, food, right. Need to eat. Also, Pom, if you're still listening, 2 years ago I was in hospital for it. I think 1 year ago I was in hospital for it. I very narrowly avoided it the other day. So yes, it's not a 2 years ago thing, it's an ongoing thing. That is still a mystery to myself in the medical world, but I'd hazard a guess it's probably Crohn's disease or something similar to that. I had a real bad attack of it the other day, and I was kind of worried I'd end up in hospital while my family are here from Canada, but it cleared up on its own, thankfully. It is what it is. It sucks when it happens. It's not a big deal when it doesn't. Better that than something worse. Be nice if aviation medicals weren't so fucking ridiculously over the top. I mean, maybe this is just me reading too much into things, but it feels like the medicals, particularly in the US, are more about keeping aviation an old boys club than they are about keeping pilots and the public safe. I mean, what kind of fucked up shit do you need to try and stop people with ADHD from flying an aircraft? I can't think of anyone better to fly an aircraft because you've got to be doing scans, your instruments constantly, then outside, instruments outside, instruments outside. Normies don't do that. Normies just fucking tunnel vision on shit. One of the few places I can focus without my meds is when I'm fucking flying. Yeah, exactly, Rob. It's fucking ridiculous. And the fact that it's well known that you'll have a painful time trying to get your fucking PPL or CPL or whatever if you have certain conditions, common, relatively benign conditions. It just means that people are going to fucking lie or they're going to find loopholes, which is never a good thing. You do not want to have a system so broken that people have to lie their way around it just to feel like they can be a part of it when there's nothing actually wrong with them. You know what I mean? It's dangerous to do it in the first place because, getting caught out telling half truths or outright fucking fabrications on medical shit for aviation is big bad no. But even if you don't get caught, like it's really not ideal because it might hide something else. Like there might be something actually worrying that you miss because you said, "Oh, I don't want to say that I'm affected by this thing because then they'll realize that I have this other condition that possibly could disqualify me." It's just fucking stupid. It doesn't keep anyone safe. It does the opposite. And besides which, just because somebody's, air quotes, healthy, doesn't mean they're a good pilot. How many fucking healthy pilots do dangerous, stupid shit all the time? Just an old boys club. That's all it is. Oh, get your rare boys out. Holy shit, Jeff. Seriously. Such a old boys club, a Twitch streamer nearest me decided to complain about me to Transport Canada because they didn't like me apparently. Almost cost me 12 grand. What the fuck, man? Some fucking sociopath shit. Bruh. Fucking bruh. So here's a pretty good meme. While I eat, I'm looking at the Misfits map. There is in fact an old Soviet airbase quite close to the Ignalina power plant. The problem is Misfits doesn't recognize it as a fucking airport. Oh shit, hang on, phone. Sorry. Fucking Telstra telemarketing. If it's not fucking scammers, it's fucking Telstra. God damn it. These fuckers have no idea how much effort it took me to get away from Telstra's evil clutches. I'm fucking going back to them. Anyway, yeah, there's a old Soviet airbase really close, but the sim doesn't recognize it as a runway, so we can't spawn there. I mean, we could air start, but I don't want to. So we can fly from Ignalina airstrip, which is very small. In fact, there's no parking spots. It's going to be a hot start anyway. But we'll do that. We'll do a quick flight up from Ignalina, and then we'll go down to Chernobyl. There'll be a second flight. There's no way I'm flying that in a helicopter that whole distance. We want to go northeast. The actual town closest to the plant, the town which provides the workers for the plant, is Visaginas, not Ignalina itself. Ignalina is just the nearest big city. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. What you do in a sim, like a commercial play for enjoyment sim, not even a fucking industry sim, like a training sim or something, has no bearing on how you fucking fly in real life. I am the most overly cautious, careful pilot in real life. Like, I know that I tend to miss things or my focus wanders. So in real life, I was on the ball. If I didn't feel right for any reason, if I had even the faintest inkling that I was not quite up to my usual self, I would cancel any flights I had for that day. Like, if I just felt the slightest bit like I had a little bit of brain fog or anything like that, not even physically ill, just mentally not quite with it, I would cancel any flight I had and just wait. Because I didn't want to risk it. Like, meanwhile, in games, I'm doing all kinds of stupid shit, half the time deliberately stupid shit, because it's amusing. Like, I'm doing it in the game because I can't do it in real life, and I wouldn't do it in real life. It's just fucking stupid, man. I mean, yeah, it's a good thing that the FAA or Transport Canada or CASA or whoever put out feelers to like YouTube or Twitch or whatever, because there are pilots who do dumb shit in real life on these platforms. You know, the classic example being fucking Jerry. Jerry has done so much stupid shit on video that, you know, I'm surprised he's even still allowed to fucking fly. But aside from that, like, yeah, sure. If people are doing dumb shit in a real plane and they're recording themselves or streaming themselves doing it, fine. But if somebody's playing a fucking game, bro, fuck off. In fact, if they're going to go after people for fucking playing games, playing flight sims, they should be going after people that, you know, act as they have the pretense that, oh, I'm a fucking instructor, so I'm going to teach you in the sim, and you just mimic this in real life and you'll be fine. Like, you can give advice, but with the, you know, hedge it with listen to your own instructor first. Don't do this just because I told you to. Always listen to your own instructor. Like, I've seen people in flight sim streaming it who are real world pilots with a lot of experience, and they will talk about stuff like that, but they'll always say, don't do it just because I said it. Always follow the, you know, whatever regulations are in your area. Always listen to your instructor. Because you know what? any streamer or YouTuber with a brain, first of all, doesn't want to be liable for anything you fuck up. And second of all, it means that, if there is some sort of fuck up, you're not liable either. Your instructor who told you to do the thing that fucked you up is. It's, just use common sense. I know it's not common, but it really is that simple. Sorry about the wait, guys. Nearly done. Jesus Christ. I used to get worried that I was getting a little carried away because, my turns tend to be at least 45 degrees. But, yeah, I was always at least focusing on flying the plane, and I wasn't doing them that fucking low to the ground. Holy shit. Only reason I didn't see a 3-month suspension. No identifiable tail numbers in video. AKA they couldn't prove it was any more than my voice. Bruh. And of course it's Transport Canada, so I bet if you brought any sort of legal action against them, you get fucked twice. But that's ridiculous. That should not be legal for them to do. If you would... You know what? Even if you're doing it in a fucking industry sim, because I guarantee you... Now, I have no experience using actual proper certified flight simulators, right? Fucking procedure sims. But I guarantee you, when the pilots have got no students to fucking train in them, they will fuck around in those things in their downtime. I fucking guarantee it. Just like we fuck around in our PC sims when we're not doing our main gig. I guarantee it. Anything you do in a simulator that isn't explicitly, this is how I would do it in real life, or this is instruction... You could even make the argument that if you did it enough in a simulator, it would become negative training and you'd build a habit that would carry to real life. But you know what? When am I going to fly a fucking MiG-21 in real life? When am I going to fly a Huey in real life? If you're doing it in the same aircraft you fly in real life in the sim, especially if it's a fucking certified sim with a proper cockpit, yeah, maybe I could see it then. But DCS shit? Fuck off, man. Speaking of charging to teach people how to fly in a sim, oh yeah, there's plenty of those. There's, do the Grim Reapers still do that shit in DCS? I know they were trying to, but they had a massive backlash off of it. I've had people approach me and say, I'd pay you to teach me how to do shit in DCS. It's first of all, it's not real life instruction, please don't take it as. Second of all, why would you pay me? Bro, just read the manual. You'll learn more from reading the manual than from me talking for 10 hours. Casmo charges for lessons? I mean, look, some people see the value in paying someone for lessons in games, but the main problem I have with the Grim Reapers doing is it's the fucking Grim Reapers, right? If you're going to pay for fucking lessons, at least pay someone who knows what they're doing. Casmo knows what he's doing. And as long as he's like, you know, he's teaching people to fly the Apache and shit, most of these people are not going to fly an Apache in real life. So I don't have as big a problem with that as I do with someone saying, oh, I'll teach you how to fly a Cessna 172 in the sim, pay me. And then somebody thinks that they basically have a PPL. Like, not the same shit. Seaplane with a rear-facing engine? I wasn't paying attention to the screen, but might have been an Icon A5. Icons are pretty nice. They're fucking doctor killers though. They're doctor killers because you know, it's an aircraft and it's a seaplane, and you need to actually know what you're doing and not fly like a fucking idiot. But because it's expensive and luxurious, people buy it without knowing what they're doing. More than the Bonanza? I don't know. I don't know if I'd say more than the Bonanza. The Bonanza's only a fucking doctor killer because of the same factors, plus the V-tails have kind of iffy directional stability. Which, I got to experience the V-tail Bonanza's iffy directional stability in the sim one time. I was flying along with Fenrir, and we had a hell of a crosswind and a hell of a wind shear as well, and man, that thing was twerking for its life. You should line this one up on the requests when you do your info stream, by the way, Fen. Be fitting. Then chuck some May Feingold on as well. Yeah, Algiers. Although the airport we took off from had a pretty nasty cross as well. Like, quite nasty. It was pretty much stuck to the ground as well. I only had to climb up a couple dozen meters and I was out of it, but man, it was vicious. Doesn't surprise me, Rob. Most aircraft that have a reputation, it comes from the pilots or from other factors, not from the aircraft. Like the DC-10. The DC-10 had such a bad reputation in the civilian world, you know, outside of the pilots that flew it. The pilots that flew the DC-10 fucking loved the thing. And why? Because there were two uncontained engine failures, only one of which had disastrous results, and a couple of crashes caused by, one was an actual design flaw, the fucking cargo door, but then a couple of terrorist attacks. Like, and people say the DC-10's a bad or dangerous plane over that. Like, fuck off, no. Like actually, it's similar for the Il-62. The Il-62 has a bad reputation, mostly because LOT, the Polish airline, back in the 80s, didn't maintain them very well, and the engine bearings would give. And so you'd have an uncontained engine failure on a four-engine tail, like, you know, four-engined, with all four engines mounted out the tail, like a VC-10, on that aircraft. And that uncontained engine failure would either take the engine next to it with it, or it would take out your controls, or both. So the Il-62, a lot of its fatal crashes were because of bad maintenance, and specifically because of bad maintenance at a specific airline. And the aircraft has a shit reputation because of it. As long as you look after the engines, the Il-62 is pretty decent. Like, most Soviet airliners have bad reputations for safety because of Aeroflot or because of LOT. And Aeroflot was because of crew training or crew management issues more often than not. Even the Tu-104 with its actual design flaws, if it was flown properly, it wasn't that bad. Alright guys, sorry for the long ass wait. It's been 84 years, but I'm finally done eating. We're good to go. See what I just posted? Give me a second, I will. Russian pilot had misinterpreted what a radar operator on the ground was saying to him and thought he had permission to fire. The pilot who locked onto the British aircraft fired, but the missile did not launch properly. What incident was this? Was this one of the recent ones? That happens a lot more often than you'd think. Oh, September, yeah. So there was... It got posted... Whose Discord was it in? I think it was in Harry's. The incident where a US Navy Tomcat shot down a Phantom, that got posted about recently. That was a thing. And the voice recorder for that is a fucking bag of laughs. But that also happened in the RAF. It was either a Jaguar shot down a Phantom or the Phantom shot down the Jaguar. I don't remember which way round it was, but that was also a training whoopsie. They decided to do a mock ambush, and one of the pilots got all carried away and actually pulled the trigger with a hot missile. The Russians shot down an aircraft just recently, one of their own in a training exercise. It was a MiG-31. A bit before that, a Su-30, I think, shot another Su-30 with its cannon. Like, it happens all the time to everyone. You'd be surprised how frequently that happens. It was a Phantom, I think, Cube, unless there was a second one I'm not aware of. Would have been quite bad in this circumstance. Oh, yeah, it would have. It fucking would have. Alright, so you guys should be seeing msfs. Please, OBS? Yes, you are. Good. Alright, so this is the power plant itself. It's pretty obvious from the air. You can see the cooling outflows and the power line cuttings and everything. So there's Visaginas, which is the town that it runs off of. You can see that the scenery... Excuse me, the scenery around here is quite spotty because of clouds. It is what it is. And then Ignalina, the city itself, is down here, and then Ignalina Airport is here, which is where we will be flying from. Again, if the weather's, like, if there's snow on the ground, we'll probably change the weather. Otherwise, not too bad. Rio has said, shoot as a joke. Yeah, I think that's the one. C-Max? It's not just you and buses. It's not just you giving the order to shoot a civilian bus. The Rio gives the order to shoot and the pilot does it too. Fucking monkey brain. Admiral in the Navy. Wasn't he an admiral in the fucking 7th Fleet as well? Like the most fucked up fleet the US has. With like a ridiculous suicide rate. I swear it was the 7th he went to. Okay, no snow. It is a bit cloudy, and I set it quite early in the morning, but this should be good enough. Let me just reset my track IR. This little thing is so fun. This is the Mini 500 by Got Friends. Let's see if I've got... Yeah, those are all on. Dome lights so I can see the cockpit a little better. Let's go. Western helicopter is left pedal, I think? Left pedal and back left stick? Yep. A little too much pedal. Wait, we're a bit drunk. Been a while since I've flown it. Good default helicopters yet? The Cabri, the Gimbal Cabri, which is a default helicopter, is quite good. The 407 that Nemeth did, which is, you know, it's official under Microsoft, but Nemeth did it on contract. It needs a lot of fixing for the flight model. But the Cabri's good. The native flight model is quite decent. There are some third parties that have made good use of it. Cowan Sim has some pretty decent stuff. That there's still some tweaking to be done, but they're generally good. We want to go northeast. This is running on the native flight model, but with some external code they've added for things like retreating blade stall and VRS. At least I think that's part of the external code. There's a few other things they had to add external for. Generally speaking, helicopters in this are getting pretty good. Airland FS, which is what you're talking about, the app you had to use before, was less than ideal even at the time, and now it's just obsolete. No reason to use it anymore. In fact, I think the guy that made Airland FS, and also made a Robinson for it, has transferred that Robinson over to the native flight model. Apparently it's quite good, but I cannot figure out why I can't get it off the ground. I think I need to rebind something. Because I think the SimVar it uses for the collective is specifically named something that my throttle's not bound to. Because I don't use a separate control setup for helicopters, I just rely on the fact that most of the native helicopters use throttle inputs to translate across as collective inputs. So I don't have a separate collective bind from memory. Oh no, I do, sorry, but I think if you have both bound, then it doesn't work properly. You need to have the throttle unbound for it to work. What is this heli called? It's a Mini 500, because it's basically a downsized single-seat MD 500. Didn't realize how hilly it was down here. The last time I flew around this area was in the Grumman Goose. And I was a little higher up, so I didn't realize this is actually rolling hills. I thought it was mostly flat swampland. It's the ancestral homeland. Part of my family are from this area. Before the really bad Tsarist pogroms in the early 20th century, so they bailed to the UK. It's the thing that YouTuber started up in a shed. I'm not sure, I haven't seen the video you're referencing. Might be, don't know. It's quite a nice little helicopter. As far as I know, by the way, I don't think anyone's added it, either through custom coding or otherwise. I don't think there's force trim in msfs yet. There's only beep trim. So you basically trim everything like you trim the hind, well, you can trim the hind like that usually even. But, you know, use the trim hat and dial it in by hand with your thumb. You can't just hold a button, move the cyclic and then let it go. Which is kind of annoying. I hope they implement that at some point. Not just for this, but for all the helicopters in general, because that is generally how helicopters are trimmed. Two gauges at Pepe awake state below altimeter. You are correct. That is interesting. Why are they not working? I wonder if something's broken a gauge. That's really weird. Is that on? Should be on. Fuel pumps on. Yeah, okay, so that's on by default. Doors, landing lights. I could take the doors off. It'd be really loud in here, but it sounds good. Like so. We'll put them back on though, so you guys can hear me a little better. Landing lights, avionics. The avionics switch puts on a Garmin unit, like one of the fucking G1000s or whatever it is. I don't want that shit in my helicopter, so fuck it. I think the gauge isn't displaying correctly. I might have fucked up when I updated this thing this morning, because there was a patch and I just kind of slapped it over the existing files. You're probably meant to delete the existing files. Oops. It's fine. It's fine, we'll be fine. So... Ignalina should be pretty easy to spot once we get close to it. It's quite big. But we've got a ways to fly before we get there. It's not as close as you'd think. I'm very good at underestimating distances on the world map. I'm also very good at not paying attention to the compass. And getting further from where I should be going. It's up around here, I think, from memory. So we'll just head north-ish from here. It's pretty much right near the border, so if we just head towards the border, we should be right. The blade slapping audio you hear is from FS Realistic. I don't remember if this has native blade slap audio. I don't think it does, or if it does, it triggers a lot more subtly. I do feel maybe FS Realistic overdoes the blade slap a little, so I might turn that off at some point. I'm not even pulling full collective at the moment. I'm pulling like maybe half collective, so it's not even like I'm running it that hard. I think I see it. Big fucking thing sticking out of the tree line. That looks like a chimney. That's where they're going. So, if you guys are looking to get into helicopters in msfs, I strongly recommend this. This is the Got Friends Mini 500. It's available on the Got Friends website for, was it like 15 bucks or something? It's super cheap, especially with how detailed it is. It's a simple helicopter in terms of systems, obviously, but they've modeled, like I said, retreating blade stall. They've modeled vortex ring state. As far as I know, it's the only helicopter in msfs that does model those things at the moment. Because Asobo haven't added their native implementation yet, and I don't think any of the other devs have... Fly Inside might have made their own, because they run everything externally. Like, they have a completely external flight model to the sim. But, like, the Cow Sim ones don't have it yet, for instance. Although they do have quite decent flight models in other respects. To be fair, if you aren't flying the helicopter like a monkey, VRS and RBS are kind of not the be-all end-all of good flight modeling like people make out. So Eric Scott, the guy who made the Gazelle flight model sort of evaluation video for DCS, he did another video about the Blackhawk mod, the UH-60L mod for DCS, and he was talking about the flight modeling, and one of the things he said is, it doesn't really matter if the sim models retreating blade stall or particularly VRS. It's good if it does, but it isn't what gives you a good flight model. What gives you a good flight model is the aircraft performing the way the real thing does in, you know, normal flight situations. If it performs the same way out of envelope, that's even better, but it's, you know, you can't just tack on out of envelope behaviors to an aircraft when the basic flight model doesn't match the numbers anyway, and doesn't match how it should be. I think we got debated. That's a water tower. We're looking for a lake, because it's right on a lake. Obviously, you need a lot of water for a nuclear power plant. And we're looking for a chimney. It's a very distinctive chimney. I had a nickel for every time my hobby knife fell off my desk and onto my legs. Oh, yeah. I would recommend you stop trying your luck with that, to be honest. That doesn't sound like a good time. Worse still, if it misses your legs and hits something else. No thank you. This weather's beautiful. This is just live weather. Gorgeous morning. Now, live time, it's probably like 10 PM or something, but this sunrise and these clouds over rural eastern Lithuania. Yeah, that is a water tower. Now, it is a lake around here somewhere. The problem is I don't remember which exact lake. There's no real good landmarks nearby that I can use to... I see two large buildings. That might be it. In fact, yeah, I'd say that's it there. I see the chimney. Well, the chimneys. That's Ignalina right there. You guys probably can't see it, it's just a slight bit right of the compass. So we'll head for it. More rotors for extra lift, yeah. Just give me a Kamov. There is a Kamov in the sim, a Car 10, which was, I think, the first Kamov coaxial rotor helicopter, or one of the first. It was designed as a Navy Scout helicopter, so it's a cute little thing. It's basically a flying bike frame with a little, like, lawnmower engine, coaxial rotors, and a little gas tank off, like, a mower or a small car or something, and big pair of pontoon floats. I have flown that on stream before. You know what? Maybe we'll fly it again today. I think it runs off the native flight model now. It used to have its own separate external one. I'm not sure how detailed the flight model is. I've never really pushed it to its limits, and I have no documentation for the real thing to compare to, but it's a great little helicopter. It's like $10, and it frequently goes on sale for even less. It comes with not just the Car 10, the helicopter itself, it comes with the fucking Kuznetsov and several Kirov-class cruisers escorting it. Not just one, they're all over the place. So you can fly off the Kuznetsov off the coast of Cuba, you can fly off the Kuznetsov in the Black Sea, you can fly off it wherever the fuck you like. It adds American carriers too, because the same guy that made it made a mod for the default Asobo Super Hornet. It's probably the best value for money in the entire sim. $10 for a cool, fun little helicopter and a shit ton of add-ons for places to fly it from / around. And I think he's adding a truck that can carry it as well, like an actual truck with a trailer it used to land and take off from. Dude's just going ham. Is there a CB in msfs? The one for X-Plane 11 is amazing. I don't think so. There's GBs, but I don't think there's a CB. Still don't have moving carriers in msfs. The one for the Maverick landing challenge is moving, albeit very slowly, and it doesn't pull much of a wake, so I thought it was stationary until I watched Ultra trying to land on it. I was like, oh, it is actually moving. Just slowly and without a wake. I've got scenery add-ons that do add more ships. So the Global AI Shipping Traffic mod adds moving naval ships, but I don't think it has landable carriers yet. The Car 10 added carriers, I don't think they move. I think they can change position, like they teleport position every few hours. There's a setting to turn that on, but I don't think they actually move. But I could be wrong. I'd have to check. So yeah, like I don't know is the answer. Basically, I don't know. Like carrier landings in small, sketchy, prop-driven stuff in X-Plane, they're a challenge with the waves cranked up. Honestly, for me, carrier landing is a challenge even in carrier planes. I'm fucking hopeless at it. Where'd my Ignalina go? I saw it just a moment ago. Oh, there it is. The, combination of the light being behind it and the anti-aliasing kind of flickering the funnels in and out makes it hard to spot, but yeah, that's it there. 2 chimneys, 2 units from memory. I think it's 2 units at Ignalina, both RBMK 1500s. So RBMK naming, well, Soviet reactor naming in general, the letters are what type of reactor it is, and the number is the electrical power output. Not the thermal, but the actual electrical power output. So, Ignalina, a pair of RBMK 1000s, they're RBMK stands for Large Channel Type Reactor. I'm gonna butcher it if I try and say it in Russian, because Russian grammar is a fucking nightmare, but yeah, Large Channel Type Reactor. Like, reactor, probably reactor, I don't, genders, cases, fuck. But, like, reactor, большой мощность канальный. Like, reactor, high power channel. Or channel type, that means. VVER is boiling water reactor, is basically what that stands for. Shame there are 2 awesome World War II naval aircraft in msfs, but no removable landing carrier. Yeah, especially like a World War II carrier. There is some nice World War II era scenery, though, for some of the island atolls in the Pacific. There's one for Midway and one for Wake Island, from memory. I think there's a few others as well. 1,000 megawatts each. So Ignalina pair of 1500, so it's a 3000 megawatt plant electrically. Chernobyl was, at time of the whoopsie, Chernobyl was 4 times 1000, so it was a 4000 megawatt plant. A large chunk of that was going to the Duga radar right next to it. Chernobyl was under expansion at the time of the accident. You'll see that when we fly there, but they were building units number 5 and 6. Units 1 through 4 are cooled by water outflow from, or water outflow to, it's like a big lagoon built on the Pripyat River. Reactors 5 and 6 had cooling towers. So Chernobyl does have cooling towers. It's one of very few RBMK plants that does. They're not complete, mind you, they're half built. But that was for reactors 5 and 6, which were paired up kind of southeast of the main part of the plant. I'll show you when we get there. And also, to get a bit more into the Chernobyl lore before we even get there, after the accident, the other 3 reactors were kept running because, like, you can't replace a power plant that big very easily, so they kept the other units online. One of the blocks, I think it was block 1, had a moderate leak in, like, end of 1990 or so, and they elected to close it down and just offline that unit, because even though it wasn't a serious problem, people were, you know, you'd imagine people would react badly to hearing there's been another accident at Chernobyl. So they just quietly cleaned up and shut down Unit 1. Pretty sure it was Unit 1. It was 1 or 2. Block 2 is offline and used currently for doping silicon. I've seen videos of the inside of Block 2's reactor chamber. BioNerd23, who is very much worth following on YouTube, although I don't think she's uploaded for a while. She used to do a lot of stuff in and around the exclusion zone. I think she's a nuclear physicist of some sort. Spent a lot of time there, not just in the plant, but in the town, looking at old labs, because Pripyat, being the city for a nuclear power plant, and part of the, you know, weapons programs that's breeding plutonium for them, it has a lot of radiological labs in it. So she was exploring those. She'd just do urbexing stuff and hang out with the wildlife as well. So she's got a really good channel up. Like I said, I don't think she's uploaded anything for a while though. Anyway, one of her friends did a full-on tour of the power plant, and they got to go into the reactor chamber of Unit 2. So that was really cool to see. Block 3, which shares a fucking wall with Block 4, the one that went high order. Block 3, I think, was the last one to be shut down in the, like, early to mid-2000s. So that plant was still outputting power into the 2000s. People don't realize that. It wasn't just cleanup crew hanging out in Chernobyl and at the new town that was built for the evacuated workers and their families, but there were people still working at the plant. Now they're all decommissioned, obviously, but the process of decommissioning a nuclear power plant is very long. Very, very long. Whether or not it's had a serious accident, it just takes forever. And so there's, you know, permanent staff on site that basically babysit it, and also it's still being used, like I said, to dope silicon and other various things. Because it's sitting there, you're waiting for it to become, you know, less hot so you can get in and start dismantling it, so you may as well use it while it's there. December 2000, there we go. If you guys don't follow Fenrir, you should. He does a lot of streams where he just flies around an interesting part of the world and actually does his research, unlike me, and will tell you all about the place. So there's the power transmission lines, and there's Ignalina. Research this a few weeks ago. Nice. Well, if you feel like doing a flight in the area, there's really good free scenery for Chernobyl and Pripyat, including the radar site. And the plant had a couple of the smaller chimneys conflict with We Love VFR, but the main chimney doesn't, the iconic one doesn't. And the Duga radar no longer conflicts with it, which is good. Because the guy that made the scenery, I don't think has updated it in forever, so the guy that does, Puffin, the guy that does We Love VFR, updated it on that end instead. Oh, you did do it. Saw the radar site. Nice. Awesome. In the default sim scenery, the radar site is a very long, skinny apartment block. It looks very funny. Yeah, it was an over-the-horizon radar, ballistic missile warning system. There are a lot of them scattered around the former Soviet Union. Usually you won't see them in the sim because the sim will turn them into buildings. If you go to Mukachevo, which is one of the westernmost towns in Ukraine, it's right on the border with Hungary. It's like a triple border, Hungary and... I'm going to embarrass myself by fucking up my geography. Hungary and Romania, I think? Or Hungary and Moldova, maybe. But anyway, Mukachevo, not only was it home to a major Soviet airbase, but it also had several distinct generations of Soviet over-the-horizon missile warning radar and an early warning air search radar. I'm hoping someone does scenery for it at some point. So the Duga radar, they built one test example at Sari Shagan on Lake Balkhash in Kazakhstan, which is one of the Soviet test ranges for ballistic missile stuff, including the warning radars. And then they built two operational units. One at Chernobyl, well, the receiver, I think it was at Chernobyl, and the transmitter was about 50 kilometers sort of east-northeast in Chernihiv. The other one was built near Komsomolsk-na-Amur in the Far East. Again, about a 50-kilometer separation between transmitter and receiver. But the one in the east doesn't have its antenna anymore, just the buildings. So that's Ignalina. This is the turbine hall on our side here. This long, low building is the turbine hall. And then blocks 1 and 2, I don't know which is which. That's probably block 1, that's probably block 2 if it's numbered the same way as Chernobyl is. And you can see the distinctive chimneys. Each RBMK plant had its own architecturally distinct chimney style. Don't ask me why, it just does. It's a cool little RBMK thing. And there's your water outlets or uptakes, one or the other, for the cooling system. And there you've probably got cooling sprayers. So, like I said, turbine hall. The Golden Corridor, those of you who have seen Chernobyl know the Golden Corridor. Ignalina has one as well, though Ignalina's is not gold. I think it's like some different kind of metal cladding. That's that raised bit. It runs along that. And the control rooms are kind of offshoots from that. And then this is your power unit. You'll notice that blocks 1 and 2 at Ignalina are physically separated. At Chernobyl, blocks 1 and 2 are physically separated like this, and then blocks 3 and 4 are built back to back next to each other. So blocks 3 and 4 share a chimney at Chernobyl. Like I said, there's no containment vessels. These are essentially just warehouses. In fact, they're built like Soviet warehouses. They're pre-stressed concrete prefabs. That is a water sprayer, I was right. Go me. So they just, they essentially built a warehouse around it because it's a big reactor, it's got a big refueling mechanism, and you want to be able to hot fuel it without shutting down the reactor. A, because it's more efficient power-wise. B, because it's breeding weapons materials. You don't want to have to shut down your fucking power infrastructure just to get plutonium out to send it to your weapons development labs. But yeah, that's Ignalina. So, this one had an accident in, I want to say, 70... Fuck, what was it, like 79? 78, 79, it had a pretty serious accident. And that's actually one of the accidents that was directly referenced in the investigation into what happened at Chernobyl. Now... Actually, that's probably... If it's numbered the same way as Chernobyl, which is right to left, that's probably Unit 1, because this is the back of the plant. That's the front with the water, this is the back. RBMKs, aside from being huge, big reactors, they also tend to have huge, big complexes attached to them. There's a lot of reprocessing and research facilities attached. Reprocessing in particular, again, because it was breeding weapons-grade material. And then they had to process their own fuel as well from what they brought in. So, A lot of support infrastructure goes into a power plant this big. What do all the other small buildings do on the plant? What I was just talking about, mostly reprocessing uranium into fuel-grade stuff, reprocessing what comes out of the reactor into weapons-grade plutonium. Some of that was probably done on site, some of it would have been done at MIAC. Some of it would probably be just general chemical labs, because you're not just, you know, nuclear science isn't just a discipline of physics, it's a discipline of chemistry as well. There's a lot of metallurgy involved in it. So yeah, I'd say this is the water uptake, and then this would probably be the part of the cooling system. Or one's the... It might do both. I'm not sure how these structures actually work. Chernobyl has the same layout though. But those look like spray bars to me. So some power plants as a cooling system, they just have bars that run out and mist the water into the air. And that's what that looks like to me. I could be wrong, but that's what that looks like to me. Turbine buildings? No, the turbine hall is this long thing. Like, this whole long, low building is turbine hall. Because in RBMK plants, they're directly attached. You have a minimum amount of space between the reactors and the turbine hall. In fact, let me just... On either side of the reactor itself, you'll have condensers and drum separators, which are these slightly lower bits of the roof, because it sits to the side of the reactor. You can see a train there. That's actually a cask. That yellow thing is a cask for spent fuel. So the train lines run into the reactor chamber, and there's actually like a loading and unloading gantry for spent fuel casks and for new fuel rods. So you can basically run all the operations you need for the plant without shutting anything down. You just hot cell the place. So each of these two power blocks produces 1500 megawatts electrical energy. Probably double it and add some, so probably... no, sorry, triple it and add some. It's probably about 4,500, 5,000 watts... sorry, megawatts thermal, something like that. I mean, you guys can look it up, but it's about probably 4,500, 5,000 megawatts thermal energy for an RBMK 1500. RBMK 1000s, like Chernobyl has, are 3,300 megawatts thermal. So Soviet naming conventions named by the power output of the reactor, not by the thermal output. I think Western naming conventions usually go by thermal. Let's find out if the turbine hall roof is solid, and then we'll pop down south a bit and visit the more infamous sister. If you want to find other RBMK plants, I have custom scenery for this. Like, there is stuff here in the native sim, but I have custom scenery for this, for Chernobyl, for a bunch of other power plants. But there's also another RBMK plant in, well, near St. Petersburg. It's across the water from it, like across the bay. That was the Leningradskaya AES, Atomnoye Elektrostanция. That's the one that possibly gave my mum thyroid. You know, spicy thyroid. Then there's another one at Smolensk, which I think is the biggest. It's either Smolensk or Kursk is the biggest of them. It's like 6 blocks in their 1500s from memory. So yeah, Smolensk, Kursk, Leningrad Oblast, or Leningradskaya Oblast, which is, you know, St. Petersburg now, but the Oblast is still called Leningrad. And then Ignalina, and Chernobyl, and I think that's all the RBMKs. I might be missing one or two. It's a red and white chimney 4. That's, I think, just a general ventilation chimney from memory. I could be wrong though, because it's like it's a nuclear reactor, right? It's not outputting smoke or anything, and you're not trying to vent steam. You're trying to recapture steam, if anything. So I'd say it's probably just general ventilation. Possibly some outtakes for the chemical laboratories as well, because there are chemical laboratories attached to the power blocks down the bottom. Kishtim open again after its disaster in the 50s. Kishtim. Kishtim is Mayak. It's one of Mayak's many names. Mayak goes by a lot of names. Ozyorsk 30 is the like the city attached to Mayak. Kishtim is a generalized location used for Mayak to say where it is roughly without saying where it is. We could do a Mayak overflight today. You guys keen? We'll do Chernobyl, then we'll do Mayak, and then we'll do the rest of my itinerary I've got planned. This is going to be a super long stream, but whatever. I'm down for it. Got nothing better to do until this evening. I'm going to be playing squad with the gang. But yeah, Kishtim is Mayak, and Mayak is still, to my knowledge, the Russian Federation's main nuclear weapons production facility. It is to, or was to the Soviet Union, as Hanford was to the United States. Though the United States replaced Hanford and closed it, the Soviets and now the Russians continued using Mayak. Mayak was the site of so many fucking criticality excursions, it's not even funny. The Concrete Lake, that's Mayak. That's Lake Kiziltash from memory. If you fly over it in Flight Sim, it's not the one you think it is. There's a lake that looks like it's concreted over in Flight Sim, it's not that one. That's just sediment. It's quite hard to spot it, but yeah, Lake Kiziltash, it was putting shit tons of fucking radioisotopes into the... What's the name of the river? The Mecha, or something like that, the name of the river? Mecha. It's not Mechta, I think. It's like... Mecha or Mech. I think it's Mecha. The area around Mayak is very spicy. It's very interesting to fly over where the scenery actually works. Because it has so many militarily and industrially important cities, especially in Soviet times. So what is now Yekaterinburg, but was in Soviet times Sverdlovsk. Major shipbuilding plant. Because it lies along a river, right? And also they transport stuff overland. But Sverdlovsk, major fucking shipbuilding industry. There was a biological weapons plant, oh sorry, chemical weapons plant there. Because fucking anthrax is chemical, I always forget. That was the site of an anthrax leak in the 70s. And it was blamed on botulism in the meat, but it was actually an anthrax leak because somebody did a fucky-wucky when replacing the filters on the outtake chimneys. And there was like a ceramics factory across the road, and a shit ton of the workers there fell ill and a bunch of them died. It's covered over, of course. So Sverdlovsk is up there. Fucking Chelyabinsk is southwest-ish of Mayak. Chelyabinsk is a major industrial center. A lot of tank production and repair plants, amongst other things. Fucking Karabakh is nearby. Karabakh is one of the more shitty polluted towns in Russia. It's got a giant fucking smelter there. I think it's an aluminium smelter. There's a lot of shit. Because it's in the Urals, right? It's on the eastern flank of the Urals. There's a lot of shit there. And as a result, there's also a lot of military sites, like SAM sites, fucking ground-based stuff. It's pretty cool to fly over in the sim. In fact, Francis Gary Powers was shot down as he was passing over that general area. So he was probably specifically taking photos of Mayak when he got shot down. Autism, Rob. It's just autism. Also, as I always tell everyone, double check anything I tell you because my memory is not what it once was. So sometimes I do mix things up or get them wrong. This does have VRS, so we got to try and not enter it. I'm not sure what the max descent rate for this thing is. I'm going to probably say if we hold it above about 500 feet per minute, I'm assuming that would be. Oh, we should be okay. I was about to say speak the Queen's English, but it's the King's English now, I guess. Kazan, no. Kazan's further north. Kazan is on the Volga, not the Ural. Ural. Although, to be fair, I don't think most of those are on the Ural either. The Ural, I think, is like the southwest or something of the mountains. The river that runs through Chelyabinsk is the... starts with M. It's the... I'll think of it in a minute. Maybe I won't think of it in a minute. It starts with M, and it's super, super polluted. I know the name of it, it's just not coming to me at the moment. Do we have a collision model? We do not have a collision model. Okay, we'll land on the ground next to it. Actually, let's land over in that cute little courtyard it has. Over here. My immersion, yeah. It's kind of hit and miss whether scenery has collision geometry. A lot of custom scenery doesn't. Whereas a lot of the, like the auto-gen buildings, like these, some of them do, some of them don't. It's really annoying because sometimes you'll cut things a little close thinking, oh, that's probably not going to have collision geometry, and it does. And other times you'll try and land on something and just phase through it. How not to land a helicopter. When you get really high over your planned landing site like this with basically zero airspeed and just try and settle it, that's a great way to VRS yourself. That's why you normally come in with some speed, gradually slow down as you approach a landing site until you're basically in the hover already over it at low altitude. Which is what I need to start teaching myself to do, especially in DCS. So when you're coming in with a fully loaded Mi-8 and you do this shit, it's a good way to kill yourself. So we'll go away, we'll gather some speed, and we'll come back around and do a bit more of a proper landing. Yeah, Mias, that's it. I was about to say, can someone look it up, because it's bugging me now. I knew what it was, but it just... I've been having a lot of trouble with names lately. Like, I'm starting to worry, like... This is... I have trouble with people's names at the best of times, but I usually don't have trouble with place names. There's no real history of Alzheimer's in my family, but it do be kind of concerning. Does the dance if you descend vertically? Oh, yes. The skeleton dance. But yeah, Kazan is north along the Volga. It's like east of Moscow. Where you don't remember every river in Russia? Yeah. I mean, the Mias is a pretty major river. If I forgot the 3 major Siberian rivers, it'd be time to just... Oh, we got a little close there. It'd be time to call up the fucking nursing home and reserve a place, I think. That's me being slow on the pedals. This is me being a drunk. I'm not leading enough with the anti-torque when I come off the collective. We're probably running into some loss of tail rotor effectiveness too, although I forget how the mechanics of that work. Rotary wing aviation is still a bizarre mystery to me. Oh no, I fucking... Jesus, the gauges are... Yeah. I think the gauges might be slightly bugged. Because there's no way we're pulling that much power right now, surely. It's going to be a hard landing, but I'll take it. Like, I've got the collective dropped all the way down, and look at it. This thing should have an automatic governor unless it's broken somehow. That's the rotor brake. Which shouldn't be on. I don't know. Curious. I'll have to figure it out. Maybe they changed something or added something. I just haven't flown it since. But anyway, we're not going to shut it down. We'll just go straight to our next flight. Let's see. Mississippi, Missouri, Delaware, Charles, Colorado. Columbia goes through the US, doesn't it? Like its southern reaches. Snake feeds into the Columbia from memory. Rio Grande's on the border, isn't it? I can name a few. Just a few. Is it the hot start that screwed it? Maybe, I don't know. It could be. Some aircraft are like that, but I don't think it... I don't think it did last time I flew it. But it has been a while. So we want to go south. Like I said, Ukraine's pretty cloudy at the moment. This is live weather. Rasokha is going to be an interesting stop on our journey, but we won't spawn there because we want to spawn somewhere. This is inside the zone, I think, but not like inside. Actually, you know what? It's probably just on the outside because I think this is the edge of it here. The wind was blowing northeast when the accident happened, so the zone doesn't extend very far south of Chernobyl or very far west. It extends mostly to the northeast. All through here, there's Chernihiv. And then Slavutich, which was the new city built to replace Pripyat after the accident, is like over here somewhere. It's like, I think that's it there. Yeah, that's it there. That's Slavutich. You have to actually go through part of Belarus to get to Slavutich from Pripyat because the border cuts down into this area of the swamp here. It's one of the largest wetlands in Europe, huge swamp. The Pripyat marshes, which is all through here, Mazir, all this area, this was a pretty spicy place to be in World War II. Like, proper survival horror shit. This is deepest, darkest backwoods, where everyone speaks this bizarre mix of Polish, Ukrainian, Russian, Belarusian, that, like, you can't understand if you speak any of those languages. It's quite an interesting area. Real fucking deep backwoods country. Why did they build a reactor here? It's on a river. Plentiful water. It's kind of backwoods, so it and the giant over-the-horizon radar are not going to be snooped on too much by civilians or foreign tourists, and it's close to a major city, as well as close to an over-the-horizon radar, which is the reason the power plant was built here specifically. Numbered rivers in a province here? How creative. I mean, that's not the worst idea, honestly. So let's fly from here. We'll give it a little extra fuel. We're probably not going to need that much. It's got good endurance, but we'll give it a little extra. Let's go. Hudson. Oh yeah, the Hudson flows past New York City. How could I forget? Baltimore. I think that Baltimore's built on the Baltimore River or something like that. Yeah. A lot of the rivers in the US are named after the major cities that lie on, or like the major cities are named after the river they lie on or run close to. Could take a trip in msfs sometime and land in the Hudson like Sully. I did, but in a flying boat, so it probably doesn't really count. But yes, we flew down the Hudson from some bush-ass strip out in the middle of upstate New York to down the Hudson to New York City, and then from New York City to Long Island, and then all the way up Long Island to Montauk to see the radar. Chattahoochee. Oh, all the southern rivers have really interesting names. So I guess they pulled them from the local First Nations languages, right? Like they do here with a lot of stuff. And like they do in Canada with a lot of stuff. Always gives you some interesting names. Okay. Battery. Beacon light, nav light. We won't bother with the landing light. It's daytime. And it's quite bright now compared to the last flight. Fuel pump can go on. Those are on by default. Good, we'll leave them on. That's part of the music, not the starting process. We'll pull the doors off for this one, so we can stick our head out. I mean, we could anyway, but we'll pull the doors off, my immersions. Dash lights can stay... Oh, they can go on, okay. Yeah, red strip means that it's off. I see. So this can go on. Dome light we don't need. It's bright enough. Transponder will turn on once the engine's spooled up. And then to get this thing started... Is the rotor brake off? I think it's off. I think forwards is off. I'm not sure. Does anyone remember? I think it's forwards is off. We'll find out soon enough. Start button is a thumb button on the cyclic, which is kind of weird to me. It's on its now fusible link. Yes. If we break it, we can just restart the helicopter, right? It'll be fine. This thing does have a little EFB as well, which I always forget about because I don't really use it. But it's just a Garmin unit. It doesn't have any extra options as far as I'm aware. So I just leave it turned off because I don't need no GPS. Okay, that's probably not the rotor brake then. How many hours we got in this thing? 5.5 hours, just about. Not bad. Should have more than that though, because this thing's so fucking fun. I don't think this has a distinct throttle. That's the governor. That's what I want. I think? Maybe that was off last time. I don't know. Anyway, that should get the helicopter running up to speed. You'll notice it has a little hover indicator, kind of like the DIS hover indicator in the Mi 8 and the Mi 24. It's quite neat. It's very useful for when you're hovering, because if you're looking outside, especially in the sim where you don't have the actual real-life haptic feedback and sense of depth perception, I find I tend to rock back and forth like a pendulum, or side to side when I'm trying to hover. So if I just stare at that and ignore what I'm seeing outside, it helps me a lot. You know what? I wonder if we were flying with the... We were. The governor's... It was off on the hot start and we didn't turn it on because that blue light wasn't on. Oops! Oops! That would explain a few things. Hey, the helicopter flew remarkably well for not having the fucking governor on. So I guess that's my cue to ask got friends if they can add some damage for monkeys like me fucking up the helicopter. We're going to give it a little bit of left and back trim to start with. We're going to put the alternator on now because we got power. We're going to go on with the little Garmin transponder. Okay. Not that it really matters, I just do it for the sake of. It does have a pilot body, I think, from memory. I forget how to turn it on. It's like a switch somewhere. And I forget what that does. That does something, I just don't remember what. Oh, let's do an external as well for those who haven't seen this cute little thing yet. Like I said, it's basically just a miniaturized single-seat MD500. Very small, as you can see, because the msfs pilots are only about 5'6" or 5'7" tall. Both the male and female msfs pilots, they're quite short, I say, with my average height privilege. But yeah, like you can see and the model's actually synced, so you can see me moving the controls, which is pretty neat. No, I think it put some cosmetic element on the helicopter or something. Oh, no, I know what it was. I think that's for the night vision in the version that has it. There's a military version which has like little dummy miniguns on it and tip lights on the rotor, and I think that on that version controls the night vision. It's not like super realistic night vision, it's just a toy, you know, to play with, but if it's not pretending to be super realistic night vision, I'm not going to criticize it for not being super realistic night vision. Okay. Oh, it's left pedal maybe. Yeah, left pedal, I guess. Just a little bit. There we go, we're in a kind of stable hover. And we want to head northeast-ish? Northeast? This is an add-on, Rob. It's like $15. Less if you catch it on a sale. It's from Got Friends. So if you go to the Got Friends website, it's like got-friends.com or something. I fucking forget, honestly. But anyway, if you find it, it's very much worth getting. I recommend this to everyone. Like, even if you're not super into helicopters, excuse me while I trim this out, even if you're not super into helicopters, it's easy to fly, it's quick to pick up, it doesn't take long to start or shut down. Like, it's just good, simple fun to fly. And it's got a really good flight model. And it sounds good and it looks good, so, you know, that always helps. So there's a lot of these little villages and sort of farming towns around the southern edge of the zone. It's pretty good farming country here. In fact, this part of Ukraine looks very much like central Alberta. Southern Ukraine looks like southern Alberta. And northern Ukraine looks like northern Alberta. It's no wonder there's so many Ukrainians in Alberta, because it's basically the same as home to them. Like, the school my dad went to before he, you know, started going to high school in Edmonton, his little school in fucking Thorsby, they taught in Ukrainian, English, and German. But you can't fly this thing AFU style? I bet you I can't. Yeah, you're right. It's a wonder I can fly this thing at all, given how I am with helicopters. If anyone has Sevakogo on speed dial, by the way, and if he's even still awake, it's pretty late in Germany, give him a bell and tell him that we're doing the Chernobyl flight, because I know he's pretty keen to catch me doing this. The VOD will always be there if it's, well, you know, if he misses it, but it's always more fun to catch a stream live. A little bit out of trim, as usual. So we're going to have a reasonable flight time, just because, first of all, this thing ain't super fast. I'm not really giving it welly either, I'm just cruising along. So this thing ain't super fast, we've got a reasonable amount of distance to cover. I think I already see the new safe confinement. Actually, no, that'll be the radar. That's what that is. That's basically north of us. That's a radar. So the power plant will be just beyond the trees in that direction. Yeah, one of the regulars wanted to do another flight over Chernobyl, because I've done it before on stream, like twice, I think. But it was a long time ago, so he wanted to see it again. And we're doing it in a helicopter this time, not fixed wing, so we can get close to the ground and hover around instead of circling over one building for 10 minutes while I try and explain the history of it. How have you been, man? It's been a while. We'll probably hit Rasoka first, because it's closest to us, and just judging by where we are compared to the radar, it should be pretty much off the nose somewhere. It's a little difficult to spot, to be honest. You'd think it'd be easy. Rasoka is one of the vehicle graveyards. I think it'd be easy because there's so many brightly coloured fire trucks and shit down there, but it's genuinely hard to spot it, because there's just so many trees here. Working mostly, just got back from visiting family for Easter. Nice. Yeah, I'm good. I've got family visiting from Canada at the moment, so spent a few days with them. They are down in Melbourne at the moment, I think. They've gone down to Melbourne. Then they're flying from there to Adelaide, and then... Or, no, from there to Tasmania. My parents are going to meet them in Tasmania, so my parents are going to Tasmania, which is pretty cool. I've never been, but they're going. And then my parents are going to come back after a couple days, and my aunt and uncle are going to continue on to Adelaide, and I think they're going to, like, Alice Springs or Darwin or something. They're going all over the country. But they'll be back later in the month, and we'll spend some more time together before they head home. So, it's been pretty cool. Busy, but the good kind of busy. Weather's a bit shit today. I mean, it looks cool, but like it's not really ideal. At least the wind's calm. This thing gets knocked around pretty badly in the wind, as you might imagine, being so small and lightweight. So we've got a small river here. I think, those of you who watch Shy on YouTube, Lithuanian Urbex guy, I think this is the river that him and Anton and Old Mate crossed when they did their visit to the zone. It's pretty much on the... It's like a kilometer or two inside the southern edge of the zone from memory. And Rasoka is just past it from memory. On the far bank somewhere. Rasoka actually has a very small airstrip attached to it. I'm not sure if it'll show up on the map, and I kind of don't want to cheat using the map, but it's there if we need it. One thing I will say is I wonder if that's it there. It's in a clearing, so I'm just looking for a clearing big enough. From memory, the reason I had trouble finding it the first time I flew over it is because the LODs for the vehicles don't pop in until you're super close. I think. So we'll see if we can test that theory. The one rule of visiting the zone, don't fucking disturb anything. I can't believe that, I mean... Somebody brought this up, and it kind of makes sense when you think about it. Like, a lot of the conscripts involved, and even a lot of the NCOs and some of the officers involved, wouldn't even remember that it happened. Like, they wouldn't know it happened, basically, except some vague fucking reference to it. It's kind of like when you think about a lot of the troops who were on the final rotations in Iraq and Afghanistan weren't even alive when 9/11 happened. Just existential crisis nightmare fuel. But still, like, there's enough warning signs. Like, what the fuck, man? Okay, I think we're barking up the wrong tree here. It's further in. I think. That looks like it's a burial site. So a lot of villages, like a lot of old villages, were just bulldozed and buried to stop people from moving back into them. A lot of people did move back into the zone anyway, especially on the Belarus side. Kopachi, which is a small village a little further southeast along the Pripyat River, from memory. I think it's southeast. It was partially buried. Its location in some of the Stalker games. As we get closer, and particularly around the plant, you'll see that Stalker Cooler Pripyat in particular directly models various in-game locations off their real-life counterparts, although usually moves their locations for gameplay purposes. The original, like Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl and Stalker Clear Sky, rearranged the geography of the area to make it a straight south to north progression as you got deeper into the zone with the power plant at the end. Actually, the power plant is to the southeast of Pripyat. Yano Station is to the west. So, Call of Pripyat reorganizes things to be more geographically accurate to real life, but it still moves some buildings. Like the concrete plant near Jupiter and Jupiter itself are a lot closer to the... Well, the concrete plant's inside the power plant, because it was used during the construction and during the cleanup. And the Jupiter plant is actually on the outskirts of Pripyat, on the western outskirts. Because that was one of the other major industries in the area. Obviously, the city existed because of the power plant, but it was also then opportune to put a large robotics and electronics factory co-located with it. And then, of course, you've got the radar. So it's a typical Soviet thing of, you know, where you've got the resources, you build stuff. And you use local resources as much as possible. We might need to use the cheetah map here, just because I've got myself a bit turned around. We should have probably gone past it by now. You can actually see the power plant now in parts of Pripyat. It's the cooling towers for blocks 5 and 6, not completed. That's... something dragged my view. That's the eastern end of the complex, and then that's the new safe confinement. Then that's the Duga radar right there. Oh, this might be... that looks like it could be an airstrip. This should be at Rasoka, maybe. Just check the map, because I remember when I was buzzing around looking for it last time, it took me forever to find it. It's deceptively difficult to spot. Yeah, we've gone past it. It was further west. UKXX, Rasoka. So we'll head southwest, and then we'll come back up this way. It's going to slow down our journey a bit, but that's alright. We're on the scenic tour after all. Training booklet says you need to be dug in when stopped, and by God, the conscripts will follow it, because the CO doesn't even want a hint of trouble from above. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a universal thing. Honestly, we not to the same extent, especially because I never deployed anywhere, as, you know, I never went anywhere or did anything, but in any army, you get told to do something, or the manual says do something, you do it. You think about it later, when somebody actually stirs shit over it. Still, though, we actually had a kata, combined arms training exercise. I think the entire battalion went down Holsworthy. I wasn't there for this one because it was after I'd done my knee, and I was still kind of immobile for the most part. But there was a battalion kata down at Holsworthy. It was in the middle of summer. Holsworthy in the middle of summer is usually like 40 plus degrees Celsius, usually around 44, 45 in the shade. Someone got hypothermia. I'm not joking. Someone got fucking hypothermia doing a river crossing out at Holsworthy in the middle of fucking summer during a battalion kata. Apparently somebody nearly got demoted over it. I don't know the full story, I just know that it happened and everyone was just as incredulous as I was. But, militarythings.txt. So the first little stop we're going to have here is the Rasoka Vehicle Graveyard. Why is it called a Vehicle Graveyard? Well, because a lot of the vehicles used during the cleanup was so contaminated, or potentially contaminated, that it wouldn't have been worth the time or effort or manpower to decontaminate all of them, and some of them were so contaminated that they actually got activated. Contamination and activation are two different things. Contamination is when you're carrying radioisotope particles. So, you know, you might have radioactive dust, or somehow a particle is attached to something that is then attached to you. Usually means you're tracking dust. Or fuel fleas, which are little bits of fuel material just free living in the world after the plant exploded. That's contamination. Activation is the real fun shit that happens when something is contaminated badly enough or for long enough that it actually becomes radioactive itself. Like, it actually becomes a radioactive emitter itself because it becomes unstable. It tends to happen with various metals when exposed to high amounts of radiation for long periods. Activation is bad no-no. Once something becomes activated, like, you can't deco it. You can decontaminate something by washing it down with soapy water and scrubbing it. That's your decontamination done. But once it's activated, good luck. You basically just have to wait for it to spit out all its fun particles, or just bury it. So the vehicle graveyards were used to dispose of vehicles that were either activated themselves, or just so contaminated that it wasn't worth the effort of decoing them. Fire trucks, bulldozers, mobile cranes, other construction vehicles, BTRs, BRDMs, BMPs, they were all used during the cleanup effort because the military came in, like the chemical engineering troops came in, the guys that are usually responsible for either deploying or cleaning up after chemical, biological, radiological weapons, or nuclear weapons they clean up after, they don't deploy. So a lot of both civilian and military equipment. Helicopters. Quite a few helicopters. There it is. That's it there. Oh, my labels are still on. I think I'm on US West if you guys want to fly along, by the way. closest airfield, if you don't have the Rasoka scenery, is Dimir, which is to the south. Then if you do have the scenery, just load in at Rasoka. This is the airfield there. I think the airstrip was built after the disaster as like a way to get in and out of the place, but I could be wrong on that. Either way, it's I'd say it's pretty disused now. Didn't try to locate it, but you know where the Red Forest is? Roughly, yes. It's south of the power plant, across the bridge. And it's called the Red Forest because the trees died because they were exposed to so much radiation. That cutting there is either a border strip for the zone or it's a power line concession. I'd say it's probably a power line concession. They're the quickest way to navigate to the power plant because where are the power lines going to come from? But they're also the easiest way to get caught coming into or out of the zone is following those. Even more easy than following the roads because the line of sight down them is so long. So we got a bit of everything here. Those of you who've played Stalker, and in particular played some of the mods that add cut content back in, you may recognize this. This was reproduced almost exactly in Stalker, but cut from the game. So if you play Anomaly, it was added back in with the Anomaly mod and a few others. The big helicopters down there are Mi-6s, the predecessor of the Mi-26. Then we got a couple of Hinds. Hinds were used for radiological reconnaissance. If you're wondering why there would be an attack helicopter in this area, the Hind had a subvariant which was specialized to radiological reconnaissance, so that in the event of a war in Europe going nuclear, the Soviets would have an armed and armored and fast scout helicopter to scoot ahead of the main forces and figure out where the hotspots were. Fire truck down there. Some backhoes. Just trying to remember what they're called there. My English failed me. Trucks of every variety. Zills, Kamazes, Krazes, there's buses, there's cars, everything. Urals. Might set us down in a clearing next to one of the Mi-6s so you can see just how big those helicopters are. Fucking monstrous, huge things. Isn't the OG? Yes, it is. It has an internal overpressure and a hermetically sealed cabin. And it also, by the front seater's right shoulder, if you turn around, there's a black box with a gauge on it that says R/H, Roentgens per hour. It actually has basic detection equipment itself, but the specialized radiological reconnaissance version, try saying that 3 times in a hurry, has much more advanced, much more sensitive equipment on board that takes up most of the troop bay. The Mi-6s, yes, they were dumping dolomite onto the reactor, so were Mi-8s. Mi-8s were doing quite a lot of work as well. In fact, there's the famous video of a Mi-8 getting tangled up in a crane cable and crashing into the plant. Unfortunately, I think the entire crew died from that because it was a bit of a, pretty high off the ground when it went down. So if exposure to an open reactor core wasn't bad enough, they had to watch out for fucking guy wires and chimneys and things. Very dangerous job. This, whatever you want to say about the bureaucrats that were involved, or the flaws of the RBMK, or what the Kurchatov Institute should have told the operator, whatever. The Soviet Army and the Soviet Air Force fucking acquitted themselves excellently during the cleanup. And that was one area that the HBO miniseries, I think, didn't try and make any shitty political point scoring, was the portrayal of the Soviet military. They made a bunch of shitty point scoring, changes to the actual history in a bunch of other places, but the Soviet military got the recognition they deserved. One of the ones I bring up the most is the Minister for Coal Production. Remember how in the series he's shown as this weedy pencil neck in a poorly fitting 3-piece suit that's intimidated by the big burly bear miners? Well, if you look at photos of the actual guy, he was a big burly bear miner himself. He'd been working in the mine since he was a fucking teenager. He was a hero of socialist labor. He was a god to miners because he'd spent his career designing equipment to make mining safer and more efficient for the workers. Like, he was the absolute opposite of what they portrayed him as in that series. Kinda did with the whole animal killing section. Yeah, they kinda did, I guess. But that was like the one thing. The actual, you know, the main sort of professional units of the army, so to speak, during the cleanup were shown in a pretty good light, I think. Tarakanov especially. General Tarakanov was really well portrayed. And Tarakanov was also involved in the 1988 Leninakan earthquake cleanup in Armenia. And he said it was worse than Chernobyl. And if you think about it, yeah, Chernobyl was fighting an invisible enemy that killed some people in a horrible way, but most people just, you know, it didn't affect them till later in life. The 88 quake, they were dragging whole families out of collapsed buildings. It was horrific. That disaster, the earthquake, was so bad that the Soviet Union officially requested United States help, like, immediately. They actually got it too, I think. Those look like stretched Hueys. What's going on there? This is freeware scenery, so it's not going to be wholly accurate. We've got some trucks there with what appear to be AK-630s on the back of them. I'm not sure those were present in Chernobyl. Some BMP-3s, I don't think those are present either. But, you know, it is what it is. It's mostly accurate. They've taken a few minor liberties, perhaps. A couple Mi-8 Hulks. Oh, it was bad. It was one of the, you know, there were a great many contributing factors to the collapse of the Soviet Union. A lot of them were baked into the fabric of Soviet society themselves. But the kind of concentrated blows of just the constant ball drain of the Afghan war, the disaster and cleanup at Chernobyl, and then the disaster at Leninakan, combined with that was like that earthquake happened right around the time that ethnic strife between the Armenians and the Azeris was hitting a boiling point. It was not good. The sequence of events that led to the collapse of the Soviet Union was kind of hellish for anyone that had to live through it. You know, if you're trying to explain to somebody who doesn't really have a point of reference what it was like, or what it's like to exist in the former Soviet Union, especially for like rural Russians or even rural Ukrainians outside of the major cities, and most of Central Asia. Imagine the sci-fi trope of like a civilization growing up in the ruins of a great race of ancients that like had interstellar travel and all this shit. Now imagine that, except that society that you grew up in the ruins of existed within living memory. Your parents remember it. You may have even been born in it, you know, and remember a couple of years worth of it. That's the reality that a lot of people are living. So whenever you kind of look at the weird schizo-politics of Eastern Europe, bear that in mind. The West has, to my knowledge, not experienced anything even comparable for a great many generations. It's probably heading for it, though. Probably heading for it quite soon, I would say. Oh. So the textures and models aren't the greatest, but they're not bad. It's msfs scenery. You're not usually going to be landing here. You're going to be flying over it, but you can see, comparing to the Hinds, just how huge these Mi-6s are. We'll get a little bit of a hover taxi happening, and we'll get closer to one. They're quite commonly seen as, like their wreckage is quite commonly seen as scenery objects in the Stalker games as well. I'm just wary of brushing up against something with the rotor disc or a skid, because I do have collisions turned on. Like, look how big that thing is. Huge helicopters. Okay, so that's Rasorka. Let's get ourselves back in the air and continue on. Again, ideally without hitting anything. Watch out for his rotors. Big rotors on that thing. Our next landmark is fucking obvious. You can see it from here. It's the Duga over the Horizon radar system. Built in the late 60s to serve as an early warning post for incoming ballistic missile launches from primarily the US, but NATO in general. It was the main power consumer at Chernobyl. It was the reason the plant was built where it was, because they needed not just power for Kiev as it grew, but power for that thing. Don't ask me what the power output, like peak power output of the radar is. I do not remember. I only remember that it was a fuck ton. And in fact, the radar earned its nickname the Russian Woodpecker because it was so powerful that when broadcasting, it would interfere with television and radio signals in North America. You get this tap, 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 tap interference in your signal coming from this guy. The amount of floor space needed for the computers that powered it, that did all the, you know, the contact processing and everything, is phenomenal. It was like a 2 or 3 story building, just full of these massive cabinets. BioNerd 23. Fuck me, phone, hang on. Sorry, guys. I love it when I'm actually expecting important phone calls for once, and I just get scammers instead. Scammers and fucking Telstra telemarketers. Fuck's sake. Anyway, BioNerd23 on her YouTube channel has a video exploring the inside of the main building for the Duga complex, and she also has, I think, a video of her climbing the antenna. It's quite something. Quite something. I did unmute myself, didn't I? Yes, I did. Good. Is it bigger than the Chinook? The Mi-6? Much bigger. Much, much bigger. Like, holy shit. It makes the Chinook look like a toy. The Mi-26 is bigger than the Mi-6, but not by as much as you might expect. And the Mi-26 is hands down the largest helicopter on Earth that actually entered service. I think the V-12 was slightly larger, but the V-12 also has a weird layout. Number stations? Oh yes. Those are always fun. That one comes from, the Lincolnshire Poacher comes from Akrotiri, I think. Should fly out of Akrotiri sometime in a sim. Not today, but maybe sometime. So this is well and truly exclusion zone now. This area it's part of the Pripyat Marshes. It's like a massive wetland. I think it's the largest wetland in Central Europe. So it's going to naturally be very woody, but also the fact that it's mostly undisturbed by humans for, you know, going on fucking 40 years now. Nature's just reclaiming everything. Even in the city of Pripyat itself, nature is reclaiming everything. If you want to see the city, you go in winter, because otherwise you can't see anything for all the leaves on the trees. There's just poplars everywhere. It's quite beautiful. I really want to see it. I doubt there's going to be any hope of that now, seeing it in person, but I would love to see it sometime before it's completely gone and before I'm completely gone. Give a brief overview of the importance of Akrotiri. What's its historical significance? It's a British air base that is basically counted as sovereign British soil in the Mediterranean. It's a staging post for any British operations in the Med and the Levant. The US uses it for the same purpose. It's one of the few remaining sort of colonial outposts, if you will, that the Brits have. As such, it serves as a rebroadcast post for a lot of interesting radio signals, shall we say. And a lot of intelligence goes on around there. On the southern coast of Cyprus. So it's also in a spicy area because of the, you know, the whole 1974 invasion thing. And Cyprus being divided in half with a DMZ. So Akrotiri also serves as a convenient staging point for peacekeeping operations, but its main significance is not quite so much to do with peacekeeping, put it that way. Starting to get a little bit of turbulence. Not too bad, but just a little bit. Probably a little bit of wind picking up off the trees and throwing us around. A little bit of thermals as well, I'd imagine, as the ground heats up. I think we set the time to what, like mid-morning, late morning? So yeah, the ground will be warming up a little. Interestingly, msfs only has like 4 or 5 varieties of tree that it generates. In real life, this is mostly poplars, as far as I'm aware. Poplars and things like that. Trees that like water. Now, having said that msfs only has a couple species of tree, morphologically speaking, the colours generate on the trees based on the terrain textures beneath them, so you'll notice they do blend in with the terrain. That's not because it's the right species of tree necessarily, it's because the trees take their colour from the ground underneath. So you will see things like purple or red trees in some cases. It's pretty rare, but you'll also see trees generating spontaneously out of green surfaces, like, say, some tennis courts, some sporting fields, large merchant ships with green anti-fouling paint on the deck. You'll see trees growing out of those in the sim. It's pretty funny. Pretty good. So, we are kind of like southwest of the power plant. The actual city of, or town of Chernobyl is that direction. It's a bit southeast of the plant, and is used as the main sort of main base and main residential area for staff that are posted to work in the zone. Pripyat is both too decrepit and a little too spicy. Pripyat itself is not maintained at all, except for a handful of places, and so it's slowly crumbling. Some of the buildings are starting to collapse. The high school, I think, was one of the first to collapse. Those of you who played Call of Pripyat, the high school where you meet back up with Zulu, that it's exactly in as bad a shape in real life as it is in the game. Just in the game they added some anomalies for flavor. When the Soviets built a city, they tried to use locally sourced materials. River sand, kinda dookie for concrete. Kinda dookie, especially this river sand. So it's not the best. Sea sand is what you want for concrete because it's more roughly abraded, whereas river sand tends to be quite smooth. Doesn't adhere as well. That and the ground's wet, it shifts, it's like it's still in an area that gets cold enough for freeze-thaw cycles. The weather is not good for these buildings. It's actually interesting if you compare buildings in Pripyat that didn't have their windows broken versus buildings that did. The ones that did are just complete ruins now, like internally, and the ones that didn't are largely intact. The fucking Lazurny swimming pool was actually used until the 1990s, the late 1990s, by staff in the zone. They continued using the swimming pool. It's on the west side of town. We'll actually pass it as we're flying around the town. They continued using that for over a decade, and it was more or less intact until they stopped using it in the 90s. Someone broke a window, and now it looks like it was abandoned when the rest of the city was. Nature do be kind of scary like that. So these are all autogen buildings on the nose. Including, that should be the main building there, which is like a 2 or 3 story complex full of computers. It's massive in real life. These are all like barracks buildings, security buildings, ancillary equipment, messes, things like that. But the antenna is as it should be. This is the receiver antenna from memory. The transmitter is over by Chernihiv, about 50 kilometers that way. The main array is, I think, 205 meters tall or something like that. It's over 200 meters tall. the secondary array is 100 and something, like 170, 180 meters tall, I think. Actually, it's probably slightly less, like, because it's just over half the height of the main array, so over 100, and then the main array's over 200. Now, the model here isn't the most detailed, but if I can get close enough, the actual antenna itself, this is just scaffolding. The antenna itself are the wires strung on the back of it. The reflector is the wires strung across the back of it. And you see, I'll have to get in front of it to hover next to one, but there's these weird cone-shaped things that kind of interleave back and forth. Those are shared with the Krug antennas. There's a Krug antenna somewhere around here, but I don't think it's in the sim. Like, even the custom scenery, I don't think has it. Those of you who played Stalker will know the name Krug from Call of Pripyat. It's in Zaton. Well, in real life, it's pretty much next to this thing, like a couple hundred meters away here. And the Krug antenna uses the same elements that this does. I forget what their specific purpose was, though. I'm not radar-brained enough to know, but it was something important. But it's very much like the British chain home radar, the first operational early warning radar, in that it's a massive scaffold, and the wires themselves are the reflector, not any solid piece. I think the cone-shaped things are the receivers themselves from memory, but I could be wrong on that. What does it take to heat up my chicken sandwiches, Array? Not very long, I'd imagine, if you turn it on. Biconical dipoles. A lot of my uni courses based around comms radar tech. Oh, nice! Awesome. Another radar knower, because I am very much a Philistine when it comes to radar stuff. I know a little, but nowhere near as much as I'd like, so the more people whose brains I can pick, the better. But you can see them there. Yeah, biconical dipoles. And they're kind of interleaved with each other all the way up the antenna. You can't see the wires for the reflector in this, because they're just not modeled, but in real life they would be stretching between those scaffolds on the other side, on the back side of the radar. So the Krug is somewhere around here, but without actual scenery, it's going to be super difficult to spot. In fact, I'm not sure if we'll be able to. It's also pretty much overgrown at this point. I just want to say that might be it there, but like I said, there's no scenery, so it'll just be a blurry texture on the ground. There's not much point looking. No, I don't, sadly. It's starting to get a little scratchy. I think what I'll do is I'll head to Chernobyl, as in the city, town, whatever. I'll quickly land there, grab myself another drink, and then we'll keep going. I just don't want to blow my voice out, considering I've had a sore throat all week. That's the power plant there, obviously. We'll come back to it, and Pripyat is just on the other side. You can see some of the taller buildings jutting up from the trees up there. Like I said, when the accident happened, the prevailing wind was from the southwest, so it was blowing it northeast into Belarus and Russia. So Pripyat, being basically directly north of the power plant, north/northwest, was right in the line of fire, so to speak. Whereas Chernobyl is not, because it was on the other side of it, down here in front of us. Soviets ever thought about using computer cooling water as central heating? They did have central heating, but it was usually generated by power plants, not by cooling water from computers. A lot of the power plants in the former Soviet Union are like dual purpose. They generate heat and electricity. I mean, you've got to generate heat to generate electricity anyway, because turbines, right? But you know what I mean. They generate excess heat. This big loop of water is the cooling pond, by the way. So it's got this kind of spit that comes down to here and separates it from the river, so that the water isn't mixing with the river water before it cools off sufficiently, because that would cause an ecological no-no. You'd end up with fucking blue-green algae all the way from here to fucking... all the way from here to Poland, basically. Or all the way from here to Kiev, I guess, the other way, downstream. So they separate the cooling water from the river water until it's sufficiently cooled down that it's not going to cause serious problems. Mixes back in with the river. In fact, you know what? No. It has to go down here and then back out the other side, I think. And the river runs parallel, because you can see there's a bit of land separating the river there. And then that's the river running down past Chernobyl, which is there, I think. It's a little hard to see because of the trees, but that looks like it there. That village I was talking about, Kapachi, is like there somewhere, I think. It's just north of Chernobyl. And it was bulldozed and buried. We're very close to the Belarus border at the moment because, like I said, the Belarus border has that like little penis that dangles down between Chernobyl and Slavutich. So a lot of that sort of marshland you see on the other side of the river, that's like just sort of right around where the border is. Maybe a kilometer or two further northeast. This looks like an old factory of some sort, but I'm not entirely sure what it is, or what they produced here. However, what I will say is it looks very much like it might have inspired the factory for Yantar. Stalker players, what do we think? Is that Yantar? I reckon it is. Looks like it. Like I said, Stalker chops and changes the geographical locations, but a lot of the complexes in the game are directly based on real places. They just move them for gameplay reasons. You can also see a lot of dredged up sand around here. As I said, they use local materials as much as possible when building cities. So a lot of the sand was locally dredged out of the river or out of the swamp and came from when they were building the cooling pond as well. The Skadovsk, another thing Stalker players will recognise, is around here somewhere. The wreck of the Skadovsk and the, it's not a houseboat, but like the riverboat. There's like a function centre or something, a floating function centre. That and the Skadovsk are pretty close to each other. The water masks aren't perfect here. Msfs water masks tend to shit the bed when it comes to swamps and wetlands, but you know, you can see where the water is. Or where it should be, rather. We've got that fun Msfs issue where traffic dries under the bridge, not over it. I wonder if they'll ever fix that. Who knows? That, I want to say that almost looks like a lumber yard or something. Brick factory, maybe. There's power lines on the other side of town. We want to watch out for those. Anyway, this is Chernobyl. I don't remember. I think the custom scenery adds a couple of real-life buildings. There's, like, a lot of the buildings here have beautiful frescoes and murals on them. You know, like, socialist, realist-style religious iconography devoted to the god of science, basically. But I don't remember if any of that's represented in the sim. Because I don't remember if the custom scenery really extends this far south. Beyond maybe one or two separate buildings. Chernobyl, by the way, it's more or less, if you want to translate it, translates to wormwood. So there's all sorts of bizarre schizo conspiracy theories about some fucking tract of the Bible about the end times and wormwood and shit. and people going, oh my god, Chernobyl means wormwood. It's like, whatever, dude. Yeah, I don't think we have any real custom buildings here, which is a shame, because some of them are quite beautiful. Let's try and find a nice landing spot, and then I will grab myself a drink. Shouldn't be too long, just a couple minutes. And we'll continue on to the north. Wormwood a key ingredient in absinthe? Yes, yes it is. The Green Fairy and her slightly more malevolent cousin, the Blue Fairy, over there. Remember, kids, if you ever see something glowing visibly blue in open air, or in water especially, and it doesn't have any power cables running to it, no batteries, and it's not bioluminescent, don't go near it. Anything you see glowing blue is not your friend. Jeez, it's like that, is it? Yeah, blue glow is either Cherenkov radiation, especially in water, like in spent fuel pools, you see that a lot. Certain elements as well, you'll see that in air, I think. Usually it's in water, because what Cherenkov radiation is it's electrons being accelerated beyond the speed of light in a particular medium. It's basically a visual sonic boom, if that makes any sense. Except for the speed of light. So, that's Cherenkov radiation. But then there's a separate glowing blue effect, which is what actually happened with the reactor core exposed to the air. That wasn't Cherenkov. This was ionizing the air directly. When you ionize the air, it gives off a sort of blue-violet glow. So if you see a column of blue light just venting up into the fucking clouds and it appears to go on forever, do not go anywhere near it. Holy shit. That is like the baddest of bad no-nos. That little, like, corner there, the grass looks nice to land on. I think we'll land there. As usual, I have not lost enough height before getting to my planned landing site, so it's going to be very clumsy, and we may risk VRS. We'll extend out a bit and come back, so we can bleed some speed and altitude first. So you want to watch the HBO series? I kind of do want to watch it again. It was, like, despite my criticisms of it taking political liberties, so to speak, to score points against a dead system, just, well, a dead country, because the system is very much not dead, and it's starting to scare people because it's gaining ground again. I'm not talking about modern Russia either. But yeah, like, just aside from the political point scoring, it was a pretty decent series. They put a lot of effort into getting it to look right. I will say, though, they fucked over a lot of the people that, you know, that they spoke to. Like, some of the firefighters' families, they got basically... They barely saw $1 out of the production. But, you know, capitalism is as capitalism does. Fuck over the victims and then tell their story and get lauded for being a hero for doing it. If we fish in that river, we'll catch a three-eyed Simpsons fish? Maybe. Used to watch it because it essentially exists to scaremonger. Yeah, that's also a problem. Scaring normies away from based nuclear power. Fucked over their own writing crew anyway. Yeah, I'm not surprised, honestly. Not surprised. Still got some forward speed to kill, looking at my little hover indicator there. So these are all just auto-gen buildings. Some are pretty close to what you'd expect to see here, a lot of them aren't. Would like some custom scenery that extends this far south, but I don't know if anyone will make it. There are also a few landmarks missing from Pripyat, which I was surprised by. The cafe is not in the scenery, or at least I never saw it. Maybe I'll see it in a helicopter, but I couldn't see it from an aircraft, like a fixed-wing aircraft. And the cafe is one of the most beautiful parts of Pripyat, with the stained glass windows, which some very based people were sneaking into the zone to repair and restore. You know, risking a lot of legal trouble if they got caught, but they were sneaking into the zone to save the windows in the cafe. Alright, we're going to just hold here on the ground for a moment. I'm not going to bother switching scenes or muting or whatever. So I'll just be a moment. I'm going to grab a cup of tea. Aren't here to kill dogs or anything? Nah. I'm really tempted to adopt a Chernobyl puppy. I'm so tempted. Like, no joke. But I'm so irresponsible, I can't even look after myself, so I kind of, like, I desperately want a pet that actually lives with me, as opposed to living with my parents out at the farm that I only get to see every couple of months, but I don't know. It's a lot of responsibility to take on. We'll see. Get a cat. My flat is not very cat friendly. Also, I'm allergic. I do have cats. They live at the farm because I'm allergic. Also, they're half feral. But yeah, like if I get something, maybe like a small dog or something. Ferret would be pretty funny. I like rabbits, but rabbits are kind of hard to look after because they belong to the Drop Dead Society. You know, the slightest thing goes wrong and they're, you know, very, very expensive pet bills. Or vet bills even, because you know, they're still kind of treated as an exotic pet, so you get charged the fucking exotic rate. Dogs are a lot of work. Depends on the dog. Huskies are a fucking shit ton of work. Ask me how I know. Working dogs usually aren't. Kelpies are pretty easygoing. You just need to make sure they get enough exercise. But the Chernobyl dogs would be pretty low maintenance because they've lived in Chernobyl for 40 years without too much human assistance. And they're cute. They're like this weird mishmash of all these different breeds because it's just the dogs that were left behind, right? But yeah, they adopt them out now as a way to support the efforts of the people that kind of look after them, keep them tagged, keep the population kind of at a healthy number. And I watched a video on them, they're so cute. Huskies are insane, 5-mile run is a warm-up for them. Yes, our Husky Minsky, she thought she was a wolf, she probably was half wolf. She would escape, no matter, like you could put her in fucking Alcatraz, she would find a way out. One time she got out and we found her 50 miles away on the other side of Edmonton. Like, she's just nuts. Put googly eyes on my fridge. It's a very low maintenance pet. I like that idea. That's a good one. I would like to have some sort of pet insect / arthropod, but terrariums cost a fuck ton and I've got nowhere to put one, and they're very maintenance intensive. Like the terrariums themselves are very maintenance intensive. Plus I don't want to risk somebody having a bug bomb go off in, you know, an apartment upstairs or next door or something and some of it leaking through and killing my pet. But I like bugs. Bugs are cool. Get a snake. It's the same problem though, you're back to the terrarium issue. There's plenty of wild snakes around here. Mostly highly venomous ones. They're not that much of an issue though. People play up the dangerous wildlife thing so much. It's not that bad. Most of it's not aggressive. A lot of the time you don't even see it. Like, I've seen 2 snakes in the wild since I moved here. I've lived here for nearly 30 years at this point. Well, okay, not quite, like 20-something years. And I've seen 2 snakes in the wild. One was a python, so it's basically harmless to humans anyway. And the other one was a brown snake that I nearly trod on, but because it was on an open footpath, it saw me coming, it didn't panic, and it just kind of looked at me funny and slithered off. Didn't even hiss at me or anything. Brown snakes have a reputation of being hyper-aggressive, and they're like, I think, the 2nd or 3rd most venomous snake in the world, so you don't want to get bit by one. But from my sample size of 1, they're not aggressive at all. They're chill. They just sit there and vibe. The reason people probably think they're aggressive is because most people are going to tread on them in the grass where they can't see the snake and the snake can't see them, and the snake panics. But if it sees you coming, it just kind of looks at you and goes, oh, slithers off. Some pigeons. I mean, I could befriend some of the local magpies. I couldn't keep them as pets, so I'm pretty sure that's illegal. But you can definitely befriend the magpies. It's the right time of year to do it too. You befriend the magpies now, and give them food they can take to their hatchlings, and when swooping season comes, they will not bother you. I did have a pet fish for a while. One of the bulgy-eyed goldfish. He's pretty cool. He didn't live very long, though. I don't know if, like, there was something in the water or whatever. I felt kind of bad about that. Like, fish are cool, but they're super high maintenance and super sensitive to water conditions. It's a problem with a lot of pets like that, is they're really cool and I really like them, but I would feel so horrible if anything happened to them. And like I said, I can barely look after myself, so I need something that's low maintenance and won't shit the bed and die if I forget to feed it at the exact right time, or if, like, the water salinity is 0.5% out of whack or something like that. And now I've moved, so my track R is going to be all out of whack. Alright, let's get going again. This thing is so pleasant and easy to fly. It's very hands-on. Doesn't have any, that I'm aware of, any you know, stability augmentations. There's no autopilot, nothing like that. I'm pretty sure it's just raw, hands-on. You've got your trim hat, obviously, but that's all you've got. But it flies quite nicely. It's very stable. It feels kind of like flying the Huey, except it's a bit more spry because it's so light and it's got a reasonably high amount of power for its size. And unlike a Huey, it doesn't tend to gyrate quite as much because you've got the 5 rotor blades instead of just 2 and then the mass balancer as well. So yeah, you can see there the river and the cooling pond are actually separate all the way down. I told you a porky earlier, see? See what I mean by always checking what I tell you, because I'm frequently misremembering or wrong? So the cooling pond actually outlets further up, I think. So Kapachi would be somewhere around here, probably under one of these piles of sand. I think Skadovsk is grounded along the right bank, because we're flying upriver, so the right bank is my left. I think Skadovsk is beached on the right bank of the river, and then that boathouse function center, whatever the fuck it was, is beached further up, about halfway up the length of the cooling pond, but like on the river bank. We'll just fly up the river. We'll see if we can spot them. You want a lava lamp, just make a graphite tube and insert a plutonium rod. Highly enriched uranium, not plutonium. They didn't feed it plutonium as fuel. plutonium came out. Playlist just making me think we need to do some flying around Yugoslavia one of these days. I've done a little bit on stream. I did Ljubljana to... was supposed to be Ljubljana to fucking Novi Sad and then Novi Sad to Belgrade, but I got badly lost because I'm a monkey. So we had the scenic tour before we finally found Belgrade after cheating with the cheetah map. And combining the cheetah map with Google Maps because I couldn't remember the airport code. So, Slabber, this is custom scenery. The default msfs scenery just has a bunch of very oddly shaped and sized office blocks, including turning the radar into one. But this is custom scenery. I kind of wish there was a version without the NSC. The NSC is, like, incredible. It's such a feat of engineering. Holy fuck, that thing's amazing. Like, you look at the size of the sarcophagus, the NSC enshrouds the whole thing. The entire sarcophagus lives inside that arch. Sealed. So, you know, you've got basically a safe kind of... and it's overpressured, or negatively pressured, I should say, underpressured, so that air comes in rather than going out. So if there's any whoopsies and dust gets loose inside the NSC, it won't get out. It's basically just a containment vessel for the original containment vessel, which is falling apart and has been for years. Has been since they started building it, basically. But I kind of wish there was a version without it too, because just the silhouette of the sarcophagus is so iconic. And for me, the NSC was, you know, was only completed and being pushed into place when I was in my late teens, early 20s from memory. Might have been like during my teens, I think. So to me, you know, the silhouette of the sarcophagus has always been Chernobyl. Well, we haven't found Skadovsk or the other ship. They might be further south. They're somewhere between here and Chernobyl town itself. I've seen them flying over with fixed wing. I'd say at the moment we're probably too low. That should be water, by the way. It's just water masking and the sim is so-so. Like, this is the kind of area that inspired Zaton in Call of Pripyat, by the way. Oh, you know what? No. One of them is grounded just south of the town. I remember that. Skadovsk is further down, I think.
This is for all the continued free education.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I just realized I had my phone turned off after I had that fucking call center call me, so I didn't actually see who that was, but thank you. Pro streamer today. So we'll follow the river a little further. We'll, once we get level with the plant, we'll hook back around and fly over the cooling pond. Human extinction finally happened. Imagine being that one alien that thinks there's treasure in it. You never know. Maybe there's a form of alien life that actually, like, benefits biologically from exposure to radiation somehow. Life finds a way. Hey, Dust Drive. Good to see ya. So all these dark patches, these should be water as well. It's just msfs water masking is hit and miss in swampy areas, because swamp water is often greyish bluey, or like greenish bluey in colour, and the sim doesn't interpret that as water. I think for major bodies of water they use hydrology maps, or at least some other form of separate map, kind of like they use road maps for the road data. And that's why the roads and like where traffic's going in the sim, and those kind of faintly visible ribbons that are the roads, per the sim logic, don't always match up with satellite imagery. Well, you see that with river courses as well, where the water in the satellite imagery flows a slightly different course than the actual, you know, pretty reflective shader water in the sim. There's a little dock there. This is where those cranes are from memory. There's a crane there. Because I'd imagine they probably brought in a lot of the, or took out the fuel casks by barge. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know that for sure. You'll have to look up and check, but I suspect that they did. Because it's practical. You've got a major river here. Why not use it? Water transport is still pretty efficient. If it's there, use it. Soviet mindset. That, there should be a bridge there. That's the train line that goes to Slavutich. So right about there, it's cutting through Belarus. And this goes all the way to that station there, which is the actual train station that the workers at the plant use now. The dock cranes that you see in Zaton in Pool of Pripyat are on the other side of the river from memory. Like, there's one there, that one we flew over, and I think there's more further down the other side of the river. There's the train station. The platforms have been turned into buildings for some reason. But anyway, welcome to Chernobylskoye Atomnoye Elektrostanция имени Vladimira Ilyich Lenina. The Chernobyl Atomic Energy Station named after Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. There's a big bust of Lenin outside the admin block as well, although I don't remember if the scenery has that. So some of this is still autogen buildings, as you can tell. Obviously those don't fit what's going on here, but the main buildings are all custom scenery. That's the substation there with all the transformers and shit. That's blocks 5 and 6 under construction. They were never completed before the accident. These two cooling towers are hooked up to blocks 5 and 6. Those two blocks use the cooling towers. The other blocks all use the similar cooling system to what we saw at Ignalina, which is what that pool is for. That runs out to all those outlet pipes. So this was an active construction site. BioNerd, again, she has a video where she goes into the cooling towers and explores them. Cooling towers themselves are quite interesting structures. And then there's also videos, I think she has one or two from the inside of blocks 5 and 6. And there's a couple of other channels on YouTube, mostly Russian and Ukrainian urbexers, who have got into blocks 5 and 6 and done some interesting exploration in the flooded basements of units 5 and 6. SuperSUS had like an entire fucking series of pissing about with little inflatable dinghies underneath blocks 5 and 6, which was interesting. So, interestingly enough, stalkers are a thing. There are people who live for varying periods of time in Pripyat and other parts of the zone, usually moving around to try and evade detection by security forces. Mostly they're there to scrap high-value, scrap. So, you know, pulling the copper out of wires, that's a copper thieves are a massive endemic problem throughout the former Soviet Union. They're especially bad here. In fact, in the videos that SuperSUS did of blocks 5 and 6, you can see that they've been completely stripped of copper. Just completely gutted. Made easier by the fact they were still under construction anyway, so it's super easy to access it. But, you know, people get all sorts of trinkets as well. There's some more cranes. So those would be those loading cranes as well, for loading stuff in and out of the cooling pond. There's more there. There'd be more at the bottom. People that move back into and live in the exclusion zone, yeah. I don't know how much of that happens in Ukraine. I know a lot of it happens in Belarus, because the bulk of the exclusion zone stretches into Belarus. It's not, you know, you hear the word 30-kilometer exclusion zone and you imagine a 30-kilometer radius circle drawn around the power plant. That's not how it works. The southern border is about 30 kilometers away from it. In fact, I think it's less in most places. The northern border extends for like 100, 200 kilometers northeast through the Palieski Radiological Nature Reserve, which is mostly in Belarus. Belarus got way worse irradiation than Ukraine did, because, like I said, the Belarus border is like right there, and the wind was pushing all of the shit blown out of the reactor northeast. The very sort of western tip of Russia caught some as well, so that it goes a bit into Russia. But yeah, there's a lot of these tiny little villages that had a population of maybe 20, 30 people before the accident, and there's still people that either never moved out of them or moved back into them as soon as they could get away with it. It's mostly old people that are kind of attached to their homes. There are a lot of people that they were born here before the revolution, so they lived through the fucking Civil War, they lived through they lived through World War One, they lived through the Civil War, they lived through fucking World War Two, the fucking all the famines and everything, the Holodomor here, the 1932 famine in Russia. They lived through so much shit in these little fucking isolated villages. Like I said earlier, this is backcountry. This is like way out in the fucking Appalachians for the Americans. This is the sort of dim, dark places you only hear about in fiction. This is like deliverance country, basically. Eastern European deliverance country. We're only about 150 kilometers north of Kiev, but look at the terrain. It's just swamp. This is a place that time kind of forgot, basically, even before the accident. So there's a lot of that. But like I said, it's, as far as I know, it's mostly concentrated on the Belarus side, but I think some of the Ukrainian side has had people move back into as well. Alright, we've done our lap of the cooling pond. Let's cut the corner here. So each of the new reactors would have had a cooling tower each, one for Block 5, one for Block 6. One of them's about half complete, the other one was just started when construction was halted. The so-called Bridge of Death, which is a misnomer, it's another thing the Chernobyl miniseries kind of made up, but it's a common misperception in the West. The Bridge of Death is kind of on the south of the plant. It wasn't actually that badly affected by the immediate fallout. And as far as I'm aware, there's no records indicating that there was, that people that were on that bridge at the time of the accident all died within days. I think that might actually be it there. I think that's the one they call the Bridge of Death, or it's like one of these ones, like crossing over here. It might be up there. But yeah, there's not really anything to back that up. There's the cooling towers. You can see the scaffolding inside that the pipes would run across. Cooling towers are basically just a massive collection of pipes and misters. Same for a nuclear power plant as they are for a thermal power plant or for anything else. They're just giant evaporative coolers, pretty much. They, they vaporize the water into the air inside the tower, and then the Venturi effect sucks in cool air at the bottom and spits out heat at the top. And in the process it cools down the water, which then recondenses, is captured, and fed back into the, in this case, into the reactor's cooling circuit. You can see the Duga radar is very, very visible, even for, a good 10, 15 kilometers around, above the trees. Like, it's just huge. So this low roof here probably would have been part of the turbine hall. I'm not sure. I'll be honest with you guys, I'm not entirely sure how the construction of 5 and 6 was working out. I think they were being built as a single unit. So this is your turbine hall here. This would have been the golden corridor. And then the turbine hall is only half complete. So you've got your water pool here. This is all flooded. This is all water. There's like docks and shit down there. Supersys was riding a fucking dinghy, like a Zodiac around in it. But the turbine hall would have extended all the way to cover this, so that beneath the turbines you'd have your water. And then this is, one of these would be Block 5 and one would be Block 6. And they would cover this area here. So those are the actual Energo blocks. Energo block is just energy block, power unit basically. pretty impressive. If you find videos of the interior of it, you can see the massive cutouts in the floor for where the reactor core would have gone. For, I think Unit 5 is the most complete one. It's very incomplete, but it's the most complete. No, you know what? One of these would be the Bridge of Death, I reckon. The so-called Bridge of Death. These ones would actually be dangerous, because this is the direction that the ship was blowing in. These ones would actually be dangerous, but I doubt you'd die, like, the next day if you were standing on it when the accident happened, to be honest. Turbine Hall. Long thing there. That's Block 1, Block 2, Block 3, and one end of the sarcophagus, because the roof of Block 3 was covered in graphite. Block 4 is underneath that, and they modelled it so that the iconic chimney is still there, although they took that off to put the NSC over it. They had to demolish the chimney from memory. I've got doubled up chimneys for some of these because we love VFR conflicts with the custom scenery a little. It is what it is. Got to figure out how to lay down exclusions and do that myself. There's the train station again for the workers. So a lot of this is support infrastructure. It's chemical labs, physical labs. You know, it's where they refine fuel. It's where they process weapons-grade material to a degree, or at least something that MIAC can process from the spent fuel. These are walkways, cableways, plumbing. All these things run through this sort of thing, this structure. So you can quickly get them around the plant without having to worry about crossing stuff at ground level. Pipes and stuff are all elevated above the ground. You don't really get permafrost here. It does freeze over in the winter, but it's just a typical thing the Soviets did at a lot of industrial plants. Even if it wasn't a permafrost zone, they'd still have a lot of the plumbing above ground, just for the sake of ease of access. And you can actually see, like, these loops, because of the ortho projection, these loops are actually where the pipes go up to arch over a road or a footpath. That's where the NSC was actually built, that pad there, and they just slid it into place on a pair of rails. Rails there, and rails there. There's your cooling water uptakes, or outtakes, I forget which. And this pond then runs back into the main cooling pod. These are all vents for the various chemical labs along there, and then the main chimneys are for mixture of ventilation and getting rid of shit from the chemical labs and such. The reactors themselves obviously don't vent anything to atmosphere, not ideally anyway. It's the admin block down there. We will see if we can land without killing ourselves. Hey Indy, good to see you. Don't worry, my memory is not what it used to be either. Yeah. I was reading a while ago about I forget his name, Soviet mnemonist, I think they're called, like a fucking memory savant, and he was describing his process for remembering things. He had synesthesia, which helps, apparently, a lot. Like, people with synesthesia tend to be very, very good at remembering things, because it's registering on more senses, and there's more synapses forming. Like, you remember a person as a colour, or as a sound, as a smell. Like, it gives you more strong connections to trigger that memory. But he was discussing his system for memorizing things. It was quite interesting. I forget exactly what it was now, so I wouldn't be able to retell it to you, but worth reading about. That thing there, by the way, that's the concrete plant from Cooler Pripyat that I was talking about. I said that there's one there too. There's actually two compounds from Cooler Pripyat in here that are in... One of them's in Jupiter, I think the other one's in Zaton. And they're actually in the grounds of the power plant itself in real life. I have lost, like, 0 altitude, because I'm bad at this whole helicopter thing. You'll notice there's a big hill right in the middle of blocks 5 and 6. That's not there in real life, it's flat. The reason it's done that is because the digital elevation mapping is low enough resolution that it detected a high point on the roof of Block 5, and it went, oh, there's a hill here. And smoothing the terrain's done the rest, but this is flat in real life. This whole compound is flat as fuck. You see the same thing with large power plants or factories all over the world in msfs. They'll just have hills stuck through the middle of them because of the DEM resolution. Something that you'd manually need to change. And there are mods that do that for various popular places. I don't think there's any that do it for here, though. Might have to make one myself one day. Really got to watch out for cables here in real life because of all the cranes. And the power lines, of course. It is power line central here. So one of the factors that led up to the accident was the experiment they were doing was devised by electrical engineers, not nuclear physicists, but electrical engineers. And they essentially wanted to see if they could use the spin-down inertia of the turbines, if the plant lost power, to generate enough electricity to run the cooling system until the diesel backups kicked in. Because the diesel backups would take a minute or two to kick in, during which time the cooling pumps would not be operating, which is generally not a good thing. One of the issues with what happened at Fukushima was also related to the diesel backups not operating, although I think in that case it was because they got flooded because they were below the water level. Genius design there. But they didn't clear it with anyone because they didn't think it would be a problem, partly because the operators hadn't been given the full specs of the reactor. They didn't realize that it would go into a very, very bad feedback loop under certain situations. Positive void coefficient, it's called. A couple of reactor designs have one. The CANDU reactors have one too, from memory. CANDUs are kind of similar, but they use heavy water instead of graphite for moderation. But they have a lot of the same sort of problems and a lot of the same characteristics, like being very large, very cheap, but, you know, maybe not the best for safety. So, yeah, that was what caused it, because the plant can't run off its own power, right? It needs external power from grid to power all its own systems. You know, you can't have a fucking perpetual energy machine, a power plant that powers itself and everything else. So, that was the goal behind that, was to figure out if they could use the spin-down inertia of the turbines to at least recover some power until the backup gens came on. Some more unnatural hills happening here again because of the digital elevation mapping, seeing the power plant and going, oh, that's a hill, because it's so low resolution. That is a statue of Prometheus. There is a similar statue outside of the theater in Pripyat. Prometheus was a Greek mythological figure who was associated with, like, human advancement and I think hubris. I'm not up on my mythology, I'll be honest with you, but if he wasn't associated with hubris before, he certainly would be now, at least in this part of the world. So this is the admin block. That video of the Russian tanks outside the admin block, that was shot from that doorway down there. Down this fucking avenue, which is the main entrance to the plant. There's a bust of Lenin somewhere here. I don't think the scenery represents it, though. It's like as you go in on the way through to the plant. So there's your bridge. This bridge is your main entrance. Again, I don't remember specifically which bridge is the so-called Bridge of Death, but it could be that one. It could have been one of the others around here, but oh fuck, that's a power line. That could have been ugly. It could have been that one. I almost want to say it was that one because the frame looks familiar, but whatever. Bridge of Death is one of those bits of Chernobyl lore that is vastly exaggerated, if not outright false. Another one is the 3 guys that volunteered to go into the bubbler pool. In Western documentaries, there was one the BBC made about probably 10 years before the HBO miniseries. So in that documentary, in Western literature, and in the HBO miniseries, they frame it as if those guys were marching to certain death and they knew it. Now, they may have had the idea that bad things would happen to them, but those 3 guys went on to live long and healthy and productive lives. One of them, I forget which ended up with which outcome, but one of them died of a heart condition in his 50s, but his family had a history of it, so it's up in the air whether Chernobyl contributed to that or not. And then one of them remained working in the nuclear safety industry for like the rest of his professional life, and he's probably only recently retired. So they all three survived. In fact, if you're going to wade through the water, that's probably the best place to be, because water is a fucking fantastic insulator. That's why spent fuel pools are a thing. Now, if the water's badly contaminated, you don't want to go in it, but as it happens, the bubbler pool water wasn't. Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it to humans. Yeah, there you go. Which is a pretty apt analogy for a power plant, I guess. That's another nice... what do you even call that? Not a fresco, is it a frieze? Like a 3D thing on the side of a wall? I don't know. I think it's a frieze. But yeah, that's the main entrance. There would be a sign here, you know, Chernobylskaya Atomная Elektrostanция, or Chernobylskoye Atomная Elektrostanция. Fucking Russian grammar gives me the shits. Ukrainian grammar is the opposite. Like, as in they both give me the shits, but Ukrainian grammar and Russian grammar conjugate shit differently, so I can never remember which is which. But yeah, it would have that, and then it would have Imeni V.I. Lenina. V.I. Lenin. Named after V.I. Lenin. Vladimir Ilyich. Did all the firefighters pass, or was it only 5 like in HBO? A few of them did die pretty quickly. A few of them died later in life of things like heart disease or cancer. But no, like the death count from Chernobyl, at least the immediate death count, was not very high. It was fucking horrific, because acute radiation syndrome is probably one of the worst deaths you could possibly have as a human being. But the actual count was not very high. Again, if you go back to what General Tarakanov said, Tarakanov was in charge of the chemical troops who helped clean up. You know, he was basically chief of the liquidators. Tarakanov said that the Armenian earthquake was so much worse. It's just horrific. Whereas Chernobyl was, you know, it was, particularly for the military, it was what him and the chemical troops were trained to deal with. It was their job. They understood what they were doing. And yeah, like, a lot of the liquidators did suffer health problems, and a lot of them weren't properly recognized or compensated, but a lot of the, at least the professional chemical troops, that was what they were trained to do in the military. Now, a lot of them still would have been conscripts, because conscription army, but, you know, it is what it is. There is a statue and a memorial somewhere around here. I don't remember if it's in the scenery, though. I was misremembering. That building's not in Kula Pripyat. But what is in Kula Pripyat, near the Jupiter plant, which we will see shortly, that's the concrete plant. So yeah, from the Jupiter level in Kula Pripyat, there's your concrete plant. The one you have to go into to get the electrical components for fucking Nitro. It's a real place, and it's exactly as it appears in-game. Areas still have dangerous radiation? Depends. So on the northeastern side of the plant, it's a little sketchy. On the north of the sarcophagus, especially before the NSC was pushed over it, yeah, it was pretty unpleasant. You could go there, but you didn't want to stay long. Inside the sarcophagus, you've got a couple, like, 10-15 minutes exposure time maximum, and then you're over your healthy dose for a year. So they'd work in 15-minute shifts in there if they had to change the sensors or do something. There are certain parts of the plant complex that are, you know, accessible technically, like the Elephant's Foot, but you don't go there because it's just too dangerous. You can go there with the correct equipment, you can go there for 5-10 minutes, but you just generally don't, because why would you want to? But most of this area, if you don't eat things that you know, you don't pick bugs off the ground and eat them, you don't disturb the soil, you don't shake the plants around, get all the dust off them. Like, this area, you can spend a day trip here and it's perfectly safe. You know, there are people who work here pretty decent shifts and they don't really get too much exposure. Most of this area is not too bad. The problem is when you start disturbing things, or in certain areas which are just hot because a fuel flea landed there, or there's abandoned equipment that was used, you know, to fly over the reactor or something. So, Rasorka, for instance, a lot of the shit in the Rasorka graveyard, you do not want to go near. It's very hot. But where I am right now is pretty much clean. There are areas within a stone's throw of Block 4 that are, you know, about normal background radiation, just because of the way the wind was blowing, the way that the fallout dispersed, the way, you know, where fuel fleas landed, where the cleanup was conducted most efficiently. It's hit and miss. But the majority, as I said, the majority of the radiation blew over the border northeast into Belarus and the very western tip of Russia. So Ukraine had to deal with the actual source of the problem, which was very expensive, but Belarus and Russia had to deal with a lot of the fallout of the problem. And there wasn't a very good conjoined effort between the three after the breakup of the USSR, and as you can imagine, it's only got worse since, because beautiful murals down there. So yeah, like I said, the Block 1 and 2 are separate, with these, I think these are the chemical labs in between, that's the air outtake for them. And then Blocks 3 and 4 share a common wall. So this is Block 3. That sarcophagus section was built because there was so much crap blown onto the roof of Block 3. That's a chimney, although they cut part of it off to build this. And then Block 4 and the sarcophagus are under there. Anyway, that's the power plant. Let's continue towards the city. So the scenery in Pripyat is a mix of autogen buildings and custom-made ones, as well as autogen buildings that are the correct architectural style that were manually placed there, if that makes sense. It's pretty accurate. There are one or two things missing. A few buildings are the wrong color, but it's pretty fucking close, honestly. I'm just trying to remember where the sign is. It's further down, I think. Yanov will come back over, but Yanov is, like, there. From memory. It's there or there. It's west of the power plant, put it that way. I think it's that complex there. For all my Stalker fan friends. Which is something I need to do on stream again soon, actually. It's been a hot minute since I played Stalker. Especially on stream. Catch some sleep because I have a lecture and checks watch 4 hours. Raging, I'm going to miss flight over Mayak. You can catch it on the VOD, man. Cheers for hanging out, though. Good luck with the lecture. It's okay, I just don't want to dwell on it too much, because it's fucking depressing. And also, my opinions will not line up with the common narrative. I'm not going to come out and say, ooh, fucking Russia good, because I don't think so at all. I don't think there's really anyone's going to win. Put it this way. Nobody who deserves to win anything is going to win anything. The people of Ukraine are getting fucked, the people of Russia are getting fucked, the people of Belarus are getting fucked, the people of the West are getting fucked, everyone's getting fucked. And essentially, what it boils down to is the war itself. I mean, we all know generally the specifics of what's happened with that. Russia decided, fuck it, we're gonna chance it and roll in. I didn't think they were stupid enough to do it. They were stupid enough to do it. It is what it is. But the broader context is what's more interesting to me, because the broader context reeks of the two superpowers, the emerging superpower and the dying superpower, squaring up for a face-off. China is basically able to do whatever the fuck it wants with Russia now, because Russia has no other real trade partners that it can work with besides China and the artist formerly known as the Third World, who, you know, like a lot of the developing countries see right through the rules-based international order shit because they realize the West made those rules up to benefit themselves and they ignore them half the time anyway. Like, they don't even follow their own fucking rules. So Russia's basically got around sanctions by finding alternate markets, China being one of them. China doesn't overtly support Russia in terms of, like, sending in military effort of their own. And they nominally try and appear like they're trying to broker a peace, but China basically has Russia right where they want them, right? They can ask them to jump, and the Russians will ask how high. Your boy, cheers for the sub. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Likewise, the US is doing the same thing with Europe. The US has put the Europeans back in their fucking place. Because Nord Stream mysteriously exploded. First it was blamed on the Russians, by everyone except the Americans, because the Americans, you know, knew better. Then when it was decided, no, the Russians wouldn't have done it, everyone finally woke up to the fact that it would have been actively against the Russians' interest to blow up the thing they were using to hold Europe economically hostage. Then it was a rogue element of Ukrainian saboteurs with a fucking private yacht. Then somebody realized a private yacht that was blamed for this couldn't have supported an operation of that scale. And now we're told it's in nobody's interest to find out who blew up Nord Stream. Isn't that strange? Nobody's interest, really. So anyway, we all know the Americans did it. It's fucking obvious. So that the Germans and everyone else in Europe has to buy gas off the Americans. So the Americans can start making money hand over fist again. They can subjugate the Europeans again. European military production is having to be moved to the United States because they can't ramp it up quick enough domestically. Germany wants to start building tanks and shit in the US now. The US is basically, because the US lost all its industry to China and India and other countries with cheap labour, the US is basically trying to do that to Europe now. They realise that they have cheaper labour than Europe, and they can maintain cheaper labour than Europe, so they're going to try and suck Europe dry of all its labour, deindustrialise Europe, and have them at their beck and call again. Because Europe was getting to the point where the Americans couldn't snap their fingers and have the entire of NATO appear and help them invade Iraqistan or wherever. So the whole thing is just a giant, ongoing, historical, economic process of a dying superpower trying desperately to bail itself out and maintain its position, and the elites within that superpower putting the crush on us guys, you know, the middle and the lower classes, to keep them in cozy living until they die of old age, at which point they don't care what happens. And China's doing the same thing. They're posturing themselves to take over as the leading power, and the US is desperately trying to prevent that because the US is shit fucking scared of not being top dog anymore. And we've had 40, nearly 50 years now of unchecked, rampant neoliberal colonialism from primarily the US because they could do whatever the fuck they wanted in a unipolar world, and they're scared to let go of that now, even though anyone with sense, even Americans with sense, can see that the world was better off when the US didn't have unchecked power, when there was a balance against the US's worst excesses. The US was better off for it, even, let alone everyone else. That's what's going on. The war isn't chiefly, because of that. The war is a contributing factor in that, though, and it contributes back to the war. They're kind of intermeshed, but they're separate issues. The war is accelerating the process greatly, because the war has made people realise, first of all, you can't use US or British currency as a reserve and have it safe, because the moment you do something they don't like, they'll just say, oh, you can't have your reserve currency anymore. The entire previous economic order of the world was based on the essentially unwritten guarantee that that would not happen. The US and the UK would not seize assets if you did something they didn't like. They wouldn't fuck you over by taking over your reserve currency. Well, that's gone out the window now. Rules-based order, really. So everyone's seeing the so-called rules-based order for what it is, a fucking sham, which was essentially just a fancy lib-friendly term for the West to assert its fucking hegemony over everyone else, and continue to do so as long as possible. And they're starting to lose faith in that. It's also showing that NATO can't actually fight a full-fledged war. NATO is not even fighting the war. They're supplying the Ukrainians to do the fighting and the dying, unfortunately. And, at the onset of the war, if you said, oh, the US just wants to fight Russia until the last drop of Ukrainian blood, you'd be called a Putin bot. And their own generals are coming out and fucking saying that that's their intent now. So the common narrative is a fucking media circus. If you have any sort of finger on the pulse of what's happening, you can see the narrative assembling before your eyes. You can see them making it up as they go along, and contradicting shit they said 6 months ago, sometimes 6 weeks ago. It's just ridiculous. I'm not saying that, I think the US is, shouldn't support Ukraine or whatever. I have always asserted Ukraine deserves to not get bombed, not get invaded, not have its borders fucked with. If there's some sort of border dispute with Ukraine, and there is, both Ukrainians with other countries and other countries with Ukraine, they can sort it out like fucking adults, not like what's happening now with the Russians rolling in. But I don't support a lot of what's going on around it. I want the Russians out. I want fucking everyone else out to what extent they can be without just saying to the Russians, oh, we'll come back in, everyone's gone now. But the thing is, like, artillery in particular, the Ukrainian forces are being told to use less artillery. They're being told to ration their artillery ammunition. They're running out. There are Ukrainian soldiers who've gone on record and said, like, we're firing maybe 1-2 rounds a day because we just don't have the supplies anymore. What we do have is mostly captured from the Russians at this point. Because, especially after the Cold War ended, the West spun down its military production, it spun down its military infrastructure, it sold a lot of it off, and they're realizing that the US's ability to ramp up into a fucking end boss like it did in World War II, a little bit harder now, because of the fucking economic system they have implemented. The current economic zeitgeist has forgotten the reason that the United States was such a monstrous superpower in the First and Second World Wars is because they went to central economic planning for the duration. Like, it's just left everyone's heads that the best way to build a superpower is centrally fucking planned economies. Yeah, they have their problems, for sure, especially the way the Soviets did it, but you know what? They get shit done. And without doing that again, which the US population and the US business community has been, you know, groomed to be terrified of because of the Cold War and the Red Scare, without doing that again, they can't do what they did in World War II. They can't spin up production, spin up manpower quickly enough. And this is just broadcast to the world, especially to China, that this is the case. China's been catching up to the US economically at a blistering pace for decades. Consistently. The Soviet Union did the same thing right up until the point it fucking imploded, right? One of the songs on my playlist, We'll Catch the Americans with Soviet Speed, the Kukuruza song, that was like a parody of that, but that's what they wanted to do, and that was a slogan, we'll catch the Americans at Soviet speed. Khrushchev came up with that one from memory. But this is what the world is seeing, is that NATO is more of a political force than a military force. They can't supply their own militaries with enough artillery to fight a major offensive, let alone support themselves and Ukraine. You know, like, the US production capacity for 155mm, which is NATO's standard artillery caliber, is what? 30,000 shells a year? Let's be generous and say 50,000 out of 2 factories. They're starting to spin up new ones, yeah, I know, but a couple months ago, it was about 30,000, 50,000 shells a year. You would use that many shells in a 2-week offensive, if you were doing it properly. If you're fighting the way the Soviets fought, which the Ukrainians still partly do, because even though they've had their military partly westernized, they're still Soviet-pilled. They know the Soviet way of war, and they know it works when it's done properly. And so they rely very heavily on artillery. The Russians rely even more heavily on artillery. They're firing 20, 30, 40,000 shells in a couple of weeks. Well, the Ukrainians aren't anymore, because they don't have that many, but... like, this is the thing. NATO can't supply them. And it's just showing weakness to China. And now, all these, you know, the global south it's called now, what used to be called the third world, all these smaller countries that have been fucking knocked around by the superpowers for so long, particularly by the US and the UK, they're now saying, you know what, maybe we'll move to the yuan as our reserve currency. Maybe we'll come up with a digital reserve currency. We're not going to use the dollar anymore, and the fucking US is losing its shit at the prospect of countries, any countries, doesn't matter how big or small or how important on the global scene they are, the prospect of them moving away from the dollar as their reserve currency, because it immediately and, like, irrevocably weakens the US's ability to hold sway over other countries, and it fucks the US over in terms of dealing with their own massive debt. It's an economic war. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed my TED Talk. This is the thing we were circling around looking for. I'll try and get a bit lower so we can get a good view. In fact, we'll probably land in front of it. Unfortunately, Like, the thing is, Ukraine obviously has experienced horrific trauma as a result of this. Like, Ukraine was having a bad enough time before any of this kicked off. The Ukrainian economy was a fucking fraction of what the Russian economy was before the war, before the Russians started actively, you know, before the Crimean annexation or any of that shit, because Ukraine has had a problem with corruption for a long time. Even in Soviet times, there were jokes about Ukrainians and corruption. It's, you know, the Soviet ethnic-based jokes always had running themes, and the one for Ukrainians was corruption. But it was bad enough beforehand. It's just going to get worse. Like, a lot of the... Sorry, the dust on my screen just under the camera. A lot of the reconstruction stuff is either not going to materialize because the West is going to start caring about something else, like, well, I don't know, Taiwan. They're going to leave Ukraine out in the cold, and in some ways I think they're already setting up to do it. Certain little things are like, would you really say that if you were desperate to support your ally? So Ukraine's going to be fucked 9 ways to Sunday, no matter the outcome. Even if they eject the Russians from their 1991 borders, they're still fucked. Politically, and if Yuki's still here in chat, he can probably give you even more detail on this, because there's deep lore to this I didn't know until he told me about it. Politically, they're fucked for at least a generation. Because all the wrong kind of people have been able to take power and common support from this. You know, the Russian claim that Ukraine is a Nazi nation wasn't really true in a general sense when they went in. Yeah, there were some pockets of it, and there was some kind of lip service support to some people that were kind of shady, but, like, Ukraine as a whole was not, Nazism. Like, not even close. And the actually overtly Nazi political figures didn't really have any significant power in Ukraine. And now, a lot of them are starting to, because they're the ones that have fucking stepped up and started fighting. So they're now national heroes, so maybe all the other stuff they're into, maybe we care a little bit less about that now. Of course, that's not to say that they uniquely have that problem. Russia has descended headlong into fucking fascism, and basically we're arriving at the point where before too long it's going to be 2 different groups of Nazis trying to see who's the better Nazi. As it is, a lot of the propaganda getting slung back and forth between the Ukrainian and Russian sides is who is the rightful heir of the Rus people. And whether Kiev or Moscow is the true capital. Like, it's just fucking schizo, dude. It's so bad. Like, Eastern European politics was bad enough already, but this is just fucking bizarro world shit. It makes me miss Zurich. Like, Zurich seemed sane compared to some of these people. In fact, I think there was actually a semi-serious proposal to try and fucking make a museum to him and like, revive Zurich thought as an ideology. Like, just, what the fuck? So yeah, Ukraine's fucked for generations. Russia is fucked for generations. Russia was already not caught up to the Soviet Union. They were slowly getting there, but they still hadn't caught up. And a lot of how they caught up was just sham stuff. It was smekalka. The Russian economy might have looked on paper like they were catching up to what the Soviet Union was in 91, but in actuality, a lot of it was smoke and mirrors. So Russia's fucked for generations, because no one's going to want to deal with them after this shit, except the Chinese, who now hold the reins and will basically, you know, they got a choke chain on them pretty much at this point. Because China's their only major trading partner they have now. And all the shit they need to get that they can't get under Western sanctions, they can get via China, or via other intermediaries who are friendly with China, that China will put in a good word with them for. The US is fucked. The US has been fucked for a long time, but it's especially fucked now because they're going about trying to bail themselves out and trying to save their unipolar position. It's too late. You can't. Once an empire reaches this state of decline, it's done, dude. You're going to make it worse by trying to stop it. Like, the Brits figured that one out pretty fucking quick, my dude. It's... And it's weird because the US... It's not even that they can't accept being number 2. Being number 2 is not that bad. I mean, I would prefer that... I have not many good things to say about the CCP, or the PRC in general, right? I've got nothing against Chinese people whatsoever, but the actual political system that runs mainland China, I am not a fan of. Not least because they fucking backstabbed the Soviets, just out of opportunism. I think if anyone is responsible for the state of the world today more than anything, it's the fucking Chinese Communist Party, because they betrayed the Soviets, which ended up buddying up with the West in their own self-interest, So that basically removed the only sufficient counterweight to what the Americans were able to do. China will come out of it better off, ultimately, in the long run, but everyone else has to suffer before we get there. And I don't expect, you know, a unipolar Chinese-led world to be particularly nice for, you know, us Westoids. I'm sure it won't be as bad as people make out. It usually isn't. But it's not going to be pleasant either, especially because it's like there's a lot of cultural differences in the way they think about things, the way they approach different things. It'll be difficult to adjust to. But yeah, like the US not only can't handle the idea of being number 2 power, which is understandable at least, but they seem unable to hack the idea of not being the only power anymore. Like, they seem to have become so attached to unipolarity in the past 40 years, even though all it's done is fuck them over. Oh, hey, Seb, we are, guess where? You did miss a bit of it. We flew into the Rasoka vehicle graveyard and stuff. It'll all be on the VOD, but we haven't hit the city up yet. We've just done a fly around the power plant. And we're talking about the current situation in the world, because Indy asked for some input. I'm gonna sit here for a second and have a drink, because I'm losing my voice. May I ask where you learn all this? Wherever I can find information that isn't overtly propaganda. Dick Wolf, Richard Wolf, he's a lot of people immediately go, oh, he's one of them, because he's a professor with a specialization in Marxism. If you want to understand how the world really works, the grand historical process actually marches on, you ask a Marxist. I know people are going to go, Marx, political commies. Put that aside. If you want a good analysis of the forces in play, you go to a Marxist, because they're concerned with materialism, the material circumstances, the material reality. You have this much resource here, you have that much resource there. This person is motivated by that resource, they need to get this resource to do it. Whereas if you approach it from a Western perspective, it's all fucking made-up, make-believe shit, because we've reached the point, apparently, in Western thought where if you just think it hard enough, it will manifest. Like, a lot of the reporting on Ukraine is just so departed from reality, it's not even funny. And I'm not going to go into details on stream, because I don't want the glowies to get me, especially with how close I live to ASIO. But there was a document leak a month ago? 2 months ago? For as much shit as the US gives all its allies about, oh, your security's too slack, this one, it was marked no fawn. Top secret no fawn. Do you know what no fawn means? It's a US subclassification. It's not a classification in itself, but it's like a condition of top secret. No fawn means not to be distributed to any foreign nationals, including allied personnel. So this is internal US only. This doesn't go to Ukraine, this doesn't go to the UK, this doesn't go to Australia, it doesn't go to anyone. Doesn't even go to Canada. US only. No fawn does not leave the country, well, except to go to US embassies, but nobody who is not a US national, and obviously top secret cleared, gets to see it. Five Eyes is US, UK, New Zealand, Australia, Canada. Five Eyes. FV Eyes. That's the marking for it. There were a few pages, I think, marked Five Eyes, a bunch marked no fawn. But anyway, that document painted a very different image of the war to what the media have been feeding us. It sounds like it's a do-or-die offensive, this spring offensive everyone's been hyping for the longest time, and it seems to never arrive. It seems like it's a fucking Todesfahrt. It's a last fucking gasp throw of the dice. Now, I don't know how it'll work out for him, but the problem with thinking like that is, if you expend your entire military to push the enemy out in a massive offensive, congratulations, you've moved the border, but you now have no military left. Like, it's a very weird way of thinking the West seems to have picked up from the Germans. Anyway, so, like, you know, I didn't read through that document, I saw the label and went, ugh. I spoke to other people who'd seen it, but I saw the label, I just, no. I'm not looking at that without welding goggles on. So, there's things like document leaks, there's things like, you know, economic professors, ones that know their shit, i.e. Marxists, different historical, like, the historical field is kind of because a lot of them have been pushing a political agenda. You know, it's nothing new. You need to... I don't know how to put it, really. You need to have a lot of experience talking to all different kinds of people, and you need to learn as much as you can. Just sit back and listen, and learn the biases. Learn who doesn't like who, learn who talks to who, learn who has an agenda to push and where. So I usually try to go into things and sort of sit back and study the dynamics of what's going on before I figure out which sources I do and don't trust and how I value them against each other. But also, there's the good old-fashioned bulletproof test, which works wonders for this, especially for shit like Nord Stream. Key bono. Who benefits? Does Russia benefit? No, it hurts them because they can't hold their gas export over Europe anymore. It actively fucks them. Is it in Ukraine's interests? Debatably. Debatably, it's going to piss off the Europeans, though, so why would Ukraine want to piss off their allies? But who benefits a lot? The US, because now they get to sell all their gas to Europe, and they have Europe by the short and curlies. So, I don't know, it's hard to explain. I do a lot of reading, it's from all over the fucking place. I watch lectures and stuff when they get linked. I've got a lot of friends that are into the same, like, they're interested in this sort of thing. Some of them are more obviously biased than others, so I bear that in mind when I take sources from them, but usually they come out with some pretty good stuff. And in particular, what I was talking about with this grand economic historical procession going on, Richard Wolff actually had a lecture on that just like a month, 3 or 4 months ago. It was in late January, I think. So, it was before all these document leaks and everything even, but he was talking about that in great detail. Now, I'm not going to pretend I know everything, or that I can predict the future with 100% accuracy. After all, I'm the same moron that didn't think the Russians would be dumb enough to do this in the first place. 1970 was the year that Pripyat was established, by the way. The first buildings are laid down. It's also the year the power plant was kind of seriously under construction. So I'm not going to claim that I know everything or I'm always right. It'd be very stupid of me. I do it sometimes for a joke, but I don't genuinely mean it. But it's interesting to find people that generally do know what they're talking about and generally are right, and it's like, oh, he's just confirming what I thought. Interesting. Speaking of Marxism, actually, and people's knee-jerk aversion to it, I was watching a lecture from GDC a couple of years ago. It was from one of the game designers at Paradox, as in, Hearts of Iron, Stellaris, etc., EU Paradox. And they were talking about what they analyze for historical games, and like the balance between history and player agency. And one of the things that came up is the best way to understand how to make mechanics that encourage colonialism in, say, EU or in Vicky is not modern Western economics, because colonization, especially the race for Africa, cost more than the colonies made in exports. The European countries actually sank a lot of money and resources into colonization. Some of them nearly bankrupted themselves to do it. So if you look at it from that aspect, the way a modern economist, a fucking Western-trained Austrian school economist, fucking, when the Austrians have a big idea, man, I quake in my boots. Nothing good comes out of that place. At least not ideology or economics-wise. But you're under your modern Western Austrian influence thinking, it makes no sense. Why would you colonize when you can just build up your industry at home and not lose money in the process? Well, you need to go to Marxism again, and this apparently caused a bit of a fucking red scare amongst the C-level suite at Paradox, like the CEOs and shit, because they thought they had a fucking communist insurrection happening in the development team. But no, it literally is the way you analyze this shit, especially in the period that Marx was writing this. Like, in the same historical period that Marx was seeing these forces in the world around him and writing this, Marxism is the best way to analyze why colonization happened. It's not about making number go up, profit-wise. It's about expanding your material capability. It's about materialism. Like, if you don't understand the world from a materialist perspective, you don't understand the world. When I say materialism, I don't mean, oh, I want the new shiny thing. I mean, you have to understand how many shiny things there are, where they come from, what is the process to make the shiny thing, who makes the shiny thing, who benefits from the shiny thing. Materialism is focused on hard, cold facts, things you can touch. It's not like spiritualism or esoteric fucking Austrian school economics where you just, like, invent numbers out of your ass and magically, with the power of hopium, they continue going up until they suddenly stop going up because someone said the R word, there'll be a recession, and then there is one because somebody dared to say the R word, and that's powerful magic that invokes a massive economic crash. Ugh. Don't start me on fucking von Mises. Anyway. Yeah, so, like, that's an interesting thing, is in game design, Marxism is what you want to go to for historical games, because material conditions, right? Material realities. Found it very interesting. Someone's going to federal prison for a while. Oh, yeah, you fucking bet. That's wild. The funniest thing is, apparently that's Yanov, by the way, Kula Pripyat players. That's Yanov. That's the water tower where Zulu lives. That's the station itself. It was mostly used for cargo. Yeah, apparently like, I was reading about it, and apparently the first Discord it popped up in was a fucking Minecraft Discord. You can't make this shit up. I mean, the glowies have been onto the Minecraft euphemism for a while, but fuck me, that's funny. I'm going to leak no-fawn documents in Minecraft. Fuck, man. This is a railway bridge here, but the game turns it into a giant, very skinny apartment. A lot of this is warehouses and stuff. There's a lot of, like, little quarries and warehousing and light industry scattered through the area here. It's close to a lot of important stuff. Power lines, power plant, radar, transport infrastructure, major city. Like, there's a lot of things going on here. And honestly, I couldn't tell you what all of them are. Want to visit Pripyat? Me too. Me too. I don't know if I'll ever be able to now, but hopefully one day before it's all gone. I mean, it's a positive thing. It's a positive thing that it will be gone one day because nature's reclaiming it. It's a beautiful thing. Even when humans fuck off, nature just takes back what belongs to it. It's one of those things that when I'm feeling really down, it gives me peace. Like, I'm not a religious person particularly. I kind of half-heartedly believe that there is some power up there. I'm not like, you know, I don't really attribute anything to it, just like, you know, whatever. Because I'm from a Jewish family, but I was raised Church of England because integration, of course. And I kind of lapsed during childhood, and I've kind of held on to some of the traditions, I guess, but I'm not actually religious. But one of the things that brings me a lot of peace is thinking that when I die, I will leach back into the ground eventually, one way or another. I'm planning on being... Fuck me! Wait one, chat, if this is another fucking scammer. Oh, sorry, I was still muted. You just missed my broadside against scammers. Fucking Telstra Technical Department. Yeah, bro. Yeah, on a mobile number. Okay, bro, I believe you. Fuck me. They think I'm stupid? Anyway. Isn't it intriguing how after I shotgun out a bunch of job applications, I start getting spam calls again? And scammers. Wow, it's almost like my data's being shopped out the moment I fire off a resume to someone. Incredible. So that the company that isn't going to hire me anyway can profit off of selling my data. They can profit off of me without even fucking hiring me and exploiting my labor. Boy, I love capitalism. Anyway, what were we talking about? Fuck. Oh, right, yeah. Like, I'm planning on being cremated when I kick off. But eventually, you know, I'll leach back into the ground and I'll grow into a tree or something, or help a tree grow or whatever. And then that tree will have its life cycle or whatever, and eventually the earth which gave birth to me, through the material that exists on it, will be swallowed up by the sun that gave birth to it, as the sun expands in its red giant phase and then slowly fizzles out. Like, I don't know, there's just the cycle, like the big picture stellar cycle of life is kind of peaceful in a way. kind of nihilistic, I guess, but peaceful. And it does make me sad to think that, oh, there won't be a lasting remnant to show that I was here, that this was here, that was here. But nothing's going to last forever anyway, so you enjoy it while it does exist, and you enjoy the memory while it exists, and you keep the memory alive as long as you can by telling it to other people. Like most old human stories were just passed down through the generations verbally. It's why they changed so much over time. Even before, writing systems were developed. Because people had something that they wanted to hold on to that was worth holding on to, and they just passed it down. And it evolves as it goes. It's quite beautiful in a way. But anyway, yeah, I'm sad that one day Pripyat will just be poplar trees and rubble, but in a way it's beautiful. It is very much on the way to poplar trees and rubble. If you want to see it, you go in the winter, because otherwise there's just so many trees you can't see from one side of the street to the other. So the part of town we're in now, this is the area that's represented in Call of Pripyat. This is the bus terminal from memory, I think. That's that sculpture with the fucking loudspeaker looking things and the antennas. This is the hospital complex, well, part of it. So there's a lot of industry here too, like warehouses, light industry. Soviet cities all had warehouses in them for keeping stuff, food, keeping goods and stuff, so that they could distribute them to stores. This is the hospital itself, the main wings. One of them's the maternity wing. I forget which one it is. That's custom scenery, obviously. That's one of these is the morgue. One of these is the morgue under me, and then the neurological ward. The Pripyat hospital is more of a clinic, was built on the assumption that most people in Pripyat would be young and healthy, which they were. The average age here was like 25 or so, because it was all nuclear engineers and chemical engineers and construction workers, radiotechnical engineers. So it was a very young city full of life, and so they figured, oh, we don't need a big hospital or a geriatric ward or whatever. That didn't work out so well, because they didn't have enough beds in the hospital when shit kicked off. This street is Ulica Druzhby Narodov, Brotherhood of... It translates basically as Friendship of Peoples, but for a less janky English translation, basically be like Brotherhood of Nations, which was a common phrase to refer to the Soviet Union's multi-ethnic composition. One of these buildings is the laundromat that the military's based in Call of Pripyat. I think it's like that building there. That one there. These are workers' dormitories here. That one's got that canteen in it. This is where you that mercenary deal happens. You get the fucking key to the lab. So those are workers' dormitories with canteens between them. Slava Trudu, glory to labor, except some of the letters have fallen off. And then one of the buildings, might be on the waterfront, is Slava Partia, and another Slava Lenina. That's obviously a store there, but I forget which store it is. I think it's a department store or something. It's one of the ones you go into in Call of Pripyat anyway. Oh, there's a slogan on that building too. Univermag, Universal Store. Universalny Magazin. So yeah, that's like a department store. One of these is like a little butcher's store. I think that's the butchery. One of them's a bakery. This is a kindergarten. This shaped building generally is a kindergarten in Soviet microrayons. What's that? Fabrika something. It's probably either a food preparation plant or a textile plant, something like that. What do Russians have coin-operated laundry, and what coin do they use? I am not actually sure. Round? I do not know. I assume they do, and I assume they just use kopecks and rubles, same as they would have in the old days, just obviously modern rubles, not Soviet ones. This main avenue that runs down the center axis of the city is Ulica Lenina. Lenin Avenue. I can speak goodly. So, Ulica Druzhby Narodov, Ulica Lenina, and Ulica Kurchatova, which is named after the, Kurchatov was the surname of the father of Soviet nuclear science, and then the Kurchatov Institute was named after him as well. For a city built to serve a nuclear power plant, it makes sense that you'd name one of the main roads after, you know, the guy that was the father of your nuclear power program. Or your nuclear program in general. Wanted to learn Russian, but gave up. Yeah, I need to pick it up again. The grammar is kind of hard for me to get my head around as an English speaker. Genders, cases, etc. It's like German, but somehow more painful. At least it's not Finnish. These are kindergartens as well. So you'll notice each group of commie blocks has green space between them. They have a kindergarten. Some of them have a store. There's a department store there. There's like butchers and bakers. Everyone's on this thing 15-minute cities now. Don't even start me on the whack job conspiracy theories about that. They want to take our cars away. Ooh, it's the New World Order, whatever. They just want to revert to city planning before the fucking automotive lobby fucked it up. But 15-minute cities, this is a 5-minute city. Everything you need to live is within a kilometer of the place you live. Everything. Yeah, that's the Slava Trudo building. I thought I saw another one with a slogan here, but I might have been seeing things. Let's double back around. Turn into a pillar of salt. I probably will round. Probably will. I don't know. I'm salty because I care. So, Call of Pripyat, while it was the most faithful in how it laid out the city itself, it still took some liberties. It moved some of the kindergartens around, it moved the high school as well. I think the high school's a little further inland from the river than it's shown in-game. Yeah, kindergarten there. Univermag below us. Like I said, that's all hospital stuff in front. Chimera Central. This is, oh no, this is the high school. So this is the high school. This should be partially collapsed in real life, and it is in Stalker. So that's the high school there. There's a couple of them, but that's the one that's represented in Stalker. There's your 3 tall buildings, or, excuse me, overlooking the river. That's the cafe. I really wish this guy had done custom scenery for the cafe, because the cafe is one of the most beautiful parts of Pripyat. It's got these gorgeous stained glass windows. It's not traditional stained glass, where you have big pieces of glass cut out with lead between them. It's individual rods of glass. Thousands upon thousands of individual rods of glass to form like a fresco, but in a window. It's beautiful. Yeah, Call of Pripyat does take place here, and it is one-to-one-ish with this corner of the city. At least for the Pripyat part of it. They do move stuff around, like I said. Some locations have been shipped out of the city, or some have been brought into it, but it's the most accurate of the Stalker games, and out of any representation in gaming you see of the city, it is the most accurate I've come across. So yeah, the cafe here, the cafe is in front of us, then the ferry terminal is across there. There's like a bell tower on top of it in real life. And there's like a whole little concrete plaza here with a pier for the ferries. Like, it's a beautiful spot. Beautiful, beautiful spot. That's the Prometheus Theatre I was talking about earlier. Prométhée, it says on the side of it, and there's there. Maybe they moved the statue of Prometheus in Call of Pripyat, because in the game it's right next to the theatre, but it might actually just exist next to the power plant instead. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I did the Google Street View tour, so I don't remember exactly where some things are. No, that's the plaza there. So that's the plaza, and in the game the statue's there. This is the center of town right here. This is the central plaza. This is the town central administration building. This is the Hotel Policia, sorry. Hotel Policia. Written in Ukrainian, not Russian. A lot of their labeling around here is done in Ukrainian, because they just use the local language. That's, I think, the restaurant and the lobby. And then this, I don't know why in this scenery that's at the wrong angle. You can see where it should go there, but it's kind of curved in too much. That's a shelter for the bus stops. That's where you, I think in fucking the original Modern Warfare, you'd go up into the hotel and shoot from the top floor. As you can see, the line of sight to the power plant's not great. But yeah, that's your taxi rank / bus station. Those are your, like, water features. This is the Palace of Culture. Dom Kultury. Or Dvorets Kultury, sorry. Dom is home, Dvorets is palace. So, Palace of Culture, energetic. If you ever find photos of this building before the disaster with all the lights on it in the evening, it's gorgeous. There's a statue of Lenin down there. It wouldn't be a Soviet city without one. This is like a restaurant and entertainment complex. I think there was another theater and like bowling alleys and shit in there. The Palace of Culture itself had a lot of different entertainment venues in it. That's what they're for. Palace of Culture in an Eastern Bloc country generally means that's your social hub. There's a really nice fresco here, or mosaic I guess it is, on the side of the Prometheus Theatre, which is in Stalker as well. Right there. The Soviets, you'd be surprised, the Soviets enjoyed their brotherly socialist competition. A lot of their fucking military design bureaus were ruthlessly competitive against each other. Especially the submarine design bureaus. Holy fuck, they were... Man, they went for each other's throats. It's kind of funny, especially, like, submarines in particular are a weird microcosm, where the American design was all done by, what was it, the Bureau of the Navy, or like Bureau of Ship Design or whatever, the naval architecture guys. They did the submarines, and it was all laid out by fucking, Rickover, what they could and couldn't do, whereas the Soviets had a bunch of competing OKBs that all didn't like each other and all would try and take away each other's, steal each other's thunder. And so the Soviets would be pressing several comparable but very diverse designs into service around the same time as each other, where the Americans had one submarine that went into service. And it just, that was it. They would design one when it needed a replacement, but there was one. It's very, very interesting difference in approach. So this was an apartment building and also had public services down the bottom, like phone kiosks. Even into the 80s, the Soviet Union didn't have phones in every individual apartment. Some cities did, a lot of them didn't. Sometimes you'd share one with your neighbors, sometimes you would have a central hub in the city which was just phone kiosks everywhere. Again, coming back to that material realities approach, the material reality is the Soviet Union had to build a superpower out of being a backwards agrarian shithole less than a century before, and some of the sacrifices they had to do to keep up with the US militarily and you know, in terms of soft power, was for people to not have phones in their flat, or, you know, people in rural towns or in their duchas to not have an indoor toilet. It is what it is. You know, at the height of its power, at the absolute height of its economic power, the Soviet Union had about half the GDP of the United States. Maybe a bit less. China's approaching the point where it's about half the GDP of the United States now. It's hard to get across just how ridiculously huge of a fucking head start the US has. It's just enormous. Interestingly, a lot of flats had, like, they'd have radios, but they were all wired into a central radio, so they'd be tuned into a particular channel, usually like a, you know, a news channel or like a public service channel or whatever. And one of the guys I watch on YouTube, he's Ukrainian, he lives in the US now, but he remembers when Chernobyl happened, he was a kid. Sergey, his name is. He's really great. Ushanka Show, his channel's called. And he said that when there was a great disaster in the Soviet Union or the Soviet leader died, you could tell because whatever was happening on the radio would be cut immediately, but then they start playing, like, Soviet and Russian composers, like Tchaikovsky. They start playing Tchaikovsky. And he said when Chernobyl happened, they were playing Tchaikovsky for over, like, 2 or 3 days before they finally figured out what the narrative was they were going to tell the population through their little in-home radios. So the longer Tchaikovsky was playing, the more, oh fuck, you got. because, you know, you knew it was something bad and you start hearing rumors about what it was. What's the channel? Ushanka Show. Ushanka is in the hat. So again, more kindergartens in front of us, because obviously a lot of young people, a lot of families, you're going to need a shitload of kindergartens, like at least one every micro round. So again, Prometheus Theatre, Hotel Policia, Town Administration to our right of that, Palace of Culture, Entertainment Complex, more apartments. There's the infamous apartments with the Soviet like coat of arms. Here's the fairground. This was slated to open on May Day, so it never actually opened. There's a Ferris wheel, the Dodgem cars, the shooting gallery. That's a shooting gallery down there. And then as you get to the northern side of town, some of the more iconic buildings are hit and miss with custom scenery or not. This is the Avant-Garde Stadium. I forget what that building is. Somewhere here, it's a little on the western side of town, is the KBO, it's called. I forget what it stands for. But the KBO is there's another, that should be a kindergarten, it just hasn't rendered into autogen buildings because of the trees blocking it. That, I forget what building that is. A lot of the northern side of town, I don't remember which building is which, I'm going to be honest with you. There was another hospital as well, which I think was somewhere over here, but it was like a more specialized hospital. That's Jupiter. That's the Jupiter factory there. We'll come back to that in a minute. So there's the KBO, the Jubilee Center. I think, actually, that might be Jubilee. Jubilee is one of the buildings on the north side from memory. I think the KBO in this does have a custom model, but I can't recall for certain. A lot of this is like light industry, garages, like transportation hubs. I forget what that building is. The Lazurny Pool should have its own model, I'm pretty sure, and it's somewhere on the west side of town. I think it's the northwest. And that was still in use into the 90s, like I said. The liquidators and the on-site staff for the power plant were using it for a very long time. Some of these will be service complexes, like all of these smaller buildings in amongst the apartments will be things like heat exchangers for the central heating. There'll be water pumping stations, substations, things like that. If any of you have played Workers and Resources, you'll know. That is something I do need to play on stream sometime as well. That's not Lazurny, I don't think. I thought it was further west. It could be. Let's fly low and check it out. Lazurny should have a sign on it, I think. Should be able to see the interior. Nope. No, I see VTO and then looks like a P. That'll be the bus stop. Avto... Fuck, what's the word? Anyway, bus stop. Bus terminal, so I was right the first time. So in Call of Pripyat, the KBO is modeled as being like over here, but it's further west. This stuff is just outside the accessible area of Call of Pripyat. It cuts off like here, on the other side of Prometheus. But this was represented in Shadow of Chernobyl and Clear Sky, just not super accurate. Like, this was pretty accurate, but the buildings around it weren't. Oh, there we go. That's Lazurny there. That's the swimming pool there. I think? Or no. No, that's the other thing. There's like 3 different buildings that have the same architectural style. Bear with me. That might be another bus terminal, looking at the writing as I went past. Catch you later, round. Sleep all, man. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to catch up with you. Get a little lower so I can actually read the writing. A lot of these taller apartments, like those ones, are fairly unique structures, and so they're represented accurately. Like, the dude that made the scenery actually built custom assets for them, because they're very distinctive. But you can see a lot of these are just auto-gen, because it saves time and effort, I guess, and file size. I'd like to see a fully custom rebeak of this scenery, though, with, like, everything done by hand. Maybe ported from Workers and Resources or something. People have rebuilt the city in Workers and Resources. It's pretty impressive. Oh no, that is Lazuni. Sorry. It's a bigger building than I remember. Plavatilny... If I can avoid crashing here. Plavatilny Basin. Swimming pool. Lazuni. Azure, basically that means. You know, blue. There's the clock. Yeah. Yeah, the Soviets were kind of... There was a lot of indecision about what to do. There was a lot of... you know, a lot of people, when there's a major disaster, this isn't exclusive to the Soviet system, although the Soviet system, the way it worked, didn't really help with this. When there's a disaster, there's a lot of denial, because you kind of look at the scale and go, oh, it can't be that bad. Surely it can't be that bad. No, they're exaggerating. It can't be that bad. Then you find out it's worse. And by the time you find out it's worse, you should have acted days ago. But once they actually made the decision to evacuate, they were quick about it. Like, that's the thing. When the Soviets got off their fucking arse and did something, they were good at doing it. In some cases, that's a bad thing, because the thing they did was a bad thing, like, you know, all the mass fucking internal deportations, under Stalin in particular. But, you know, when they wanted to evacuate the city, and they got round to it, they did. This is garages. These are all garages, so this would be used to keep cars in for the people that own them, various bits of equipment, overflow for things that won't fit in your flat. Each flat complex, each microrayon would have its own group of garages, so there's some there, there'll be some around the other ones, kind of on the south of the city, and those are used to store stuff in. You don't keep your car where you live, you keep your car within walking distance of where you live. Now, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, people started getting more cars, and they started getting more impatient, and so they just started using the beautiful green spaces and playgrounds in the middle of the apartment blocks as parking lots, and it turned them into muddy hellholes. Like, a lot of the grim appearance of commie blocks is not because of commie blocks themselves, it's because of how neglected they've been for the past half a century. When they were first built, there were these beautiful gleaming white concrete buildings, beautiful parkland between them, and now it's just gone to shit. So anyway, I said we'd hit up Jupiter. There is Jupiter, let's hit it up. Jupiter was an electronics factory, radio electronics, building radar components, radio components for the military, civilian electronics too, TVs, things like that. But a lot of military stuff went on there, so it was quite high security. The city is already high security because it serves a nuclear power plant, so, you know, why not concentrate spicy things in one area? As you can see, the layout is exactly as represented in Call of Pripyat. All they've done is, in Call of Pripyat, they moved it. So it's actually right here on the outskirts of the city, as you can see. This also had some robotics research being done in it, which was very important after the disaster. They moved a lot of the scientific effort both to interpret what was going on and to build robots to clean things up. Levitating building there, interesting. They did a lot of that here at Jupiter. So this is obviously the main factory floor here. The interior layout's probably similar to what Call of Pripyat has, especially for the admin blocks and the laboratories. The main factory floor, put it this way, I've seen no evidence that the tunnel system is real. It would no doubt have a bunker. Why is it levitating? Any large Soviet industrial economic concern had a nuclear fallout shelter, some of them bigger than others, some of them were designed to house like tens of thousands of people. Soviet cities had massive bunkers in certain areas to house people in the event of a civil defense situation. The Moscow metro had entire tunnels that were built during World War II and then just used as bunkers for civil defense or for the Soviet military's command structure. The Moscow PVO district had its headquarters in one of the metro tunnels for a while. The central archives of the Soviet military had a separate metro tunnel they used to store things. So, you know, if war broke out, their archives would be safe. So there's a lot of impressive infrastructure you don't see from the surface, but I think not quite to the level that Call of Pripyat depicted. So that's the city. Yeah, about 50,000 people. It's not a very big city because it's very dense, as Soviet planned cities tend to be, because you don't want a city that sprawls. A city that sprawls is the opposite of good. You know, a city that sprawls means you rely on either a ridiculous investment on public transport, which nobody could do, or you rely on cars, which the Soviets couldn't do, because A, they couldn't produce enough, and B, it was antithetical to their idea of how society should work, and they were correct about urban planning anyway. You know, it's pretty hard to argue the Soviets weren't on top of urban planning as far back as the 60s. A lot of the theories that the West is starting to come out with now, 15-minute cities, one-way zones to stop non-local traffic, so people can come back into the streets and have market stalls and kids playing soccer and whatever. It's just half measures compared to what the Soviets used to do with their planned cities. It took them a while to perfect the formula, but when they did, it was pretty impressive. Are they the most unique or amazing places to live? No, people have complaints. Commie blocks tend to be noisy, they're poorly insulated, especially on the upper floors, so the heat gets out of them in the winter. Like, they're not, you know, perfect, but they're solidly built. They were supposed to be temporary housing. You know, when the Soviets achieved true communism, they were going to build proper houses for every family. This was temporary housing, and even after years of abandonment, most of it's still standing. And a lot of them are still structurally safe enough that if you wanted to, you could just renovate them and move back into them. Like, they're not the sexiest places to live, but they're a fucking solid place to live. They're better than anything I've lived in since I moved out of my parents' place, put it that way. And the cities are designed around humans, not cars. And a logistics network that actually makes sense. Now, whether you have the supplies for that logistics network to distribute is a completely different matter, and that's where we get into some of the issues that you run into with a planned economy, especially when your planned economy is, shall we say, relying on the human factor to figure out who needs what, where, and in what quantities. It's one of the great tragedies of the Soviets from, I guess, their perspective, or anyone that kind of saw any benefit in what they were doing socially. And the Chileans had the same problem, a couple other countries had the same problem. They were moving towards computerizing everything. The Chileans nearly invented their own internet before the US did. The Soviets nearly invented their own internet before the US did. The Brits, well, the Brits could have, but they said no, and then all the British engineers that were capable of doing it fucked off to Chile to do it for them. They wanted to have, you know, a networked system of computers that would work out the economic needs of the country. Gosplan 2, you know, unlike Web 2.0, is meant to be like Gosplan 2.0. And like the internet, it was a state enterprise. The internet would not exist if DARPA didn't fucking do it. You know, like they had private firms like AT&T and so on involved on the technical side, but the private side would not do it without the government paying for it. Because it was just, they saw it as useless, they saw it as too big of a risk. Like, what the fuck do you want this for? It's pointless, how can I make money off of it? And how wrong they were, because boy is the internet a fucking gold mine for making number go up. And not always for good reasons. But anyway, yeah, that's Pripyat. Hope you guys enjoyed the little kind of tour-ish thing we had. You know, hopefully you learnt something. Maybe. Now, if I was in something that was a bit faster, we could fly to Slavutich, which was the city built to house all the people that were evacuated from Pripyat and continue to work at the various concerns here, including Jupiter, which stayed open for a while. But in this thing, it would take probably over an hour to get there. So we'll do that another day. I'm just gonna do a little bit of a U-turn up here at this bend in the river, and then we'll land maybe in the Central Plaza. And then we'll move on to our next flight after I ditch my jumper, because I'm getting fucking overheated. Starting to warm up a bit. Well, my PC's starting to warm up is probably more what's going on. As I said, there's some of the iconic shipwrecks on the river are actually visible in the sim, but you have to be a little higher up to see them. When you're low down, the water shaders kind of hide the ground textures underneath, but you can see them. You can see the Skladovsk, which is a real thing. The swamp icebreaker from Pripyat is a real thing. From memory, it's a little further down the river that way, near Chernobyl proper. And the houseboat-looking thing, which I don't remember if it's represented in the game. I don't think it is. But that's a little downriver from the cafe, I think, from the ferry terminal. As with many, relatively important Soviet cities, this didn't just have regular ferries, this had high-speed fucking hydrofoil ferries. The Raketa ferry running to it. So while road and rail access from Kiev wasn't the best, which is kind of the point, because, it's supposed to be a closed city, you could hop on the Raketa and just whiz up and down the Dnieper River. I wonder if actually these buildings have collision. We'll see if we can land on the roof of the Policia. I don't expect I'll be able to, but we'll see. We'll try our luck. There are various sites up on the internet, mostly, sort of kept running by people that lived in Pripyat before the accident. And they've got all these photos that they uploaded of different social events, of the town while it was being built, what life was like, and it was a beautiful city, man. Absolutely beautiful city. I know the architecture's not for everyone, but I personally like it. But it was so vibrant and full of life. Like I said, the average age, the average population age was fucking 25. It was full of young families. Not just young families, but really young, highly educated families as well, from all over the Soviet Union. Oh, I'm not going to do another leg over there, because it'll just complicate my landing even more, but there's a slogan on top of the hospital, the main wing of the hospital too. Zdrovia Narodu, I'm probably butchering the grammar, but Zdrovia Narodu Bogатство Крайни. The health of the people is the wealth of the nation, which is also visible in Stalker Call of Pripyat. It's also written in Ukrainian from memory. A lot of the stuff in the city is written in Ukrainian because it's a Ukrainian city. The Soviet Union originally had a policy called Korenizatsiya. Oh my god, I didn't even notice that before. It had a policy called Korenizatsiya, it was a decree that all Soviet republics would chiefly teach and use their native language, with Russian as a second language. Unfortunately, that got reversed under Stalin, along with many other revolutionary ideals. Stalin basically undid a lot of the progress of the revolution and reinstated a lot of the shit that the revolution had fought to get rid of in the first place, unfortunately. Yeah, there's no collision. Unfortunate. I would like to land on the roof, because that's a beautiful view. Especially now the weather's clearing up. Well, let's land next to Lenin. Look at that, man. Beautiful. I'm not running reshade or anything, just the beautiful, vibrant green trees. Now, I need to remember, this thing has VRS now, so I can't get too carried away with dropping the collective in a hurry. Also, I need to trim. Restaurant, that says restaurant. So yeah, there's a restaurant there. There's another building around here with a sign that says Gastronom, which is a different kind of restaurant. Yeah, this is pretty much how it looks. Most of these trees in real life are poplar trees, not whatever these are. So it's all poplar trees pretty much in this area. And you can see the fresco in the Palace of Culture. There's a lot of those here. Like I said, it's a real shame that the Waterfront Cafe isn't represented with a custom asset, because the windows on that are just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. It's funny, you know, the idea of Soviet communism took the place of religion in the Soviet Union. It took the role that religion previously held, as a way of kind of preserving a public spirit, a sense of unity and a sense of purpose and a sense of some grand destiny. I like religion and political, like revolutionary political ideologies are often interchangeable. Fascism did the same thing in Germany during, you know, the 30s and 40s. But it's interesting that while the Soviet view of communism took the place of religion, it took over from Russian Orthodoxy and, you know, Islam and Buddhism and all the Judaism and everything else in the Soviet Union. It inherited its own religious iconography. Instead of crucifixes, you have statues of Lenin. Instead of stained glass church windows depicting the saints, you have beautiful frescoes and friezes and things depicting socialist, realist murals showing the progress of science and culture, and, you know, the people in the army being united in their struggle to preserve it. Like, it's you can draw the parallels directly because they are direct parallels. They serve the same social purpose. Anyway, let's shut this baby down. I do have FS Realistic, so if I could actually get it to bind to control to walk, we could get out and do the FPS walking around thing, but I still have not figured out how to get it to actually bind to control. I think I have to unplug all my HOTAS inputs, because every time I go to bind it, it picks up a sensor. Like, it'll pick up a sensor that has just the slightest blip of noise, and I can't bind a key. It's really annoying, because I'd love, more, you know, here more than anywhere, I'd love to be able to get out the helicopter and do the little FPS walk around thing, but maybe another time. So we'll shut that down. We will shut down the alternator, the transponder. Don't know if I can shut that down independently, to be honest, so we'll just leave it. Alternator can go off. Fuel pump can go off. Dash lights can go off. The doors, they're off already. We remove them. Landing light should probably stay until I shut it down. And then fuel shut off. Governor off. You kind of need an opiate for the masses, so to speak, because the majority of people don't have the time or energy or academic inclination or philosophical inclination to get really into why, like the hows and the whys of things. So you need some, like, not to sound elitist, but you need some dumbed-down, mass consumer friendly version of what you're trying to get them to do, right? And that's basically what that role is for religion or some sort of very publicly represented ideological symbols like this. You see it in the West too, it's just more subtle, and because it's us, we don't see it. Well, some of us do, but a lot of people in the West don't realize that the West has iconography just like this. They just don't understand when they're looking at it. And it's different as well, because a lot of it's corporate in nature rather than state. I'm not sure what RPM I can pull the rotor brake at, so let's just say, fuck it. I'm sure it'll be fine. And there we go. There's our beautiful little Mini 500. Let me just... for scale. Lenin for scale. There we go. Let's get one with the... Oh, the hotel's floating. A lot of the scenery is kind of floating slightly. You don't notice it from the air, but you sure do from the ground. Hang on. camera controls are a little awkward. There we go. And this scenery came out pretty soon after the sim as well. Like, it's been out for years. Don't think it's ever been updated, to be fair, but it's a pretty impressive effort, honestly. Right, that is our first planned flight done. We had the unplanned one before. I was going to fly over Mayak, wasn't I? We'll need something reasonable. I'm not doing it in a helicopter, because it'll take too long, and I'll get distracted. We'll do it in some fixed wing. I'm just trying to figure out what. I was going to do the An-2 out of Petropavlovsk, because I want to do it somewhere wild, like the Far East, and Petropavlovsk has reasonably okay scenery. But you know what? We might do it out of Mayak. We might even do... We might do Mayak today, and then Petropavlovsk in a future stream. Or we might do both if it's a short flight. We'll see how we go. The An-2 is a must-have, by the way. Fucking fantastic. Right, give me a sec to ditch this thing. So I'm starting to sweat a bit. That's the aerial view of where we're flying. Oh, the Red Forest, since it was asked. I forgot to point it out as we flew over it. Red Forest. This area here. See how the trees are all dead? This is it. Between the power plant, which is this thing, and the radar, which is this thing, there's a stretch of it there too. All through here is the Red Forest. And again, you can see why. The radiation killed off a lot of the trees, and kind of, there's a reddish-brown color to it even now, let alone when it was first, when it first died off. The transmitter, I'm probably not going to be able to find it in this view, but the transmitter is somewhere around here. It's marked on Google Maps, I'm pretty sure. Someone dropped a pin on it. It's a smaller complex. The transmitter's quite a bit less, like it jumps out at you a lot less than the receiver does, which is typical of a lot of Soviet over-the-horizon radars. Generally, with military sites, you're looking for a clearing in a forest and then a distinct pale outline, which is the control strip. It's sand, so they can tell if somebody's trespassed on it while the guards were on their patrol, because they'll see footprints through the sand, right? The East Germans did the same thing with the inner German border. But if the area's been deforested or it's just been left to overgrow, it's kind of hard to spot. That's Slavutich there, so that's the city they built to replace Pripyat. This is the railway line, one of these, that runs along here and goes to the power plant. I almost want to say it was fairly close to Slavutich, but I could be wrong. I'd have to look it up on Google. Not today. We'll do it another time, maybe. Or we'll be here all day. Yeah, it's a really nice little helicopter. Beautiful little thing. Mayak. So I want to go up into the Urals. These are the, Ural. These are the Ural Mountains here. Ural River, I think, runs through Ufa, so it's off the west side. And then this great big fucking river here, this is the Volga. So Kazan is up there. I know that that Boiler's gone to bed now, but Kazan is well, not there actually. Kazan's up this way, right there. This is Yoshkar Ola, major Soviet optical manufacturing center. Nizhny Novgorod up there, Kazan. Baratayevka, Ulyanovsk. Ulyanovsk, if I can pronounce it right, Ulyanovsk is named after Lenin. His original surname was Ulyanov. So Ulyanovsk was named after him. It used to be Simbirsk before that. Major manufacturing center, both aviation and motor vehicles. That's where UAZ is. And the artist formerly known as Stalingrad down here. Saratov. This was Saratov and Engels opposite it. Engels is a major bomber base to this day. Saratov was tied up in the Soviet nuclear industry. And then Samara, which used to be Kuibyshev in Soviet times, up here was rocketry. It was the center of Soviet rocketry development. Kurmach, Togliatti is named after an Italian communist. This is where, for my hockey bros, this is where Brizzy's from. And then this is the Urals through here. Chelyabinsk is in this general area. It's like sort of east, southeast. There it is. So Chelyabinsk is there. Mias is there. That gives the river its name. Fuck tons of lakes. Absolute fuck tons of lakes. Now, Techa, that's the river, not Mecha. Techa is the river I was thinking of earlier. So the river Techa is very badly polluted because of Mayak. Got to remember, Mayak is, I want to say, northeast, question mark, or north. There's Kishtim. So the Kishtim disaster is named for Kishtim, but the actual facility is not in Kishtim. Kishtim is, fuck, the scenery around here is full of shit. This is all where clouds and stuff were that the AI scrubbed over. Kishtim is largely mining and refineries, some petrochemical stuff as well. Fucking Karabash is around here somewhere. Fucking polluted shithole. This is military. This is what I was talking about earlier. You can see it. That's your control strip. So there's a clearing around it so you can see when people are trying to get into it. Not sure what exactly it is, but it's definitely military. Anyway, I saw up here, Kishtim, Ozyorsk. Aha, Ozyorsk. This is Mayak. Ozyorsk is this city here, which is the actual city that a lot of the staff and nuclear scientists at Mayak live in. And you can see that there's pretty major transportation that runs from Ozyorsk down to Mayak. This, since the Soviets first began their nuclear program, essentially. They did development work up at Snezhinsk. They did some up at Saratov. But this is their main manufacturing plant from very early in the piece, you know, after they got their first couple of bombs working, through till current day. The Russian Federation still uses this as their main nuclear weapons manufacturing plant. It's actually getting expanded upon. So there's a lot of new construction that's happened here since this imagery was taken, and a lot of new construction since Soviet times on this imagery. Now, if I can find an airfield nearby, which I don't know if I'll be able to. Also, the scenery is going to be really hit and miss because, like I said, where the imagery is not high enough quality, the AI just scrubs over it with generic textures. It looks like shit. I don't think there's anything close by. I think the closest we're going to get is Kosovo, which is the airport for Yekaterinburg. I can't speak today. Fucking Anglo tongue. Which used to be Sverdlovsk. That's quite a distance. Actually, Balandino. That's an airbase. Chelyabinsk Baikal is mixed use air force and civil, it looks like, but this fella. Oh no, that might be civil mixed use as well. I take it back. We'll fly from Balandino. Now, it is going to take a while to get there, because the AN2 is not the fastest thing on Earth. It's slow as balls, even with a tailwind. I think we'll do the flight from Petropavlovsk on a future stream. I've still got a couple planned flights to go, and I'm going to kill my voice if I'm streaming for too long today, so... which one will I fly with? I flew with that one last time. We'll obviously stick with an Aeroflot livery, because, you know, what else would we fly in this part of the world? Fly with this one. The bright coloured one, I think, is for, like, polar operations or something. So we might save that for a trip around the Arctic or the far north. We'll fill it... let's fill it up. Don't need full fuel, but we'll fill it up, and then we'll just chuck in a full load of passengers, and I'll randomize the weights slightly on them. I kind of wish someone would make a tool that just randomizes passenger weights for you, so I don't have to do it by hand. I just find it more interesting to fly with, you know, a bit of weight in the plane, and especially with it being not consistently at CG. We can have a Chungus in there as well, some big beefy, I don't know, hockey player or something. Oh, actually, we should probably move them to the other side of the aircraft. That's gonna throw my CG out pretty bad. You're gonna have to trim like crazy to unfuck it. Let's set 231. Okay, that moves it back slightly. And then put a couple light passengers on that side. 190. 70, 180. It's still going to be off center slightly, but good enough. That red line is the center line of the aircraft. So our CG slightly right of the longitudinal axis. I think that's the longitudinal axis of the aircraft. Yeah, it is. So I'll need a bit of roll trim for that probably, but we're going to need some anyway. Once you get it trimmed out, the AN2 is really stable though. We're pretty close to our aft CG limit, but that's fine. So AN2. We don't need to customize anything because it's already got the correct markings on it, so let's just fly. After this flight, I'm going to take another break just so I don't actually kill my voice during a stream. And get myself another drink and, you know, kind of chill for a bit. So be like a 10, 15, 20 minute break. I don't know. You guys know what I'm like. You're all pretty patient here, so. So this is my second planned flight of 5. One of them should be pretty quick though. Ish, because it'll be in a jet. And then the other 2, I don't have a set destination. They're just vague areas I want to fly in, so they shouldn't be too time consuming, unless I want them to be. One thing I need to do is put the spring back on my pedals, or we're going to have an awkward time flying a fixed wing aircraft. Is it going to start me on the runway? Please don't. I bet it does, because I fucking probably changed the weights in the aircraft without telling it to... Yep. Fuck, I hate how it does this. I'm going to have to restart the flight. I'm going to have to reset all those weights. This is a sim update 12 thing. It's extremely annoying. If you adjust anything on the aircraft selection menu after you've chosen a position to start in, like a parking spot, it'll just hot start you on the runway. I don't know if it's even intentional, but it's an annoyance that came with Sim Update 12, so we'll just quickly reset everything. It shouldn't take too long. Also, my chatbot's freaking out, so I can't see who still is or isn't here, but if you're still here, Seb, I haven't actually tried Gamma yet. I keep meaning to, but I haven't got around to it. I've heard it's pretty good. Usually with Stalker mod packs as well, I just mod them myself, so I'll take the mod pack as a basis and I'll tweak things to my own liking on top of that. I'm just trying to catch up on a few things I missed in chat while I was busy ranting. Do the reactors in Russia have their own fire department as a federal fire service? The plants themselves have built-in fire stations. Like Chernobyl had its own fire station on the north side of the complex. As to whose jurisdiction it is, I'm not entirely sure, and it may have changed between Russia and the Soviet Union. I'm not... Fuck, I gotta say this again. I'm not entirely certain, but physically they are on the grounds of the plant itself. Makes sense, right? Okay, so Copilot's 150. Make this guy 210. This one 180. 190. We want to bring them across to 230 to the left again. So we'll put 160 there. 180 again. 70, 190. 170, and then we'll make the last one, I don't know, like fucking... We'll make them a bit beefy as well, just to bring the CG a little more under... Wait, did that make it worse? Oh, it's probably because that seat's on the other side as well. Hang on, I can't tell. We'll just set it to 0 and see what the CG does. Okay, yeah. So the seat's on that side. So we'll just set them to, I don't know, like 180. Whatever. We're going to be right CG of longitudinal axis, but it's fine. We'll just trim it out. It's not a big deal. Also, if you're still here, Conti, hello. I did notice you in chat. Sorry, I got kind of carried away ranting there, but thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. Hope you've been enjoying the N2 as much as I have, man. This thing's fucking awesome. Credit the guy with story and writing... The guy they credited with story and writing wrote a handful of dialogue bits and sued the fuck out of everyone because he's a senior member of the Writers Guild board. They had no recourse to go after that. Oh man, that's fucked. Fucked. Please tell me you have a public playlist. Okay, so if you want to know what a song is, put exclamation mark song and it'll come up. I have no idea what was playing when you asked that because it was like over an hour ago. But this is a public playlist, and it's pinned in my Discord in the music channel, the DJ Cool Air's Jukebox channel. This is the master playlist that I'm using now since I've got my audio split. Oh, and Steve linked it for me. Beautiful. Understand that America's actually buying Russian oil refined through India. I wouldn't be surprised. Ukraine's buying stuff off Russia still. Like, Ukraine and Russia still trade with each other on specific items because it's the only thing that, like, it's the only place that can really do it. It's weird. That happened in World War II, though. Like, some allied countries were still conducting trade with Nazi Germany while they were fighting them. Economies are bizarre. And the US as well is very averse to touching its own strategic reserve. Like, that's why the US gives a shit about oil overseas when the US has a fuck ton of oil in its own backyard, is because that's their strategic reserve. They ain't touching it. It's one dude who worked on a military base that was feeding classified info to his gaming group on Discord. Yeah, the fucking Minecraft gaming group. Just amazing. Apparently he's not a white whistleblower, he's a white supremacist anti-Semitic dude. I'm not surprised. There are a worrying amount of those in places where they have access to very spicy documents, it turns out. Does the leak say Ukraine's losing? Not necessarily out and out, but it kind of paints a grim picture for any planned spring offensive, put it that way. It'll be like a do or die kind of thing. And that's assuming they haven't bled out all the equipment they were given for the spring offensive, fighting in Bakhmut. Alright, I'm mostly caught up. This thing's so fucking fun. So, there's our beautiful, luxurious passenger cabin. You can actually open the door. The passenger door opens separately, and then there's the cargo door. And now to close it is going to be a bit of a fucking pain. There's a click spot somewhere, I think. I might have to go back there and do it by hand. It's a little awkward to close it once it's open. It's probably got a camera bound to it. Quick view. Oh, these are all cockpit quick views, it looks like. So we want an instrument view. Not that. Fucking nested scroll bars in this. Irritating as shit. Okay, so we might have to... This is going to be interesting. Give me a moment, chat. I've got to figure out how to close this now, because the click spot's a little awkward to reach. So I'm running CCM's mod on this, which gives it a little more drag in, with the flaps out, which it probably should have. And also it's free castering, like the tail wheel's free castering, because it should be. So I'm running slight mods on it, but nothing too serious. I don't know if I can close this from inside, because I don't think the click spots work in the drone view. I don't know if there's another click spot or a bind or something to close it. I may have just kind of fucked myself over here. Hang on. I swear I closed it the other day from the inside, and I just don't remember how I did it. There's probably a bind for it. Let me check. Like bind for closed door or whatever. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. Rot roll. Well, I have a magical solution to this. It's fine. It's fine. I have to remember not to open that until the end of the flight next time. Or figure out where the click spot is. Oh my god, look at that fucking texture scene. Like I said, the scenery out here is really hit and miss. Okay, yep, round 3, ding ding. Okay, we'll get prop full forward. Mix on this is inverted, so down is low altitude, up is high altitude. Don't ask me why they did that. It's the fuel valve, so we want that open. That's like the master fuel cutoff. We want our both tanks selected. We want to put the fucking pneumatic pressure on. We want to hit the parking brake, because if we don't do that, we're gonna have a fun time. That's the manual fuel pump, and then after doing that, prime 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll give it 6. It might even over prime it, but we'll see how we go. I probably should have hit some switches first. Fire protection system. Battery. I think that one too, I'm not sure. Okay, starter master switch is on. Mag's on, crack the throttle slightly. Probably need quite a bit of crack throttle actually, you tend to in this. Nav lights on, yeah, beacons. Okay. Then we spool up the flywheel. We're watching for the current when it's less than 80 amps, I think that is, 8 amps or 80 amps, I forget. When it's less than the 8 anyway, we want to kick it over. Make sure we've got some throttle in. Full rich on the fuel. Should be primed. Valves are all open. Hey, there we go. Get the window open. We also need to open up our cowl flaps and our oil cooler before we do a bad no-no on the engine. Got to remember as well which way is open. I think its back is open. Oh no, shit. It's because I don't have the fucking system turned on. Ah! Ah! Scramble. Okay. Is it on now? It's that row of switches, I think. Or is it not? It's maybe these. Nobody said I was good at this. Get some cabin lighting on too. Now. Bear with me, chat. I'm having a brain fart. Oh no, they're open. Okay, so, yeah. That's the oil shutter that we're opening. The engine temps shot up real quick. We probably should have opened these before starting the engine. Oopsie daisies. It'll be fine. Ish. Get those gills fully open just to try and get rid of some of that heat at least, and we'll close them down a bit as we're flying. Get the inverters on. Those probably would have been a good idea. That's the instrument lighting, I think. This is an Arc 9. It works exactly as it does in DCS. In the Mi 8. Oh, that rat out warning's gonna give me the shits. We'll set it to 50 meters. Test. We're gonna turn the rat out off for now, so it doesn't annoy the shit out of me. Clock's already set. Finally, in Misfits, we have a fucking HAS1 that's modeled correctly. This works exactly as it fucking should. It's the only one in the sim that actually does. Because I think the dev's Ukrainian. From memory. Oh, I just accidentally moved my head position. There we go. That light means the gen's not charging because I'm not running the engine at high enough revs. That should go out in just a moment. Or it's because the gen switch is off. Dumbass. There we go. I also should have left the gyros caged until I turned the gyros on. It's amateur hour today, guys, because why not? The most important switch in the aircraft, of course, right there, and the one on the side, right there. You can't move them in this, they're in fixed position. What you can move are all the lamps. The UV lamps, the visible light lamps. It's got like several different sets of lamps. Some of the instruments have their own lighting on them. Then there's yellow, kind of like incandescent lamps. There's the UV lamps. There's all sorts of shit going on in here. The ones on the other side are movable as well. Also, so are these. And they... whoop, whoop, whoop. They do that. Okay. So, gen's running, sorry, so that should be charging the battery. Let's check our voltage. Yep, 12 volts, a little under. Good enough. Set up transponder. We'll set a random number. I don't know what the transponder codes are for Russia, I don't really care either. That should be on, I think. Okay, gyros should now be good. We'll hit the align on this. Oh, what's our whiskey compass say? 170. Shift and scroll to scroll faster, by the way, guys, if you didn't know. Same as DCS. Uncage that. Align the HSI. Cool. Compasses agree. Pitot heat can stay off until we're rolling. Probably won't need it too badly. This is the tail wheel lock. We don't really need that, to be honest. I don't really use it on this aircraft. You don't need to. It's pretty controllable. Trim lights. Neutral lights for each pitch, or, you know, for each fucking axis, I should say. So, this is the aileron trim light. This is the rudder trim light. This is the elevator trim light. Flaps drop with a switch on the throttle, or a button on the throttle, I should say, which is an interesting design choice, and the flaps retract with a button just there next to the trim. Let's get the cabin ventilation open, it's, you know, keep it nice and cool and get some airflow in here. T's and P's are looking a little spicy, oil's still a little hot. The engine's cooling down into the yellow range at least, which is better than nothing. That's the low fuel lights. Those work. There is a fuel buzzer, but it's annoying as shit, and I haven't figured out how to make it turn off yet. There's probably an index you set somewhere, but I don't know where it is. I haven't found it. What's this? This is the control for the pitot heat, I think. So, whatever. You probably look for a hit on the electrical system when you press that. This is your fuel selector to figure out what is in which tank. I just leave it on total, which is the middle position. This is your test lamp for the gen out light. Then this is a fuel pump, so we chuck that on. Brake pressure. Okay. What are you doing down? You can go back up. Oh, and this one moves too, of course. That's so awesome. There is a version with a GNS or whatever the fuck it is if you absolutely must commit heresy. There's also a mod that adds an English cockpit. The first translation was actually to Polish. Some extremely based individual made a Polish livery and translated everything to Polish, including the labels on the fire extinguisher in the back compartment. It was just... what a god. Everyone's begging for an English translation. They get a Polish one instead, like a really high-effort Polish one. I think we're pretty much good to go. So, without too much further ado, let's pop parking brake and figure out where the fuck I need to taxi to. I need to turn around, more or less, I think. Yeah, that's a roadway, so I'm going to hang a left here. The taxiway's behind me. This thing has a compressor on board, so it will build brake pressure as long as the engine's running. The brakes are kind of weak, so your turn radius is not ideal if you gun the engine like I just did. But, you know, where's the windsock? Where is the wind coming from? An intelligent person would tune the ATIS, but we aren't intelligent. It looks like we want to go right, actually. Kind of hard to tell. It looks like it's pretty weak wind either way. About to get high. We're not going to get that high in this thing, I'll tell you that much. There's a very strict limit on how high this thing will go. I am indeed. Well, I'm recovering from a minor flu that I probably got off my little sister, but I'm good. Just a little sore throat. It's not the spicy flu, I already checked twice. So there's that, but I had some plans for today I cancelled just because I didn't want to risk exposing myself to the spicy flu while I'm already recovering from a normal flu. I thought that might be a bad plan, so decided to put the plans on hold and just stream instead, since I'm putting this off for about a week. You don't want to get carried away with the throttle in this thing when you're taxiing. It's kind of like a lot of the warbirds in that respect. The Spitfire in particular, you use just the tiniest little dribble of power to get it rolling. Needs a bit of a gun to get moving at first, but once it is rolling, you just barely breathe on the throttle. Otherwise, you'll end up going for a bit of an adventure into the grass. It overshoots turns quite easily. We're just going to leave the trim neutral for takeoff and set it up once we're in the air. Yeah, we want to take off towards the left. Well, our left. And then from here, we want to head like north-ish, northwest-ish. I might need to use the Cheetah VFR map to figure it out, but it is what it is. Actually, you know what I should have done? We'll just hold up here. We'll just stop in the middle of the taxiway to inconvenience anyone else that wants to fly here. Fuck them. Let's see. There's beacons here, because of course there would be. SK is Kosovo, I think. No, look, just SSS is Kosovo. Mayak. Where's Ozyorsk? Ozyorsk. It's like up here somewhere. I don't think there's going to be a radio beacon though. That looks about right. So what we'll do is we'll set the... We're probably too far to pick it up anyway. But we'll set the arc for... Don't care if that's in or out, we'll just set it. So antenna... and we want to set, what was it? 388? Fucking... This is the other one. Oh, no! What are you doing? Fuck. I hate how this fucking drop-down menu does this. And now it's completely fucked where I am. Kosovo. Right. $7.49. We'll set that one. $7.49. So you set the two outer digits with this, and then the inner digits is kind of weird, same as the Arc9 in DCS. You have to set it with this little thing. It's kind of fiddly, but that should be alright. We're probably not going to pick that up until we're quite close, though. Especially if we fly low. It's a runway in front of us. So this is made by the same guy that made the Piaggio, the really nice little sort of aerobatic trainer that the Germans and the Italians worked on together. The Italians designed it, the Germans built it. And the Piaggio is also a must-own. Like, anything this guy makes is fucking gold. AT Sims. It's like, as far as I know, it's literally one guy. So he takes forever to get stuff done, but when he does, oh man, it's good. Do we take off with flap? I mean, we don't really need to. We're in hand 2. There's shit tons of runway. And quite a decent headwind. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. Take off with 30 degrees of flap and see how that goes. Should be pretty spicy. Let's reset my tracker because it's crept in a little bit. Or crept out even. Get ourselves roughly lined up. And just before we roll, another look at the outside of this beauty. Beauty is, you know, a bit subjective here, but kind of wish there was a dirtier version of this livery. I think the other Aeroflot one's a little dirty up, but there's only one properly filthy livery at the moment. It's a Hungarian one. It's glorious. Okay. Let's run the power up. Full revs. Full mix. Get her up to about... there. We're off the ground already. That clunk you heard is the leading edge slats dropping out. So yeah, we're already airborne. May have the opportunity to jump out of an N2 or Mi-17 in July. Nice, dude. That'd be awesome. Well, good luck. Hope you do get the chance. Okay, we'll pull the flaps all the way in because we definitely have flying speed. I'm going to... no, that's the oil cooler. I want that open because my oil's still a little warm. We're going to close the cowl flaps a little because they're blocking my view over the nose and we don't want to overcool the engine too much. About there's good. Now we start trimming. Come off the revs a little. Come off the power a little. Just kind of run it on the upper end of the green arc for power and 2,000 revs a minute. Give it a little bit of right rudder trim. It's electric trim, interestingly enough. Full electric trim on all three axes. So it's surprisingly advanced in the trim department. Oh, no. We're going to get enough wind pushing us around that I'm probably overcompensating with trim almost. So it's better if I just fucking hand fly it. Get it close enough and hand fly it, I think. We are currently heading the wrong direction. We're heading west. We want to turn this way. Like I said, the scenery around here is going to be really spotty. Lots of seams where the different satellite passes kind of cut into each other. Lots of generic shitty textures, like FS9 textures, where there was a cloud and the AI just said fuck it and scrubbed the whole thing. But Mayak itself is pretty decent. Like, you'll be able to identify it from the air pretty easily. Or at least I will, so I know what it looks like. Okay, temps and pressures look happy. Our radar can come back on now, which is down here, indicating just under 200 meters altitude. Do I remember to reset my view? Yes. I like the view pulled down a little so it looks over the nose just slightly. Getting the itch? Yeah. It's been a few years since I've flown. At least, you know, as the pilot. I need to get back into it. I keep saying it. One of these days I will. Oop. FS Realistic giving us a nice little bit of immersion there. It's real fun when it does it on fucking landing. In a crosswind. So, natively, this thing doesn't come with any option to change the cockpit to English, which is based. It also comes with dead bugs all over the windscreen, which is also based. Like, the dev of this thing is just... I like the way he does things. I really like the way he does things. We should turn the starter master power off. We don't need that anymore. Pitot heat can come on. That's just the dome light behind us. It'll glare on the instruments. Don't need it. So we are all good. Everything is on that needs to be on. And all our navigation stuff is indicating what it should be indicating. Free snacks. These are holders for flare cartridges. So your co-pilot would have a flare pistol, and if you need to signal someone, you just hang your pistol out the window and yeet a flare cartridge, and they'd be stored in that little rack there. You can see they're color-coded. Red ones go there, white ones go there, green ones there, yellow ones there. There's probably one for blue as well, hidden behind the seat. We're still heading kind of northwest now, so we'll kind of head direct north. Ugh. I'm going to need a bit of a break after this one because I'm starting to feel it a bit. If worse comes to worse, I might split this into 2 streams, so I'll do maybe... yeah, I think I might do that, honestly. So I'll do the next flight that I had planned, which is the Tweet. And then... next time I stream msfs, which may not be next stream, but next time I stream msfs, I will probably do this from Petropavlovsk, unless there's somewhere better I think of flying it, and the Caribou and the Norseman. I wanted to show the Norseman today because it just released the other day, but it can wait, to be honest. Needs a little bit more love. It's alright, and it's that was interesting. Might have been a msfs sneeze there, because there's no reason those should have stopped running. The electrical system's still okay. That msfs bug where sometimes your instrument panel will freeze for no readily apparent reason, then unfreeze later, I've noticed that does still happen occasionally. It's just a lot rarer than it used to be, and usually it only affects one thing. It might have been the fans there. I feel like the sounds are a lot quieter than usual. Weird. Oh, I think I know why. Because I was in a Discord voice call the other day and it probably ducked the volume of everything except Discord, and too late to change it now. I'll fix it later after the stream. This thing has pretty good sounds. They are a little quiet at the moment because all of my sounds are a little quiet compared to what they should be, but the sounds on it are quite nice. The startup's pretty good as well. There is no autopilot. It is extremely stable, so in calm weather, once you get it trimmed straight and level, it will stay straight and level for basically ever. However, we've got some thermals here and a little bit of wind, so can't really go hands off for too long. Also, I don't have it trimmed perfectly, to be honest. It's kind of hard to get it right. We're doing a whopping 160 kilometers an hour. It will go faster if I push it, but not by much. Really not by much. We are also climbing slightly, so that's not helping speed-wise. Do a quick cheeky external before the wind blows us upside down. That throaty roar of the engine as you move the camera behind it. I love this thing. Absolutely love this thing. Big dead hornet inside your stall horn opening. I don't need a stall horn in this thing. It doesn't stall. I mean, it does. You can actually stall it. It's just very hard to do. You have to be flying extremely slow. It it picks up a really nasty adverse yaw as you start to get towards its you know, limitations of what it'll tolerate. It's controllable with a shit ton of rudder, but barely. Like, you can fly it pretty much right down to almost no airspeed, but it's very hands-on when you're doing it. Which direction are we heading? We are once again heading west, because your boy doesn't check his compass enough. And it's kind of weaving all over the sky. So we want to head that way. It's one of these lakes, I'll know when I see it. So, using the same way people get Google imagery into the game, you can also get an alternate set of images. I forget the name of it. It was posted about in CCM's Discord, so I'll have to search it up later. But it has actually like better imagery than Google or Bing, because it takes the best from wherever it can get it, color matches it, does all the fun stuff. It's still a bit sketchy the way you have to do it, because you're redirecting a server query that the game's making. Which could have potentially disastrous consequences, but apparently it undoes what you, like, it undoes that workaround when you close the sim now. It didn't used to, so I'm considering doing it for, like, Siberia flights and stuff, because the photogram, oh, not photogrammetry, but the satellite imagery in, like, Eastern Europe in general, but especially in Russia, and especially in Asian Russia, is... Canada's pretty sketchy as well in some places, and Alaska, so... I'm thinking about doing that, because I do a lot of, like, bush flying and flying out in the fucking arse end of nowhere in places most people don't bother visiting, so it'd be quite useful for me. Certainly make it look a lot better on stream. Oof. Yeah, I'm curious to see how it pans out with it for msfs. It'd be nice if I didn't have to consider even doing that, but, you know... I get that because it's, you know, Microsoft funded this and they're footing the fucking financial risk of it. They have to use Bing because I'm Microsoft, but... Thing is, I don't have issues with a lot of the actually decent areas of the Bing imagery. People are like, oh, you know, the colors are a bit dull. Well, yeah, it's because it's color matched. Or, you know, it's out of date. Well, so's Google imagery. You want one that's 6 months less out of date? Sure. But I think it's only really relevant for people that fly out in the fucking sticks a lot, like, you know, I do. And even then, you don't want to be using the Google imagery, because the Google imagery has no color matching or anything like that at all. So you see really obvious ugly seams where one pass of the satellite was in winter and one was in summer or something like that. And there's just as many areas on Google where it's terrible resolution as well. So this alternate one is, like I said, it takes the best of wherever it can get it and compiles it all together. So it's really the only thing that made me consider doing it, because before, when it was just people saying, oh, use Google imagery, it's like, no, why would I? It's not an upgrade for me. Because particularly in areas like this, and this is, you know, we're right near Chelyabinsk, we're also near fucking Yekaterinburg, we're near a lot of major cities. But even here, Google imagery is pretty shit as well. Very, very out of date. Hang a right here, we're probably too far west at this point. What a smart person would have done is figure out the bearing from the airport we took off at to Mayak, but I'm not a smart person, so oops. You went to Stol. Aerodynamics msfs is really fun short landing run since there's actually weather. Yeah, I do enjoy a bit of Stol. The Caribou is a fuck ton of fun to fly, especially with CCM's little tweak that makes the Stol actually behave properly. Because by default, like so many aircraft in msfs, especially third-party ones, I don't know why, it's too slippery, even in full dirty config. With CCM's mod, the Stol gauge, the little like on-speed AOA gauge that you use for landing Stol, is actually accurate. You actually hold it on the diamond you're supposed to, not on the slow end of the arc. It's honestly kind of remarkable to me just how many aircraft for this sim are so close, and then they miss like one or two little important details on the flight model, and it kind of throws a lot of that aircraft's iconic behavior out the window, and it's just like, really? You're not going to fix this? You're just going to leave it? Okay. With even a fairly gentle headwind, even at pretty fucking heavy weight, this thing lands in a very short distance. It's an absolute champion. Since it's so slow, and I don't want to have to fly all the way to fucking Yekaterinburg or back to where we took off from, I think what we'll do is we'll actually just do an off-field landing somewhere near Mayak. We'll find a nice open field that looks relatively flat, or a straight road or something without too many cars on it, and we'll land there. Should be working, but this looks more fun. It is more fun, I would imagine. Good to see you. We've had a bit of a nuclear-themed one so far. We buzzed around the Ignalina power plant, then Chernobyl, and now we're flying around Mayak, or we're flying to Mayak, which is the Soviet Union's and now Russian Federation's main nuclear weapons production facility. Because that's the kind of stuff we do on this stream, I guess. I've got a bunch of flights planned for after, but I'm losing my voice because I'm still recovering from a flu. So I think I'm going to do one more flight after this in a tweet. We'll do some flying over Vietnam in that thing. And then I've got a planned flight in the Caribou and a planned flight in the Norseman that I might do next msfs stream instead. Just to give my voice a chance to rest. And give me a chance to plan out an actual flight path instead of just go to this general area. As I recall it, I want to be a little further away from the shitty scenery, like the fucking generic texture bullshit, to hit Mayak. It's a little further east. Also, there's like a canal or something there, which is interesting. Looks like it runs all the way up there too. Weird. Most the same thing. Almost makes you wonder how much they actually care when you realize most of the FM tweaks that need to be done is literally changing a 0 to a 1 and vice versa in the config. Yeah. It's pretty funny. And a lot of the worst offenders are some of the biggest fucking prestige names as well. Or like when a dev claims something's impossible due to an engine limitation or an SDK limitation, and some random dude on their first project ever released in the sim just casually does the thing they said was impossible. Without any custom code. That happens a lot. Still gaining quite a bit of altitude here, just off thermals mainly. We need to do some more gliding in msfs as well. Do a gliding stream at some point again, because that was fun last time I did it. Very out of practice though. Not that I was ever an expert to begin with. And XA, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it is. So the last gliding stream I did, well, it's like the first major gliding stream I did after a few false starts. I took off from McCall in Idaho, flew along the valleys up to the Snake River, and then followed the Snake River to its confluence with the Columbia, I think, and flew to the Hanford facility, the American counterpart of where we're going, Mayak. Buzzed around that for a while. Well, didn't buzz around it, whooshed around it for a while, and then landed at, is it fucking Richmond next to it or something like that? Richlands, that's it, Richlands. Landed at Richlands at the airport there. So it was about a 4 and a bit hour flight. I was flying a glider with one of those little retractable electric motors to bail you out of bad situations or to, you know, get yourself into the air from the ground. I only needed to use the motor of shame once, and it was within like the first 40 minutes of the flight, so the last 3+ hours of it were just pure gliding, which felt awesome. Absolutely awesome. Fortunately, the ground here is very flat, and I don't have any real good landmarks to work with. I might need to, depending how lost we get, might need to open up Google Maps in the background Steam browser, so I don't have to tab out, and just take a look at the shape of the lake and compare it to what I see around me. I think we're still not there yet. It's like a little bit past here. What a ground covered with no external power. Yeah, I was lucky. There's a lot of thermals. Fair bit of ridge lift too. The river was really good for flying along. It's quite nice. I was actually gaining altitude for a lot of the stretch along the Snake River. Subway 1 to 10. What about Subway? You asked me to rate it out of 10? I don't know, like 6, 7. It's okay, I guess. Where are you at right now? Somewhere northeast of Chelyabinsk, southeast of Yekaterinburg, and in the general vicinity of Mayak and Ozyorsk, which is what I'm looking for, but I can't find it yet. Might have to consult the Oracle here in a minute. There's a major roadway there, it looks like, so that would presumably lead to a major city. That would make sense. Should be a decent landmark to work with. Yeah, we'll just fire up Google Maps, because I don't have any charts open or anything. I don't really do anything much by the book in the sim, so I don't have any add-ons for charts or whatever. Should probably think about getting something at some point one day, but it's not a priority at the moment. So I usually just boot up Google Maps in the background and check when I'm trying to figure out what landmarks to look for. Piloting gliders has always been a bit interesting for me, but I feel like there's a huge barrier to entry with that discipline. Yeah. I don't know if I'd want to really get into it in real life. I don't know. Like, it's... Maybe. It'd be nice as, like, a relaxation thing. I'm more into powered flight in general, but gliding as, like, just a chill-out thing is quite nice. I appreciate its value in that. It's Chelyabinsk. Yekaterinburg. Ozyorsk. Oh, you fuck, we've gone past it. It was northwest. I'm going fucking northeast. Well, I don't know if I've gone past it specifically, but like, I'm going the wrong direction, so we'll hook it around. We still haven't acquired the ADF out of Kosovo yet either, so... Let me just look at the VFR map, so I can look at the shape of the lakes around me. Cluster with 3 and a big one behind. CG, I'm north of Chelyabinsk. Okay, yeah, it should be off my nose somewhere. In fact... yeah, it should be just over here. A little further, maybe. It's a funny shaped lake there. Ozyorsk should be in this cluster, I think. Yeah, it should be in this cluster, I think. Where are we flying? In the Urals, well, east of the Urals. We're looking for Mayak, which is a major nuclear weapons production facility. Because we've had a bit of a nuclear-themed one today. Started at Ignalina RBMK power plant, where they filmed the HBO Chernobyl miniseries. Then we went to Chernobyl proper, flew around there for a bit, flew around Pripyat, and this is where we're checking out next. And then our final flight for the stream, because I am losing my voice, I've got a sore throat, will be a Cessna Tweet T-37 over Vietnam, with maybe like 2 hops in it. I'm going to take a short break before that flight though, because I need to recover my voice a bit. And then I've got a couple flights planned out for the next time I stream misses as well that I was going to do today, but I just don't have the endurance in my voice to do it. Should be over here, I think. Plane is it? Antonov An-2. An absolute must-have. Absolute must-have. Beautifully modelled. A lot of fun. Great for bush flying. World's largest single-engine biplane. Designed for mostly agricultural purposes in the, was it late 40s, I think? Mid-late 40s, like after World War II. I think it entered service in 47 or 48 and produced in absolutely enormous numbers, used all over the world. Very popular plane. And it can basically hover in a headwind. Needs very little runway. Hey Milo, good to see you. My screen's so dusty today. Ugh. Yeah, it's got some interesting design choices for a biplane. It's already got these massive thick wings. That thing is a slat, gravity-powered leading-edge slat, like you'd find on a lot of World War II Soviet fighters, like Lavochkins especially, and on Messerschmitts, Bf-109s, similar thing. Just falls out under gravity, retracts under airflow. Is that? No, it'd be further west. It's on the other side of this lake, I think. You just double check VFR map again to look at the shape of the lakes we're flying around. I'm pretty... because that's Chelyabinsk there. So it should be... like here-ish? And this is... yeah, it's got separate airspace over it, so this is probably about the right ballpark. A little bumpy up here. So those, I don't know if you really call them mountains this far south, but that's the southern sort of tip of the Ural mountain range, the Urals, if you want to use the English pronunciation. They're not very tall, especially this far south. They're more like rolling hills. As you go further north, they get a bit taller. Pretty wild country, though. Oh, that looks promising off the nose. I know it exists in the sim because I've overflown it before. It's just difficult to find. And the scenery around it's very bleh. Like you can see there, just generic textures in front of me. This is good. Like this bit under me is good. But up ahead it gets pretty sketchy. 7 hours already? Fuck me. 8 hours almost. No wonder my fucking throat's sore. So yeah, well, rather than fly all the way to the nearest airport, which is going to take ages, we're going to land on a strip of decent looking ground somewhere near Mayak. I could fly up to Snezhinsk, but that takes more time again, so we'll just hang out around Mayak and land there. Then I'll take a break, and then when I come back, we'll switch to the Tweet, do a reasonably short flight in that, and then that'll do us for the stream today. We're in the Urals' Putin's bunker. I'm not actually sure, to be honest. There are a fuck ton of military sites in this area, though. SAM sites, storage areas, like all kinds of stuff. You can spot them really easily from the air. Like I said earlier, this is... Mayak is most likely what Francis Gary Powers was taking photos of when he got shot down, because his flight path took him straight up over this. Took him over a bunch of the Soviet Air Force's proving grounds, the Soviet Air Defense Force's proving grounds, up through the southern Urals, over Chelyabinsk, over the general area of Ozyorsk, which is Mayak as well, then up to Sverdlovsk. I think he was shot down a little bit past Sverdlovsk, or a little bit short of it, one of the two. That looks like it in front of me. And that should be the town of Ozyorsk there. The Techa River runs up through here. This is the East Urals side, East Urals fucking radiological trace through here because of all the fucking accidents they had at Mark. That like this area's got a noticeable radiological presence. So fun stuff. Lots of criticality excursions, especially in the 50s. So Snezhinsk, which was another major nuclear weapons development center, more of a research center than a production center, is a bit further up that way off my right wing. So actually not that far, but just because this thing's so slow, it would take us ages to get there, so we won't go there today. May as well take my feet off the pedals and give my legs a rest. Yeah, so that's the town of Ozyorsk there, it looks like, and then this should be Mark. Looks about the right shape, lots of cuttings through the forest, sort of dispersed complexes, and a bunch of lakes, one of which has been concreted over. Lake Kiziltash. Because they dumped so much fucking waste in Kiziltash, it became dangerously radioactive, so they just fucking concreted the whole thing. As you do. Should probably actually lean out the mix a little, now I think about it. Somewhere around there is probably about right. We're not that high up. This is from Deus Ex Human Revolution. Might be the same composer, I'm not sure. Michael McCann. Visibility out of this thing is fucking fantastic. You can see behind you pretty well. Behind... Whoop, if I don't stick my head out, below. Above's not the best, but you know. Every other direction's pretty good. Yep, that's Mayak. That's it, we found it. And then that's the Techa River, one of those runs between the lakes. I'm not 100% sure which patch of barren land here is Lake Kiziltash, because it's mostly overgrown at this point. It's fairly small as well. It's like, you look and you're like, oh, that's probably it there, because it's a big, probably a lake, and it's covered over, but I don't think it is. It's like somewhere in here, somewhere in here. It's not that big. You'd imagine the practicality of filling like one of these actual major lakes with concrete would be not a thing. So it's only a little baby lake. Oh shit, we got a raid! Darth Urso, cheers man. Hope you had a good stream. We're doing some reconnaissance over Mayak. We're gonna land somewhere nearby, and then I'm gonna take a short break because I'm just recovering from a flu and my voice is threatening to leave us. And then I'm going to do a flight around part of Vietnam in the Tweet, since there is an awesome freeware Tweet that was released for this, the T-37. I've been enjoying that quite a bit lately. So yeah, that is Mayak. The Soviet Union's and now Russia's primary nuclear weapons production facility. It's pretty big and it's growing all the time. That's still it over there. Like, it's kind of sprawly. That's part of it too, from memory. Oops. You can see the water masks kind of just cut the corner on the river there. It's a bit of an issue with msfs where the data for hydrology isn't so good. The rivers just are really jaggy. Bunch of nice looking straight cleared strips we could use as a runway. I wouldn't be surprised if it does have like a small little bush strip or something attached to it. Just isn't in the sim as an airport. Learning the Mirage, nice. I love the Mirage. Well, I love the Mirage 2000. I like the F1, but I like the F1 because it's quirky, not because it's good. Because I'm like, it's not bad, but especially as a dogfighter, I don't think it has much much merit. Put it. For slashing attacks, interceptions, ground attack, it's okay, but for dogfights, it's kind of dookie. Which is fun in its own right. But the 2000, man. Oh, the 2000's my baby. I love that thing so much. One of the best dogfighting jets in DCS. Oh, absolutely, man. It's wild. Beautiful plane, too. Nice, clean cockpit design. So this is Ozyorsk. This is the city that was built to basically supply workers and so on to Mayak. Closed city, as you might imagine. So, you know, you ain't getting in and out unless you've got a damn good reason, and if you're a foreigner, you're not getting in and out at all. From memory, so a lot of Soviet closed cities, especially the really spicy ones, they didn't have publicly acknowledged names. They would have the name of a nearby town or city and then a number. I think this was Chelyabinsk 30 was Ozyorsk. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure Ozyorsk was Chelyabinsk 30. It's a reasonably sized little sort of town, I guess, city. I don't know what the population is, I guess probably like 20, 30, 40,000 people. Similar to Pripyat, maybe a little smaller, because it looks like it's not quite as dense. Actually, it might be more, because that bit's built up pretty well. See a similar, like the layout's different, but you can see a similar design philosophy to Pripyat's. Each block of apartments has kindergartens, shops, everything in between them. This is the newer part. This probably was built when it was first constructed in the 40s and 50s. This would have been tacked on in probably the 60s, 70s, 80s. You can see the Khrushchevkas in the distance. And then Kishtim, which is the town that got the name of the Kishtim disaster shoved on it to hide the fact it was actually at Mayak, just a little bit further down. That's Kishtim there, I think. My original first purchase when I started flying last year, F14, 16, 18, FC3 Mirage, yeah. I don't remember when I got the Mirage. It was pretty early on, though, because I saw Pom wrecking people with it, and I was like, I have to have that jet. So I bought it and fell in love immediately. Let's do a gentle turn over the city and bank back around. Kindergarten right there. Kindergarten right there. You can actually spot these buildings and tell what they are from the air when you get, you know, when you spend enough time spurging over this stuff. That's probably a high school. Because the Soviets just built these to standard designs, right? Like, just plop it down wherever you need it. Why complicate things? Do love a good Delta Wing. They're a lot of fun. Very interesting and unique flight characteristics. Right. We'll head back to Mayak and we'll set down somewhere. But this is definitely Ozuos Kia, that's definitely Mayak because I recognize that road. We're gonna have to limit how much I speak for the next flight, I think. So we'll still do the next flight, the tweet flight, but I'm gonna have to cut back a bit on the chatting because, ow, basically, ow. Mirage 4, oh, I'd love one. I'd love a Mirage 4 so much. Come off the power a little. It's a carb heat. I'll open the window as well. Oh, it's the same guys that did the Bronco. Nice. I saw the renders of that thing. It looked awesome. Thoughts on Decker's at J82? I would have preferred the non-Peace Pearl version. I get why they're doing it. I'm just personally disappointed because the F-16 avionics are boring to me. If I want to get them, I'd rather get them in an F-16A. So I'm interested in how it flies, how it handles. I like the look of the aircraft. I probably would enjoy the handling of the aircraft. We'll see how we go with it. But you know, it just loses a little bit of the magic for me that it's going to have not just Western avionics, but like the most generic Western avionics possible in it. Again, I totally get why. It's just I'm a bit sage about it. This is another military site here. I'm not sure if this is part of Mayak or not. I don't remember. I think it is. F-20 would be interesting, but I think it'd be mostly a thing because it'd be interesting. I don't think it'd be that impressive in terms of performance, to be honest, against a lot of the existing aircraft. Like against its contemporaries. That should hopefully reconnect in a moment. Please. msfs servers do that sometimes. There we go. I think that's still part of my arc, yeah. Well, the thing is, like, that you've got the same, more or less, same aerodynamics as an F5, so you've got reasonably good aerodynamics. It's a Mark II capable airframe, just doesn't have the guts for it. You whack a J79 in it, it'll have the guts for Mark II now. But the J79, it's a decent engine, but a single J75, even in a relatively lightweight fighter, it's not really going to give you anything that the MiG-21 doesn't already have. So you'll have a bit more competitive of thrust-to-weight ratio. Certain other aspects of your performance will improve. Acceleration probably, because better engine response. But like, you're still going to have a lot of the same limitations the Tiger does. Have better radar, a bit of BVR, maybe with a couple of Sparrows, but I mean, put it this way, there's a reason that it died when Carter decided that they were allowed to export the F-16, or whoever replaced him. I don't remember if he made that call or not. I don't think it's a cool aircraft. Like, I think it's a very cool aircraft. I just, you know, I'm not sure how enthusiastic most of the community would get for it, because the community is more obsessed with capabilities than historical interest. That strip down there looks alright to land on. That might actually be like Kiziltash, I'm not sure. But we'll set down there, I think, on that dirt. Or we could set down there on the perimeter fencing, like the super turbo high security area. That'd be pretty funny. Reasonable risk of trees that I can't see from up here hitting the wing. We might go for the dirt behind us. Two propellers inside the cockpit for added thrust. Makes it go faster. Start feeding in a bit of flap. I'm not entirely sure which direction the wind's coming from. That'd be a good thing to know. I guess we'll find out soon enough. Let's just check the meta from somewhere kind of close by. Okay. Yeah. So where we took off from, it's coming from more or less the west. Feels like it's coming from the west here as well. It feels pretty happy flying this direction, so we'll whiz it around. Just do kind of a weird orbit and plant down on that dirt. I kind of feel like that could well be Kiziltash down there. It's, like I said, it's hard to identify from the air, but it looks about right. A fucking F-16XL, I have quite a soft spot for it. Quite cool. Yeah, we're getting blown off course to the left. We've got a westerly to deal with here. Quite a bit of adverse on this. I'm always behind it. Coordinating my turns has always been one of my weakest aspects, both in the sim and in real life. Part of the perimeter fence in front of us, I think. Almost looks like an airstrip, but I'm pretty sure it's just perimeter fencing with the control strip. Like I was talking about earlier, how they can see that somebody's crossed it when the guards weren't looking. Still a bit fast. More rudder, more rudder. Slats just dropped on the left side. think my dad had that book at one point. I remember seeing it in his little stash under the stairs. We're a bit fast here. Just have a habit of coming in a bit fast for landing because I can't see over the nose otherwise. Radel's picking up the trees and telling us we're below 50 meters above terrain, or in this case, forest. We might land a little long. Oh, we're going to, because yeah, I should have let off more speed. Oh, and you always come down before you expect it, because it sits a lot higher than you'd think. Could have been done better, but we came in pretty heavy, weight-wise, and a bit fast. And also, it's not the smoothest landing area. There's not really anywhere flat to park up, I guess. We'll just, maybe over here. A little niche in the trees looks pretty nice. Looks like there's a little dirt road or something. Oh yeah, it's a dirt road. Okay. That works. Okay. Parking brake on. Fuel pump can go off. Kind of left it on the whole flight, that's fine. Yeah, okay, brakes are on. It's weird that I heard that. We will close up the gills and vents, just so that bugs don't get into them. Neutral out the trim. Oh, the trim lights are back front. That light should be the pitch trim, I think. Oh, no, no, I'm wrong. Yeah, okay, so that's pitch trim and the arrow's pointing to that. This is, yeah. Disregard. Problem is I'm not sure which way it wants to go to hit neutral. Probably left. Mm-hmm. Probably should have turned that off. Pull the flaps in as well. I may have just turned power off to them. Oh yes I did. That's fine, they can stay down, fuck it. Cage that. Cage that. Cage that. There we go. All shut down. Just open the passenger door. tail wheel's levitating a bit. We're not on the most even ground. I think we'll just leave that there for now. Hello. If I can get the camera straight. Good enough. And I'll be back in a couple minutes. I need to get a drink, give my voice a rest, and then set up the next flight. Alright, I'm going to set up the next flight while I have my tea. I'll probably fly it in about 15-ish minutes. Like I said, I need to give my voice a bit of a rest. Have to bear with me just a moment longer. I'm currently chugging some lemsip in the vain hope it will help me hold out for the rest of the flight. I've just noticed that the crew move their heads in complete synchronization. Impressive. Very nice. Also taking this opportunity to jot down some VOR numbers. We'll be flying VOR to VOR to what capability we have. They're kind of thin on the ground here. So we'll be doing actual navigation instead of just using the cheetah map. Starting airport is Da Nang. So I forget the name of the actual airbase. It was a major US airbase during the war. I should remember this. Fubai, that's it. We're taking off from Fubai. Then we'll be flying up past Hue. What was that Fubai? Fuck, I can never remember. Then Donghua, Vin. There's a VOR that doesn't have a fucking town associated with it, but I think it's Swalak. And then we'll go land at Cat Bai, which is just east of Haiphong. Cat Bai was like one of the main training air bases, I think, during the war, from memory. For the north, that is. So we'll be starting in territory that was held by the south and be flying up to the north. Hello. This is freeware, by the way. Just throwing that out there. Cessna T-37 tweet. This was later developed into the A-37 Dragonfly. I got to see one fly just the other week at Avalon. I've seen them fly before, but I always need a refresher on just how agile this little thing is, especially with the uprated engines they later got. Go to the gust lock. That clicking you hear is just the throttle detents, because I've got a very slightly noisy sensor on my throttle. Most games don't even notice, but for some reason msfs does. That's a bit bright. We'll get rid of that. Jesus Christ, it sounds like the fucking co-pilot's tap dancing. We'll go main inverter on. Can't turn on the oxygen at the moment. Not a big deal. I don't think it's simulated, but it'd be nice if it gets added at some point. A nice little touch. Okay. Let me just think. What do I need? Fuck, that's obnoxious. Strobe position light, anti-collision beacon on, and we'll, give me a second, my chair's sinking out from under me. We'll get the boost pump running. The pedal animation is reversed for some reason. He added this as an option. I don't know why. Like, who reverses their pedal animation, and why is it like that by default? I might have to figure out how to undo that myself. That's how Snort died? Yeah, though he forgot to remove the gust lock. I think his was on the actual control surfaces though, so he didn't notice it during his walk around. And now it's gonna get loud in here. There's a reason it was called the tweet. Set up the VOR for play as well. It's 105.8. Close the lid, it's pretty loud in here. There we go. Get the co-pilot visible. The sound's a bit of an abrupt jump. There's still a lot of like tweaking and tuning to be done with the sounds in particular, but like again, this is freeware. This is pretty fucking good. There's payware that's a lot rougher than this. A lot of payware that's a lot rougher than this. I'm genuinely impressed with how well done this is. Set the transponder same as we did in the N2. Oh, I didn't hold the starter for long enough. In fact, I didn't actually hit the starter, did I? No, I closed the canopy first. Imagine having a brain. Need to hold the starter up until it catches. There it goes. Please, chair, don't do this to me today. Make sure the flaps are up. Might drop just, like, one stage of flap to takeoff or something when we taxi to the runway. Don't need the landing lights really, it's broad daylight. Little cloudy but not too bad. Pitot heat will flick on when we hit the runway. Fire lights work, overheat lights work. Cool, cool. Whoop, oh, fuck, that's not what I wanted. Oh, that's cool, when you hit emergency and that, it flips at 7700. That's not what I wanted to do. I was gonna see if I could push to test the lights, but no, not at the moment. There we go. We'll just leave the radio off. I don't really feel like dealing with AI ATC, so fuck it. We should start seeing some life out of that once we're in the air. Cool. Should check the name of the airport here using the VFR map. I think this is Fubai, or Fubai might be Hue, I can't remember which is which. Yeah, this is just Da Nang International. So Fubai is the airport at Hue. Which I think was one of the ones that the Marines used a lot. Wind's not doing a lot. So we'll just hang a left here and fang it down the runway. This thing is not that fast. It's kind of underpowered, but flies nice. Figured out how to avoid MS Teams showing away status. I could watch more streams now. Excellent. That most important of discoveries. Okay, one stage flat. I have to check the takeoff trim. Probably need to adjust the lights right on that. There we go, yeah, so I just had the lights set to dim for some reason. Heater heat. Everything else looks good. Everything's happy. Ah, nice. Throttle response out of the edges is pretty bleh, but you kind of expect that from, you know, little early turbojet engines whacked at a trader in the 60s. I'm not sure about the rotation speed, the landing speed on this thing. It feels like it wants to lift a little slow, like we're not even at 100 knots yet, which is something I noticed with the Azure Poly Fuga Magister as well. They seem to just rotate a little bit slow. I could be wrong, it could actually be correct for a tweet, but it just does seem a little, yeah. Bring the flaps in, expected drop out of the nose. It's very touchy in pitch, I might need to tune that a bit. I'm not sure if the tweet's supposed to be this touchy in pitch, but I have this feeling it's probably just the control surface elasticity values aren't really tuned. Flaps are up, gears up. Let's do a bit of a poke around Da Nang, and then we'll head up to Hue. We just got the VOR DME there. Fuck, it's bumpy down here. Ho ho! Lovely Vietnam weather. I'm at about 95% on the throttle. Nice bridge here. I'm not sure if I want a chance going under it. I don't know if it has collision or not. You know what? I mean, don't know if it has collision and there's a fuck ton of turbulence, but kinda got to, don't I? Kinda have to do it. Just gotta be careful because this thing's got a reasonably tall tail for like the rest of its size. Bring it back to about 90-ish% throttle. 90-ish% RPM, I should say. 250 knots, so not too bad for speed. Don't want to be too much faster because it won't maneuver. Don't want to be too much slower because it'll drop out of the air. And if this collides me, then welp. So this is custom scenery. I legitimately do not know if it has collision geometry or not. It doesn't. Oh, fucking hell. Hang on, phone. Sorry. Not a spam call. That was actually someone I wanted to talk to. Amazing. Alright. So. Let me just get my chatbot open again. So this is the city of Da Nang. This is a major US base location during the Vietnam War. The big fuck-off mountain, that headland you see behind me, was host to the main US ground-based GCI station. It's not modelled in the sim, and the custom scenery doesn't add it, unfortunately. I'm hoping someone adds it at some point, but there's a great big cluster of radars right about, like, there-ish maybe. And that was one of the several sources of GCI control that the Americans worked with during the Vietnam War. This thing is a little touchy to trim. It's touchy in pitch in general, like I said, but also it's very hands-on with the trim. The turbulence, though, is exacerbating the issue somewhat. So this is a mix of custom scenery and autogen. Most of it's autogen, but I do have custom scenery for some of the bridges, some of the more iconic modern skyscrapers. It's changed quite a bit since the war. A lot of Vietnamese cities have. They've had a bit of a boom. Economically speaking. A lot of these cities that used to be major bases during the war are now major tourist destinations. I'd love to visit Vietnam sometime. I've never been. It's pretty much at the top of my list for places in Southeast Asia I'd like to actually go. So I haven't done my research like Fen would have. I can't really tell you much about a lot of the more modern parts of it. Like what these bridges are named, or when they were built, or anything like that. I have no clue, but they look pretty nice. A lot of this would have been post-war. A lot of it's probably fairly recent. Dragon there, holy shit. That's my last flight, Tan. I'm losing my voice pretty badly, so... I had another couple flights planned, but we did some extra that weren't on the plan, and between that and just me talking so much, I'm seriously losing my voice, so... We'll call it after this one, and then the other flights will kind of overflow into the next msfs stream we do. See the mountains back in the distance there. Vietnam's an interesting country in terms of geography. It's very long and very skinny. You don't really realize just how big of a country it is until you try to fly the length of it, because if you try and fly the width of it, you're out of the country within probably a couple minutes in a jet. It doesn't have a lot of strategic depth east to west, but it has quite a bit north to south.
You've followed for a while now. By the time you have watched the stream for 2 months, you've gotten a good feel for the stream. It is the ideal time to dig deeper, evaluating your subscription, your streamer and your sound. When you approach the first 2 months with willingness and forethought, you can establish health.
Oh, it cut off. Cheers, Magic Turtle, appreciate it. Yeah, the TTS lady doesn't like long sentences, apparently. She's a bit lazy. It's War and Peace. Excellent. It's pretty typical Vietnamese weather for this time of year. Every time I've done a flight here recently, it's been like this. So as I said, the radar station isn't modelled in the sim. There are buildings up there. They're just random autogen buildings like water tanks and stuff where the big radar golf balls would be. That black shimmer you see through the clouds is a bit of a alpha texture transparency error in some of the scenery. It's a little bit of a oopsie. Oh, this is how to die in 7 seconds right there. VMC into IMC next to a fucking mountain in turbulence. Yeah, that's the Da Nang radar complex, or it would be if it was modelled. Big old GCI station. Yeah, not at all. Mountains? Pff, no, they don't have those here. It's totally flat, dude, totally. Play isn't very far. 35 miles from Da Nang, roughly. So we're not going to land or do a touch and go or anything, we'll just do an overflight, probably. And that will be Fubai, well, Fubai Airport. It's a little to the south of the city from memory. Need to clear some terrain to get there. Ever fly in Romania? I don't think I have yet, actually. I don't think I have yet. But I'll have to do it someday. I've flown just about everywhere around Romania, but I haven't been to Romania yet in the sim. So once again, this is freeware, and it's already better than a lot of fucking payware in this game, which is genuinely impressive. We're headed straight for the beacon. Just got to clear these mountains. Very rugged country. As soon as you get more than a couple miles inland, it's like that all the way up the country as well. Scenery is kind of hit and miss up, particularly around Hanoi. It has a lot of, like, you know, the generic sort of texture scenery it applies where there were clouds. Down here it's not too bad. Like, around Da Nang, Hue, around Vinh isn't bad either. I think there's a little bit of patchwork up around Vinh, but not too bad. But Hanoi is really spotty. Haiphong, I'm not actually sure. I don't think I've ever flown Haiphong yet. Still want to do another Sky Master flight around here as well at some point. We might do it further south. Haven't done anything too far south on stream, I don't think. No autopilot on this thing, so just hand flying it the whole time. It's not too bad once you get it trimmed. It is very twitchy, particularly in pitch, but it's kind of stable once it's trimmed out. So not too bad. We are kind of slow as well. I should probably give it a little more welly. It's one of those aircraft where it's kind of all or nothing with the power. Imagine the weather isn't helping. It's going to be hot and it's going to be, well, it is bumpy. Not sure if we've got outside air temp in this. I don't think we do. Probably fucking 30-something, 40-something degrees Celsius. Could check the METAR, but yeah. And just so we can hear any other traffic in the area talking, not because I plan on talking myself, we'll just chuck it on whatever channel it gives us. It's a bit of a terrain error there. Mountains are rugged in Vietnam, but I'm not sure if they're that rugged. When we get to Haiphong, depending on fuel, we should be okay for fuel, but I'll probably throw it around a bit, give it some little bit of aerobatics. If it's still this bumpy up there, it might make it a little difficult, but should be okay. Just debating whether I should drop below the clouds or not, because it looks like we're going to have pretty thick cloud cover most of the way up the coast. Like, this I don't mind flying through. It looks a bit sketchy further inland, but I don't get much of a view. So the Tweet was initially designed as a trainer. It's designed by and built by Cessna. It's quite popular, but it is perhaps best known as the A37 Dragonfly. And I think a lot of the surviving ones that still fly on display circuits are either actual A37s or they're dressed up as them. And it's quite a nimble little aircraft. Not the most powerful thing in terms of engines, not the fastest thing either, but man, it can move through the air. The one at Avalon had 6 external fuel tanks, well, 2 of them are probably, or sorry, 4 of them are probably imitation napalm tanks, but anyway, it had like 6 big external tanks on it, wingtips and then under the wing, and it had a pair of smoke pods which were about the size and shape and presumably weight as a hydropod, like a 9-shot hydropod or whatever it is, 9 or 17 or however many, and it was just dancing around the sky like a fucking ballerina. It was beautiful to watch. I feel like I really want one of these in DCS now, because I think it's the kind of thing that would make people cry very hard. Especially on servers where the only thing they know is to turn harder. Just about pass over Fubai now. Should be pretty much under us. We're about to get station passage on the instruments there. In fact, the beacon's a little off the end of Fubai, because that's Fubai down there. The beacon's off the end of the runway. A little off the right. 4.7 miles. No, there's not a lot to see up here with the clouds. Let's go low level. It's the landing gear horn. Oh. There we go. It's a toggle. Get the air brake in. Hey Trey. Welcome to the stream. Let's buzz the runway. Actually, let's buzz the tower if I can spot it. We're already busting the speed limits too. Thanks for following, Trey. Appreciate it. Oh, the tower's further back there. But yep, that's Fubai Airport. And then Hue City itself is up this way a little. This is pretty much all auto-gen, I think. I haven't found the temple or anything. I assume the temple is still there. Fubai. I mean, it was for a good number of years, but no, Fubai. The amount of pitch trim this thing wants just to try and fly level is pretty funny. So I think this group of buildings in front of us in the distance is the actual city of Hue. Fubai is... I don't know if it's technically a suburb or if it's like a neighboring city and it just happens to host the airport, but this should be Hue itself. Speaking of the temple, that might be it in front of us. I think that is it in front of us. Yes, it is. Awesome. Right there. Okay, so we're past that, so, sorry, I just kind of stared off the side of the screen there. Donghua is 11620. There we go. Probably need a little more altitude to pick up the beacon, because it'll be behind the horizon for us at this altitude. So we'll come back up a little. We'll probably sit just below the clouds, I reckon. Need more power. From memory, Donghua is over a bunch of mountains, like over a ridgeline, so we might not actually pick up the VOR until we clear it. If we head just generally, like, northwest-ish, it should take us in the right direction. Oh, we just got it there. 78 miles. Just very slightly left of the nose. Oh, hang on. Right, sorry, I forget. You don't want to chase the pointer in this. You want to go the opposite way to the pointer. I'm used to my RSBN where I chase the pointer. Bizarre, confusing Western systems. It's interesting. It's almost like, it looks almost like The Sims dusted the ground with snow. Which... I don't know about that one, Chief. Don't know what's going on there. Weird. On multiplayer, yes, I'm on US West. I mean, over there, I assume that's sand or something. But that looks like snow, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't snow here. Unless the live weather's doing it, but I don't think it is, because I don't think that's live weather snow. Doesn't quite look like it. If we turn it off, yeah, it doesn't change the ground at all, so it must just be baked into the textures. I don't know what it is. Might be like wispy cloud that it couldn't quite airbrush out. Don't know. Hey Cotty, good to see you. Or if it's mistaking the rice fields for snow. Shouldn't be. It's kind of following the roads as well, which is what snow tends to do in the sim. It'll hit the roads first. Sun reflecting off them, I don't know. If it was the sun reflecting off rice paddies, you'd expect that, like, for the rivers and stuff as well, which it just doesn't do. Down there. Little dirt strip or something, it looks like. C++ is heretical. Oh yeah, go on. These bumps, man. These bumps. Cloud's starting to thin out. We might, as we get a little further up, I don't know, looks like it kind of comes back further up there. I was going to say, as we get further up, we might climb a bit to save some fuel and get above the worst of the turbulence, but I don't know if that's going to actually be a thing. $54 miles to Donghua. Then from there we head to Vin. From Vin, like I said, I don't know what the beacon is we're overflying because it wasn't assigned a name in the sim, but I think it's Walak. And then Catbai is where we're landing. Catbai is pretty far. At 300 knots it might take us a little while. Which is the other reason I kind of am thinking maybe I should get up higher. Get a bit more ground speed going on. Let's get some more altitude. Fuck this. Too bumpy. See, there's all rice paddies down there, and it's not doing the thing there. It's probably cloud that it didn't airbrush out properly. I reckon that's what it would have been. Weird though how it's concentrated so close to the coast like that, and it runs basically the whole length of the coast. I originally thought it was sand dunes or something, but then I noticed it was happening inland as well. I'm like, nah. Ah, no wonder I wasn't hearing anything. Thought it was a bit quiet. Let's double check we're still on Hanoi Center. Yeah, we are. Okay. I'm not going to talk to them, I just want to hear other people talking to them. Cute little plane. Temps and pressures looking okay. We are running the engines pretty hard, but they're not unhappy about it, which is fine. It's at mill power, so it's more fuel tanks, yeah. Tip tanks would go really nicely on this thing. We'll get it for like 12 or 13,000 feet and level off, maybe. I think we're grounding... I'm assuming that's ground speed down there under the VOR identifier. So we're grounding about 300 knots. Not bad. Not great, not terrible. So you can see the climb performance isn't going to set the world on fire. It's not awful, especially for how relatively underpowered a jet it is, but it's not great either. It's all about energy retention, like most traders. If you can retain energy in it, you can dogfight like a god, like with the L-39 and DCS or the C-1 or whatever. They're gutless, but they retain energy pretty well in the right hands. I'd expect this to be pretty similar. A lot of heat blur, people casually red-pilling people on just how shit the Phantom radar really is. Based. Absolutely fucking based. God, I can't wait. Give me that fucking piece of shit thing. I want it so bad. The worse the radar, the more fun it is. Okay, we'll bring it back to about 95-ish%. Well, 92-ish%, I guess. The spool time on these engines is just painful. Absolutely painful, god damn. Also notice the bug guts and scratches on the canopy, as it should be. Don't care how much DCS players complain, ooh, I can't see all the bug guts on the canopy. That's what real canopies look like, my brother in Christ. Deal with it. Especially flying around, I don't know, Vietnam in the summer. You get quite a few, I would imagine. Quite a few. 11 miles till we hit Dong Hua. Should actually be able to see it here in a moment. And then from there we switch to Vinh. There's the airport there. You see the runway, a turnaround point, apron. Looks like a construction site for a terminal or something maybe at one end of it. I know, right? I don't know, man. I got no patience for gamers and their dumbass complaints anymore. It's a fucking sim. If you want to tell all your War Thunder friends how hardcore you are for playing a real flight simulator, then you get to deal with bugs on the canopy. I don't give a shit. I can cry about it. If it's a disadvantage in real life, it should be a disadvantage in game. I feel like I probably should have switched playlists for this. I don't know if I've even got the correct playlist on here. Fuck no, I don't. I'm gonna say I should go to like a 60s playlist. Hang on. I know how to fix this. I know how to fix this. There we go. Only got well, I've got a bunch of songs on here that would fit, but I just chucked a couple of really obvious ones on. Hopefully the volume's okay and you guys can actually hear them. Hey Burstix, good to see you, man. I'm currently recovering from a flu. Just about lost my voice today, so we're on the last flight of the day. I had a bunch more planned, but first of all, I've been streaming for like nearly 10 hours. Oops. And second of all, I'm going to lose my voice, so we're going to cut this stream a little shorter than planned and pick up the flights that I missed on the next one, or at least the next one I fly msfs in, I think. So what's our 113.1 for Vinh? There we go. 85 miles. Yes, I did know this version is anachronistic. I don't care. I really like this version. Same as the version of All Day and All the Night. They're from the same live show, One for the Road. But fuck, they go hard. So yeah, Burstix, we're flying a Cessna. It ain't your granddaddy's Cessna though. Not a little 152 or a 172, it's a T-37, a Tweet. Also known as the A-37 Dragonfly. They were used for counterinsurgency in Vietnam and probably fucking half a dozen Latin American countries. I think I linked you this one, actually. It's the freeware one. It's really nice. It just got updated the other day. Finally made the sounds less ear-splitting in the cockpit and a few other nice little tweaks. Yeah, so there's that ridge line. Vin is on the other side of it. You can see from the weather, and like I said, this is pretty typical Vietnamese summer weather. You can see why the ground textures are so patchy, because a lot of the imagery would have just been covered by clouds. So this is another area, like a lot of the sort of backwards area of the former Soviet Union, especially Russia itself. It's another area where the default Bing scenery really falls down, and Google is not much better. I'm just chucking some more stuff on the queue while I'm cruising. I think that should give us plenty of songs for the flight. Now I just got to rearrange them so it's not all clumped up. Bear with me, chat. There we go. That should do us. Still bumpy up here. It's not as bad as down low, obviously, but it's still pretty turbulent. $55 miles to Vin. Pretty much off the nose-ish. We're a little off course. To drift left a little, not too much. We might actually need to do a fuel stop. Just looking at that now, I mean, we might need to do a fuel stop at Vin, because after Vin we got a pretty long stretch between there and Catby. And if I want to do a little bit of scenic flying around Haiphong, we're going to need some fuel for it, so... Yeah, I've heard the SDK is notoriously well documented, which goes part of the way to explaining why a lot of the third-party stuff is, shall we say, incomplete. And they miss obvious fixes to things, but still, like, you'd think a little bit of trial and error wouldn't hurt. It's the way I learned to fucking do stuff, is just trial and error, see what changes. I think it's got quite a nice cockpit, really. Reminds me a lot of the SK60, since we got one of those in DCS now, albeit a mod. Actually, it feels like it flies quite similar too. It has the same twitchiness in pitch. I'm not sure if that's correct for either aircraft. Feels like the control surface elasticity could be tuned a little more. I know they're both quite nimble, I just don't know if they should be, like, super twitchy. That said, I am playing with no curves on my stick in msfs, and just with a short throw desktop stick, so that probably doesn't help. But if I then add curves to the stick, because msfs doesn't... I think SPAD and some of the external, like FSU IPC maybe, some of the external programs probably do it, but I don't think msfs natively lets you set curve per aircraft. If I set a curve just to fly this and other things that are a bit twitchy in pitch, it's going to make things that are already a bit sluggish even more sluggish, which I don't really want. So I can deal with the pitchiness for now. I mean, if worse comes to worse, it's something I can adjust myself just by going into the flight model config tuning file and adjusting the elasticity. .38 miles to go. I think we will just sit down briefly in VIN and top up the fuel. Fill it all the way back up. I'm trying to remember how much we started with. Wasn't it like 1,600 pounds, maybe even more? 18? I don't know. Like, we might get away with it, but I don't want to push my luck. Nice satellite scenery scene there. So I forget exactly where the demarcation was between North and South Vietnam, the DMZ. It was south of Vinh, I know that much, because Vinh was on the north side. I think it might have been somewhere around Dong Hoa. Maybe a little bit north of it. I did know at one point, but I've forgotten. It's been a while. But we're heading into North Vietnam at any rate. It's a river? Aha. Which we've probably gone past already. It's like an airstrip down there. Small one. 28 miles. That should be Vin up there along that river. So we're going to come off the power a bit and start descending. This thing struggles to fly with its gear and flaps out, so we're gonna wait until we're pretty much established to drop full flaps, and depending how steep we have to come in, or how shallow I end up coming in, because I'm always too shallow with stuff like this, we might not take full flap. I'm surprised I'm still not hearing anything over the radio. It's like the middle of the fucking day. Should be a fair bit of traffic unless they're all on a different freak. Weird. Let's leave it. Oh, I know why. I forgot to run fucking... Although it probably wouldn't make a difference for radio traffic, but I was like, there's a surprising lack of contrails in this guy. It's because I forgot to restart the injector after I restarted the sim. There we go. We might start seeing some airliners pop into existence in front of us now. It's like, you know, Da Nang Airport seems kind of quiet. Well, now we know why. There we go. There we go. $16 miles. Oh, shut up. Don't need the gear horn. $14 miles. Thought I heard the alarm come back, but it must have just been hearing things. The VOR here is not right at the airport from memory. One of these ones, it's not right at the airport, it's like next to it. So I've got to keep my eye out, see if I can spot the runway. I think it's under that cloud in front of us. I actually took off from Vin in this the other day, so I've been to this airport before on the sim, just it's been a few days, and I was coming out of it and heading south, not flying into it, heading north. I think it's a little bit to the left, because it's kind of next to the city. Oh, I see the beacon from it. Right off the nose. Perfect. Drop a stage or two of flap here. Is that the runway? I think it is. Bring the gear down as well. Get the airframe nice and dirty, should slow us down a bit. I'm not going to bother dropping the air brakes yet, because there's not much point. Like, this should be enough. And once you get the air brakes out, you really need a lot of excess power to get moving again. So, struggles a bit. Five miles, still don't see the runway. A little worrying. Oh, no I do. It's right off the nose. Give it a bit more power. Well, we're going to need a bit more power because we're coming in pretty steep. Like I said, the engine response to the throttle is fucking pathetic in this thing. Absolutely pathetic. Yeah, Francois, we're just about done though. We're just making a quick fuel stop at Vin, then we are going to fly out and land at Catby. So probably another 100-ish miles to go, maybe a little more. Actually, it probably is more. I always underestimate distances in this sim, so Catby might be more. If it's significantly more, we might even just find somewhere closer to Pylak to land it. Been having fun with msfs? Yes, I have. Had to restart it right at the start of the stream because my tracker didn't hook to the game properly, but other than that, been having a good time. Pretty steep approach here. It's fine. What do you find? A Cessna T-37 Tweet. It's freeware. It's really good freeware, actually. I feel like its rotation and landing speeds are a little slow, but I don't know enough about the Tweet to say that with authority. It just feels a little off to me. It's something I'll have to look up later, but it handles nicely. It handles about as you'd expect. Oh, that's a crosswind. Ooh. It looks good. It sounds pretty good. Like, the sounds aren't bad, they just need a little bit of better blending between, like, throttle states and so on, but pretty nice. And boy does it float. Pop the air brake out to bring us down. There we go. Nice and gentle. And we need a lot of rudder because of that crosswind, Jesus. Pitted and hummus and having a good time? Nice. I should probably eat pretty soon. Getting a bit hungry. Does this go back to the terminal or to the refueling point? I'm not sure. Only one way to find out. Oh, I bet this is like a little fenced-off military bit. Probably no fuel bowser here, though. Oh shit, it is, yeah. Oh. We're chucking a Yui. Some pit and hummus, I can email it to you. I'm not sure how it'll hold up through the email system. I gotta be honest with you. I do appreciate the offer, but, you know, I don't know. I feel like that being inside my PC might cause some problems. Get rid of the pitot heat while we're on the ground. Figure out where the fuel is now. If we can't find a fuel Bowser, I'll just use the menu to add it, but I do like finding where the fuel is. My immersions. Very important. Now, having said that, I'm not sure this airport has a general aviation area, so it might just be like fuel trucks for the airliners. I think that is indeed the case. Well done. Chuck a Yui here. Stick the brakes on. We'll hot fuel it. I'm not going to shut down the aircraft and restart it and do all that bullshit. What we will do is we'll open the lid while we do it. Brace yourselves. It's going to be loud in here. Told you so. Let's fill her all the way back up. Alright, I'm over it. Too loud. Like I said, there could be better transitions between the sounds. The way it cuts off like that's kind of funny, but... Ever played the Ace Combat games? Oh god, don't start me. I was bought... Was it Ace Combat 7? I am not a big fan of Ace Combat. I really am not a big fan of Ace Combat. And I was even less of one after I attempted to play that game. 11550. Here. Well, I should also add I was playing on keyboard and mouse because I don't have, well, I do have a controller, I just don't have a way of plugging it into my PC currently. I've got to get on top of that, which didn't help, but I'm also, I don't know, like, Ace Combat games, Metal Gear Solid, all the, like, really over-the-top kind of weird narrative stuff that tends to go with those series, I'm not into, to be honest. Make sure the air brakes are in. You might just take off without flap, because it only increments to 40 or full, like 40% or full, so we'll just see how we go with no flap as we just crush all those lights. Place still rotate pretty quick smart. Oh, that wind. Yeah, 100 knots and she's up. Feel like that's a little bit below what it should be, but again, I'll have to look up some documentation for this thing if I can. And who knows, it might be accurate. It does have like pretty big straight wings, but they're pretty like they're big but stubby, if that makes sense. So I don't know. Hey Lush, good to see you. We're just on the second last leg of our last flight of the day. We just took off from Vinh in Vietnam. We're going to do a leg towards Hoa Lac and then head to Cat Bai and land there, after doing a bit of barnstorming around Haiphong. There we go, there's our beacon. Wait. Okay, we want to come right a bit. It's a Cessna T-37, a Tweet, which was later developed into, oh my god, the camera's drunk, which was later developed into the A-37 Dragonfly light attack aircraft. Should I believe you? You should, because I am losing my voice. In fact, for a while I thought I was not even going to be able to get this flight in because it was hurting so badly to speak. I'm recovering from a mild flu, and I've had a sore throat for the last few days, and maybe doing a 10-hour stream was not the best way to help it heal. Just, you know, who would have thought? 94 miles to our next waypoint, and probably similar to Cat Bai from there. Sorry about the fidgeting, my chair keeps sinking on me again. Oh, Pitot Heat goes back on since we're in the air. I don't think we are really going to need it, unless we climb super high, which this thing's not really capable of anyway. Traffic down there at 11 o'clock. There's no way I should be able to see nav lights that far out in broad daylight. Like, come on, man. Yeah, Vietnam's quite pleasant to fly over in the sim. Unfortunately, as you can see, the scenery is extremely spotty because it's so cloudy over Vietnam, like, all the time, especially in summer. So the Bing imagery is kind of, In some places it's really good, in a lot of places it's really bad. So the problem is, so many of the spots that I'm interested in flying in are, you know, not the kinds of places normies care about, and so the quality is not the best of the scenery. Cotty, this is an anachronistic version too. This is the smoky version, not the original version. But I like the smoky one better. I think it's that anachronistic. This is like a, I want to say 74, 75 recording. We won't climb as high this time. About 9,500 feet should do us. Found a video, it's on like a vintage airliner sort of channel. Guy used to fly around a lot of airliners in the 80s and 90s and recorded flights. One of them was a 2154, Vietnam Airlines 2154, back in the, I want to say, 90s. And it was so humid, must have been in summer, it was so humid that when they turned the fucking ECS on, like or the packs, whatever you call them in an airliner, the air conditioning system, when they turned them on, it looked like a fog machine. No joke. It was like, it looked like there was smoke in the cabin. It was that dense. Crazy. So I did have some extra flights planned for today, but just, I mean, I've been going for too long as it is, and I'm, like, my voice isn't going to hold out, so we'll shift them to the next msfs stream. Don't know if that'll be next week, the week after, I have no clue. Whenever it is, I've got them written down, so I'll remember what they were. But we're going to do the Caribou somewhere bushy, maybe New Guinea, maybe East Africa, haven't decided yet, maybe South America, we'll figure that one out. Somewhere bushy and with mountains. And then the Norseman probably in Canada somewhere, probably up in BC. Hey Small Boy, good to see ya. 75 miles to go till we hit Qualac, and then we'll flick over to Cap by BOR. What can I say? Some of us are just born with it. Gotta have something going for me, right? Mirrors working? No. You can fold them away slightly, but they don't actually work as such, I don't think. Kind of. It's kind of hard to tell with msfs mirrors. They seem to reflect super low resolution, and they don't reflect your own aircraft, and they don't appear to reflect ground scenery. It's weird. I don't know. The ones on the AN2, for instance, also the reflections are upside down, so I couldn't tell you. They seem to reflect something, whether it's just a cube map that generates as you fly around, or whether it's a genuine, or at least a render target reflection, or a genuine reflection of some sort that's just really de-resed, I don't know. Maybe it's him, maybe it's Mikhail Gurovich. Yes, absolutely. The jet is a Cessna T-37, a tweet. Developed into the A-37 Dragonfly for counterinsurgency and light attack duties. A6, I wish we had an A6 for this, or DCS in particular. Maybe one day. The A6 is, first of all, he'd be sitting a bit lower down than me. it'd be a bit more roomy in here, and we would also have all manners of screens in here, but they'd be cool screens, like what the Tomcat has. It has its own equivalent of the Tomcat's VDI. Has the Diane computer running through that and a few other displays. The fucking BN here would have like a attack scope and all sorts of cool shit. The A6 cockpit's quite cool. Like the looks of it, though, it looks as though someone sat on it. Yeah, it's a very wide boy. Kind of like a frog plane, almost. Like it has that kind of squat look to it. It's cute. SK60. There's a modded SK60 in DCS, which is okay. It's very similar to this, both in terms of visuals and in the way it feels to fly it. A little twitchy in the pitch axis, but generally feels okay. I would not mind it in this, though. I do wonder if the guys behind the DCS SK60 might make a version for msfs at some point. And this is freeware, so like, considering this as a free aircraft is already better than a lot of the payware stuff, like, it's basically free money. You know what I'm saying? "56 miles to Wallach." We're a tiny bit off course, but we're pretty close. Just need to come right a little. Clouds are thickening up again. We might want to drop low level between Wallach and Catby. It's going to be really bumpy down there, though. Like, you can see how turbulent it is up here. The aircraft's bumping around a lot. It's going to be, like, way worse down there. By worse, I mean more fun. Turbulence is fun. Yeah, I saw that they updated the 104 cockpit. The flight model's a lot better, too. It's still got serious issues. Like, don't get me wrong, but at least the acceleration is not batshit insane. It's closer to what it should be. It's actually... it's a little fast up until a certain speed, then it's too slow to top out, but it's better. Phantom is still, flight model-wise, still pretty hosed, though, honestly. And the F100. This is the first actual VOR to VOR flight that I've done, certainly on stream. I think it's the first one I've bothered to do in the entire sim, to be honest, like over a bunch of different legs. I have to do this more often. It's kind of cool. And not having to bring up the cheater map constantly and shame myself by using it, that's always nice. Main reason I use the VFR map thing is when I'm just sightseeing, because I buzz around in circles and get turned around and lost. Or like to reference terrain that I can't quite see. But this is fun. I mean, we're not going that far inland. That's it's out towards like Gailam and Hanoi, but still, a few thunderheads forming up over there as well, and an airliner. Yeah, it's quite a cute little plane. And pretty historically significant. At least in the A37 guys. Yeah, let's drop low level. Pop the air brake so we don't overspeed. I feel like the air brake's maybe a little a little too effective. I'm still, you know, 80% power on in a very steep dive, 60-degree dive. And I'm holding my speed at 220-ish knots. It feels a little much. It's a pretty big air brake, to be fair, but still, like, dunno, Chief. Like I said, between that and the takeoff and landing speeds, I feel like there's still some tuning to be done to the flight model, but it feels broadly like I would expect the plane to fly. Just little things like that. Tack run, yeah, pretty much. Jet Provost, close. It's a Tweet. Very similar looking aircraft, same role, same weight class, but no, it's a Cessna. It's a Tweet. And it's freeware, so if you want to fly it yourself, you can go to fs.to and grab it. I don't know if it's uploaded anywhere else. I know some people are still kind of on the fuck FSTO train. To be honest, I don't blame them. Cute little thing. And there are liveries to turn it into a Provost as well, by the way. Someone's already got you covered on that. Yes, Cotty, what? Letters on the nose blue. No, I think they're black. This is a community-made livery. It's not one of the official ones. Comes with a couple. The US Air Force one it comes with is two-tone white and blue, like dark blue underside and white on top. And it's got the US Air Force text in white because it's on the dark underside. "27 miles to Wallach." Be just over this ridge line. Only retired 2009 by the US apparently. Shit, I didn't know they kept it that long. Fuck. That's a solid run. I was just saying earlier, I've seen them display before, but just recently I got to see one display again, down at Avalon at the air show there. And I'd forgotten just how nimble this thing is, or at least the A37, which I think had operated engines. It was carrying 6 fuel tanks. I'm assuming they were empty and just, you know, just adding drag rather than weight, but 6 fuel tanks and 2 smoke pods in the shape and size of a hydro rocket pod. And it was just throwing itself around the sky without a care in the world. Really beautiful little plane. Give it a bit more power. I'm kind of slow here. I think the initial versions of this had the same engines as the Fuga Magister, the Marbore. I forget which one it is, how to pronounce it, but... And then they replaced it with American-made engines later on, which I think this version has. Oh yeah, dude, it'd be awesome. Doubt it'll happen, but it would be awesome. Clouds getting a bit low. Tried the Skunk Works 104? Yes. It's pretty nice. There are a few little sort of quibbles I have with it. It feels too draggy. Like, I did some acceleration testing against the actual, at least the manual for an F104S, Oh, the mirrors are real time. They're just, or like RT camera, they're just not super high res and they don't show your own aircraft. Weird, bizarre design decision. So yeah, like I have flown it a fair bit actually. I've flown it on stream before as well. I use a mod at the moment that another streamer made, Canadian Captain Moustache. He did some tuning. It still needs a little more tweaking. It's a little too quick to accelerate now, a little too fast at lower level 2, but it can actually maintain close to Mach or slightly over Mach 1 at mil power at higher altitudes, which it should be able to do when it's clean. And it accelerates closer to the correct timetable. It's just a little bit fast now. So I feel like, I don't know what's going on, like if the transonic drag's just a little too much or what, but like to even get the thing over Mach 1 before, you had to do a pretty strict S-curve. It shouldn't need that. It should be able to break Mach 1 in level flight at the right altitude. So I feel like it's pretty decent. It just needs a little more flight model tuning. That's the thing, like so many planes in this sim are really close. They just need a little bit of flight model tuning. And often it's only 1 or 2 numbers that need tweaking in the config file, and they fly pretty much perfect. It's kind of frustrating at times, if I'm honest. Okay, we got 11 miles to go till we hit the VOR at Bolak. Let's tune for cap by 11740. There we go. 51 miles to cap by, so it's not actually that far. Turn this the other way, I think. Yeah. Still getting used to how this thing works. It's very different to the Soviet equivalent, which I'm used to. The vertical bar is your steering cue, and the little teardrop thing is your actual, like, where the thing is from you. Hey, Campia! Cheers for the resub. Good to see you. Appreciate it. Landing is, you got to treat it the same way you treat a MiG-21, because they're very similar aircraft in a lot of ways. You keep power on. You never cut the throttle below, I think it's like 82%. I usually keep it above 85, because if you cut the throttle too low, the blown flap system cuts out, you lose all your lift, and those flaps are just producing drag. You do not want that to happen, you'll drop a wing very quickly. So come on with power. If you're too fast, then, you know, flatten out your approach a little, watch your AOA, you don't want it to go too high, obviously. But it's all about just power management with the F-104. You can't just chop the throttle, and you want to keep a little bit of power on until the main wheels are on the ground. Ideally until all wheels are on the ground. Things have been going pretty well. Just about to wrap up the stream. I'm very much losing my voice here because I'm just recovering from a mild flu, so probably shouldn't have streamed for 10 hours and however many minutes, 10.5 hours, but I had a good time. It's fine. It's worth losing my voice for. Not too much further to go. Mountains in the distance there. Hanoi is that a ways. Might even see Thud Ridge on the way in. It's kind of hazy though, so we might not. Haiphong was a major shipping center, so it got hit a lot by the Americans to try and disrupt logistics. Quite heavily defended as well. Not as heavily defended as Hanoi, but still something you wanted to be careful flying over. I was just recently reading an account from a F-111 Wizzo. Was it the Wizzo or the pilot? It might have been the pilot, but F-111 crew anyway, and they were shot down in a raid over Haiphong right after they passed over the docks, hit the docks with a good stick of bombs, and then got schwacked by AAA. So there's two airports quite close to each other, near Haiphong, to the southeast. One of them is Kien An, and the other one is Cat Bai. Cat Bai was like a training base for a lot of the period of the Vietnam War, and before it as well, from memory. Kien An, I think, might have been an operational airbase, but I don't remember. Like I said, I didn't study up on this as much as I probably should have if I wanted to do a full-on, you know, history kind of themed thing. I just felt like flying here, to be honest with you. Actually, while I'm on the subject, though, if you guys are into Vietnam War history, particularly the Air War, I recommend going onto YouTube and following Devin Horner, who has a whole bunch of different series flying in strike fighters, where he discusses the various aspects of the Vietnam Air War, including not just the military side, but the political side as well. Very, 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 very interesting videos. Hey, Scotty. Not for long. We're just about to finish up. Been going all day, pretty much. Yep, tweet. I've been enjoying it quite a lot recently. I was just saying, I think there's a few little things in the flight model that could stand to be tweaked a little more. I don't have a manual for this aircraft yet, so I don't know if that's just me exposing my ignorance or if there's truth to it, but it feels like it could use a little less drag on the air brake, maybe a little less lift on the wings, like it wants to take off at just about 100 knots with no flaps, so with full fuel as well, so I feel like maybe it's a little much. But it maneuvers about as well as you'd expect. It's quite responsive. It's a little twitchy, but that's probably more because of my setup than anything. Like twitchy and pitch, roll and yaw aren't too bad. But it feels better in terms of quality and in terms of flight dynamics than a lot of the paid add-ons in this game. I'm going to be real with you. I know they're working on remedying it, or so they say anyway, but Just Flight's Hawk, for example, feels a lot more twitchy, it almost feels on rails, I want to say. I'm sure it isn't, but it feels that way. Like, it lurches around, it does that kind of ratcheting thing where it stalls the control surface, so it ratchets around a turn, or around a roll. This doesn't. I hope Just Flight do fix the Hawk, though, because it's quite an iconic aircraft, and I'd like it to, you know, fly a little nicer. It seems we're 0 for 2 on Hawks right now as far as flight models go. Because, you know, the whole VEAO thing for DCS. 13 miles. No, Oilers. I'm an Edmonton boy. Even if I don't sound like one anymore. Miles should be off my nose. The haze is going to make it difficult to see, though. Once we hit Cat Bai, we'll give it an overflight, and then we'll just dick around the actual city of Haiphong for a bit, and then we'll land. So we've got plenty of fuel to play with now. 8 miles. There's one of the airstrips. That might be Kian-an. I think Catby should still be off the nose. I have landed here before, but it was a long time ago. Like, not long after I first got the sim. I did it in a Yak 18. Yeah, so this is Catby in front of us, that's Kian-an behind us. And this is the harbour city of Haiphong. How the loading times on msfs is faring as of late, like an hour and a half, because I still haven't got my new hard drive installed, because I just haven't had time. I've been super busy lately. And as a result, I haven't got anywhere to put all my shit for add-on linker in, so I haven't bothered installing it yet, so, yeah. Gonna have to sort that out soon enough. I got the rallies over from Canada, so I've been too busy hanging out with them. And then doing various other things. See, the scenery's kind of falling apart here as well. It's all discoloured and everything. Looks like they're building a second runway. Intriguing. Anyway, welcome to Haiphong. I think this is the mouth of the Red River, which flows through Hanoi. Thud Ridge is over that away somewhere. I can't tell which one of those ridges it is from here, but it's one of them. Elevation mapping around here is a little low res as well. You can see the bumps in the river. Oopsie daisies. Yeah, I think that one's Thud Ridge. Because that should be Hanoi. Like, just the edge of Hanoi there. Rudder feels a little effective at very low speeds. A lot of this stuff's easy enough to tune. Just config file stuff. It's a landing gear warning because I throttled back so far. Not that the throttle does much in this thing because the engines are so slow to respond. bit stuttery down here. It had a little bit of a ratchet there. I wonder if that's just the sim stuttering or if that's the aileron stalling. Could be either, to be honest. Feels like a sim stutter. The F104 does that as well if you max rate roll it, and the Hawk does it even if you roll it fairly gently. You're probably right, Cotty. I am very bad for underestimating distances in this sim. Well, I guess in real life too, but... we're pretty close to that beacon, so there's not much point me fucking around with that, because it's not going to do anything. It's going to constantly move on me. Hopefully I left myself enough altitude to recover this. Just barely, I think. Oh, we have room to spare, we're good. The runway there. That headland there, I think they used to have an EWR station on that, from memory. Right. Yeah. Flaps. We'll just go full flaps, we need to bleed some speed anyway, we're a little fast. The actual name of Thudridge, it's Tamdale or something like that. Formation in the northeast of Hanoi, which is basically just a scaled down Thudridge. Oh, okay. Gotcha. As soon as we get in ground effect, this thing's going to float forever, so I'll drop the air brake just to kill the float. Got a little bit of front quarter and crosswind from the right. Okay, air brake and off the power. Nice and gentle. Okay, flaps can come up. Neutral out trim. Air brake in. Is that a taxiway? Or is there one up here? I think there's one up here. No, we'll just turn around. Start turning things off. Wait. Gust lock on. Nope. Resets them. Cool. I think the only way to shut the engines down at the moment is to do this one. Helps fire unlock the canopy, doesn't it? There we go. You can hop out. There we go. That was a tweet. Let me straighten out the camera again, because it always likes to get drunk when you fly long distances. I'm surprised and kind of disappointed there still is not a stabilized camera to horizon function for the drone cam. I don't know why they don't have one. It would make it so much easier to use. Anyway, I'm going to see who we can drop a raid on before my voice completely gives out on me. I just realized I've got a cup of tea sitting here that's gone cold. Genius. Got a fair few people on. I might send you guys to... we'll send you a Gonad again, and then I think next time we'll get Burstix if he's on. They're both on at the moment, but we'll hit Gonad with the raid. There we go. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me today, guys. Really appreciate it. I know it's been a bit of a hectic schedule lately. I was planning to stream on Monday, didn't happen. Planning to stream on Wednesday, didn't happen. It's just been getting pushed back and pushed back. But hope you all have a wonderful remainder of your week. Stay safe. I will catch you guys hopefully on Monday. Streams next week are going to be kind of iffy. Monday's probably going to be armor only, or it might be armor and then something later in the evening my time, because I've got a bunch of stuff on next week. I'm basically going to be busy all day, every day, so we'll see how we go. But either way, I'll catch you guys then somehow for some amount of time. In the meantime, enjoy Gonad and stay safe. Catch you on the next one. Cheers, everyone.